X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? We feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep vaping with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now, watch me out now, punch your face now. Show you how.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. It is so good to see all of you. Hello, hello. Hey, everybody. I love having you all here. Welcome. Hello, hello. Hello, Midnight Kitty Boy. Hey there, Somniostatic, Cryptid T, Nina, Coin Dog, Daughter of Water, good to see you, Summer Star, Lord Dracula, Versus, Tier Star, Marsquake, Gotskato 2, who is that? Teeth Stealer, but written in Leet speak, of course. Benifer the Potato, Lucid Burgundy, Ryoma, Spice X, Sticks No Badger, hello. Spency, how are you? Nether Cat, I hope you're doing well. Canny Bull, how are you? Porcupine, Orifear, welcome to the website. Mike Stints, hello. Minimum Volts, good to see you here. Don't speak French to me. That is degenerate language. Water, hello. Hemorrhoid King, welcome. Confusia, welcome. Spice X, hello. A Symbolic Symbol, welcome. Guys, I have fantastic news. I have re-upped on weed. I went to the dispensary, and I bought a couple more of these good old-fashioned, you know, concentrate pens that I love. I was really running low last stream, like basically just vaping, burning cotton from the wick of this thing, or one of these things. Now I've got a new one, you know, you can see right now, this one's not quite full to the top, but pretty full, and I've got 2 more that I haven't even gotten into yet, so we're in a good spot. Did I get any candy? No, I just get vapes. My weed consumption tends to stick to vapes. Hello there, Lilithian. I got 2 hellos. I am now nice. Twice as powerful as before. Did I say your name twice, SpiceX? I'm sorry. I promise I didn't forget you when I said your name the first time. I swear. Naomi Chance, thank you for the $2 super chat. Said penis with 2 eyes and then a cat face. Thank you. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. Thank you for the $2 super chat, Naomi Chance. Now, for you guys to see how good this cart is. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's pretty damn good. Yeah, it's strong. I'd say so. I'd say it's pretty strong. Personally. Ooh, well. Welcome, everybody. I hope you're enjoying the stream. I hope you, you know, you're excited to be here, because I've got quite the exciting stream and segments planned out for you guys today. But if you're enjoying, consider dropping a like, subscribe, ring the bell icon, find any way to support me that's, you know, within the means that you're down to, and do it, and I will appreciate it very much. But even if you don't, even if you just hit the like button, even if you just don't do anything but watch the stream, I appreciate you being here, and it means a lot to me. But seriously, hitting the like button, it helps. Seriously, you know, maybe consider hitting that like button. Maybe, you know, maybe hit that like button. It'd be nice. It'd be cool. Thank you to everybody who does. I got laid off from the Christmas tree farm, but another job is lined up. Oh, I'm sorry, Night Mothism. That sounds like a cool job, too, at a Christmas tree farm. I'm sorry. Well, hopefully you get another job that pays more money and is in a cooler setting with better everything. You're one of my fans. You deserve that. Because my fans are based. No one's fans are as based as my fans. That's right. If you're not subbed to me and you want to be based, you have to sub to me to become based. That's how it works. Are we dunking on fetal alcohol, nappa, heel versus babyface? No, not today, but similar content creators. Certainly close, not too far off in terms of what they do and what they're like. Hold on a minute, chat. I'm finding something interesting for us to stun lock on. Oh, I wanted to give you guys an update on my Final Fantasy XIV adventures, okay? I have gotten to the end of patch 1 of Stormblood, and I have seen the credits roll. According to MSQ Tracker, I am 75% of the way through Stormblood. Now, once I'm ready to start Shadowbringers, which I've been told by everybody ever, is like when FF14 goes from being like, okay, this is pretty good, to holy shit. But you can't rush straight into the next expansion, because to get to the full story, you have to level a tank, a physical DPS, and a ranged DPS and a healer. It can be either a physical ranged DPS or like a magic ranged DPS. So I have to level to the minimum level of Shadowbringers and know how to play them, all 4 of those roles, so I can do these things called role quests, because apparently the role quest lines are like really big important for the MSQ of Shadowbringers, like really enhance the experience and even change the story a bit, supposedly. And that's what I have to do sort of in the interim before I can start Shadowbringers. But tonight I should get far enough that I can watch the trailer. I wonder, is it a spoiler yet if I watch the trailer how far I am in? Let me ask my friend Ethan really fast. He'll know. Okay. Is it spoilery to watch the Shadowbringers trailer now on stream? Obviously, it'd be spoilery for the people who have not gotten to Shadowbringers yet in here, in which case you'd want to maybe tab out for a minute. But I'm just checking to make sure my friend Ethan is cool with it, because he really wants to see my reaction to the Shadowbringers trailer. My friend Stu replied to it and said, yes, extremely so. No Shadowbringer money gang. Okay. Alright, chat. I have something to present to you guys as an idea, alright? What if after segments today, how would you guys feel if I then streamed the remaining 25%, 24.1%, sorry, of Stormblood? I have completed 123 out of 162 quests, so there is literally less than 40 quests for me to complete here. So, with that in mind, would you guys watch that as the end part of the stream today after segments, so that I can watch the not Stormblood, the Shadowbringers trailer on stream? Hell yeah. Okay. I'll stream my continued progress. After segments, then. Quickly, though, as our stun lock before, glad to see you enjoying FF14. I'm really liking it. Oh my god, guys. I saw... Okay, one of my friends sent me a clip from, I think, Vosh today on stream, saying some stupid shit about Final Fantasy XIV. So for one, I think he was on Drunken Peasants when he said this today. For one, I remember him mentioning his playing FF14 previously and admitting he bought a story skip to be able to unlock everything and just do the raids, because that's all he was interested in. Literally the biggest mistake anyone could make in the history of ever with the game. Holy fuck. Like, every FF14 player ever stares at him, falls to their knees. Like, anyway. On top of that, he says, and I quote, "Did you know that in FF14, you cannot pull big packs of mobs?" Like, dude, what? Huh? He claimed that wall-to-walling dungeons and large packs isn't a thing in the game. And the thing is, he said this as I was in a dungeon where the tank was pulling us all the way to the end of the dungeon so we could get, like, all the bosses. I don't know if what he meant is you can't wall-to-wall all the way to the end of the dungeon, including the bosses, like you can in WoW. But, like, you wall-to-wall all the trash mobs to the boss, kill them, and go into the boss, or the mechanic you have to do to get to the next area, because sometimes the dungeons have actual, like, adventure-y kind of mechanics that are fun to do on the first time. It was insane. It was insane. That was a bad take. I think he might have just queued into raids, or, like, the Alliance raids, or maybe the, Trials, which are literally just a fight. Like, literally, you spawn in with the group that you've queued in with, like the Pug or whatever pre-made you have, and you just do one fight. And when the fight ends, the cutscene plays, or you get your reward or whatever. He, like, I don't know if he was just doing that. He skipped the story, and that's just a goddamn shame, because particularly now in the story, for a while now I've been pretty hyped and pretty on board with the story, but it's gotten to the point where I'm like, alright, now I really want to see this through to the end. I want to see some, like, karmic justice happen to some characters. I want to see some answers happen for some things, and it's like, alright, I have to admit, I'm actually fucking invested now. I'm really enjoying FF14. I really am. If you want to get into the game with me and the other people that have joined with me, there's a link right there to join the free company, which is basically a guild in the game. And remember, there is a very sizable free trial for this game that's literally 2 entire expansions and infinite playtime. So hop on the game. At least join the Discord and learn how to join the game and get in the free company and all that. The expansion that I'm currently on, I guess it's not spoilery to show the trailer for. It's actually a very not spoilery trailer. Because, like, if you know, the only thing that's, like, resembling a spoiler in this trailer, really, unless you consider environments and locations a spoiler, the only thing in this that's a spoiler is, something you have to be basically at that point to recognize as a spoiler. And other than that, like you couldn't know. You wouldn't recognize the spoiler right in front of you. And I'm not even going to give any more detail than that for people who are still playing through it, because I don't want to... You won't recognize it if I don't tell you. Like, you literally can't. There's no way you can. Anyway, with that said, I'll show you guys the trailer. This is the Stormblood expansion, the one I'm on right now, where you and the other characters are kind of like starting up a rebellion on 2 different sides of the planet against the continent-spanning evil empire. And you go off to the east, to the China, Mongolia, and Japan-inspired, like, new zones. And you, like, because they've been conquered and occupied by the empire, you help build up, like, a revolution among them and push them out. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I like the like setup for the story. It's interesting. That's as vague as that's as much as I can say. I gotta stay vague because I don't want to spoil anything. But here's the trailer. It's hype as fuck. I don't know if Korea was represented in Authard, unfortunately. I didn't see anything that resembled Korea though, or anything Korean in particular. Maybe the Ruby Sea? Maybe that was what they intended there? My Korean ass is crying right now. You'll have to, like, tell me if they did do something that's supposed to be inspired by Korea. Because I only recognize Japan and China influences, and obviously the Azim Steppe is, like, ancient Mongolia. Guys, I have one complaint. Listen, now, under normal circumstances, I would not complain about such things, but the fact that in this cinematic, it's just so, it's the elephant in the room, I feel the need to point it out. Her boobs are just nowhere near this big in the game. She gets this dress in the game, and it's far off. It's sizes and sizes off, which no hate, But also, why did the cinematic artists go so hard? Also, this is like your character, this guy. You make your own custom character in this game, and you play as someone called the Warrior of Light, but in these cinematics, it's like this one guy who's like a stand-in for your character. This is the wokeism, Cherry. They're having a sparring match. I think she's just a pugilist, Moki. Better choreography than most anime. Oh yeah, these trailers go really hard. Apparently the Shadowbringers one is the best, so I'm excited to react to that. That's where the Empire is. This is the East. Very pretty, in large part because graphics upgrade each expansion. So each zone gets prettier. And you get to go underwater. They added diving. So there's like underwater zones like this. It's so cool. I played Ninja through this expansion. I thought about Samurai, but Ninja does the most damage and has a complicated rotation. So I went with that because if you can do the Ninja rotation, you can do any rotation in the game, is my understanding. So not mastered, but I've become proficient with Ninja. So I think I can do pretty much anything now. But Samurai is pretty awesome, as you can see. It's not that hard, a symbolic symbol. I do want to pick up Ninja. I really can't wait. So, in the story, this is like minorly spoilery, but not really. In the story, you get to go to this city and this city only as part of like the Japan continent. The Japan continent is hyper isolationist and only has one port open for like visitors, and that is this place, Kugane. So you get to go there and you get to explore, and there's all sorts of cool stuff, but you don't get to go past these gates or like the canals. And maybe eventually we will, but yeah. Oh yeah, they call this, the fan base calls this Anime Japan. And before you say it's cringe or whatever, this game was literally made by, like, pretty much nothing but Japanese people. I'm pretty sure the only non-Japanese people that work on this series are the localizers. Okay, that makes sense why there's no Korea rep, lol. Okay, yeah, true. Maybe there is, though. I don't know yet. There's our homies. Fun as fuck. I'm having a great time. Heaven's Word was great. This one's been really good. I see what people meant by it had pacing issues. Like, yeah, I can see why a lot of people, like, took a long break from the game or took some form of break from the game during Stormblood, because it does get pretty slow, where it's like, okay, we've got a lot of new fucking areas to introduce to you, and a lot of new characters in said areas to introduce to you. So you're about to be spending many hours doing odd jobs and reading quest dialogue and watching cutscenes of conversations between these characters. But oh boy, when it pays off, does it pay off? Dude, when shit pays off in this game, does it fucking pay off, dude? The boring, like, quests that I did 2 expansions ago pay off now. Like, there will be characters that I did, like, a boring 10 quests for an expansion and a half ago that in an epic final battle that everything leads up to show up to help. And it's like, oh, fuck, I forgot that they're friendly with me. Wait, they're perfect for this scenario. They can breathe underwater. They can bomb out the walls from under the ocean. Holy shit. The annoying questing I did for these guys. Oh, wait, these guys are my bros. This works. Like, it all comes together, and it feels great. The story of FF14 is very, very satisfying. Like, it edges you, and then when it finally lets you nut, oh boy, is it a satisfying nut. Xanderhall, just wait, post Shadowbringers brings back one of the boring lines from post A Realm Reborn in a way that'll make you cry. Interesting. Yeah, I know. So, oh, fuck. I have questions, but I don't want spoilers, so I'm not going to say anything else. And I don't want to give spoilers. Just got back from zoning out. What's up? Probably for the best if you're playing through FF14 and you don't want any form of spoilers. Girl Twink, thank you for the tier 1 sub over on Twitch. Thank you, and fantastic name. Pepper T21, thank you so much for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. That's so kind of you. Thank you for the $25 dues. Gifted to yeah, no, that's just Porcupine, not Parcupine. I don't know why I read it as an A. Porcupine, Artetism, Gamer PD, Gopnik, and Error Go Burr. Well, I hope they enjoy those gifted subs. Nice. Welcome to the Blue Name Club. Says Vosh Media takes Lol Lamau, Clutches ReZero figurine, also Link. Yeah, Vosh's media takes are pretty stinky. They can be very, very stinky. And sometimes good. But oftentimes very stinky. New Glorb music video? Can Gangsters Cry by Glorb. Alright, guys, it's time for another Glorb music video. Buckle in.
Hey, SpongeBob, I brought you a little something.
Lean.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, thank you, Sandy. That's good.
Spongy, I can't keep doing this. All the violence, all the shootings, the death, it hangs around me. It smothers me.
One of those little flies got into my room from my window being open. It's nice and cold out, so I got my window open, and one of those little annoying flies got in my room, so that thing's gonna have to die at some point in this stream, because that thing cannot be tolerated.
Now Krabs is talking about building bunkers underground to escape Canada. I just can't do this anymore. I'm leaving you, SpongeBob. I love you, but I'm leaving you.
No shot. Why is it the desert now?
Cry, 'cause lately it's been weighing on my mind.
Okay, this actually goes hard.
And I say I'm fine, 'cause underwater no one sees a teary eye. And baby, all the beef from Bikini Bottom got me stressing out. I'm sorry I didn't have the time for you, and now you're saying bye. Girl, I'm sorry that I ripped my pants, and I know that you don't like romance, but all I wanna do is be right there by your side. Can gangsters cry? Sandy, I've been missing on you. A day ain't the same without you. Now I'm wondering, can gangsters cry? Whoa. Oh, bartender, just the usual, please. Kelp shake with extra lean.
Extra lean.
Round here it's open, carry open bottles too. And when the sheriff's in my door, I'm always hoping that it's you. No, I'm drinking days away.
Why is this the kind of shit that, like, you could actually listen to?
The salty spittoon, and the mob be looking yellow, but inside I'm feeling blue.
This is an original.
Sandy, please forgive me, and the damage that I've done. I might escape the law, but it's your love I can't outrun. Can gangsters cry? 'Cause
this is
lately
Glorb.
it's been weighing on my mind.
Glorb makes these original fucking... Usually they're, like, really over-the-top, like, rap music videos, but this one's like a country music video.
And I say I'm fine, 'cause underwater no one sees a teary eye. No one gets me except you, Sandy. Can gangsters cry? Sandy, I've been missing on you at day.
Glorb must have had to disable all the smoke detectors in his house, because you cannot be writing bars this fire without constant screaming in your home from those alarms. Like, holy shit.
Ain't the same without you, now I'm wondering. Can gangsters cry? Whoa.
That was amazing. That was really good. Thank you, Cherry T21. That was actually really fucking good. We got a donation that didn't show up on the thing. What the hell? I saw it, but it didn't show up on the... I was gonna read it whenever I was finished reacting to the thing. Dude, what is up with the... Let me see if I can reload it, and if that brings it up. No, and it doesn't even show... No, it does. It shows in chat. Okay, I can see it. Slabby1, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $5. Said Xander Hall, and then a bunch of drooling, smiling emojis. Thank you for the horny post. Giving me money and complimenting me. Thank you. I'm flattered. Okay. By the way, join FF14. Get on FF14. Get in my free company. I want to see more people joining. Yeah. Let me see how many people have joined the free company today. Oh, we've got a few new people. Few new people joined. Come on, let's see some more new people join. I want to see some more new people. And make sure once you join the game, you send me a friend request. I will accept it. I want all of you friended on there, because once I've friended you, your names show up as yellow above your head, which stands out a lot over the other names, which are white in crowds. So whenever I go into a capital city or I'm out in the wild, if I see a name that's yellow, I immediately know it's one of you guys, and I can stop and give you a wave. So make sure to friend me once you get on the game. Or if you have a trial account and you can't friend people, just like send me a DM asking me to friend you with your username in game, and I'll send you a friend request. I send pretty much everybody in the link shell in the free company that I don't have friended a friend request, but usually when they're online, so I know they get it and they can actually accept it before it expires, because I don't know when they're going to get back on. Anyway. With all that said, thank you for the support so far. It's been really appreciated. Here's another link to the free company if you want to hop on to the Discord. But in the meantime, I'm going to update the Dono goal, and we're going to hop right into our segmentaroonies for the day. I have no Monster Energy, I just realized. Like, no caffeine. And I haven't had caffeine in a couple days, so I am almost certainly going through caffeine withdrawals right now. But we're just going to push right through it. You know, where I'll get myself some Monster in a day or two. I don't feel like I should order groceries for nothing but Monster. I feel like I have to, like, expend more of my groceries and need to buy more, like, stuff along with the Monster to justify it, you know? I don't have a car, so otherwise it's like walk. And it's like, I don't want to walk to the grocery store and carry bags of groceries home. I need a free hand to defend myself. Some neighborhoods aren't the best that I have to walk through sometimes when I need to get things. Let me resume the music. I just realized I didn't have it playing. I honestly grab a caffeinated beverage every time I'm out or I find a dollar store 12-pack of soda from the dollar store. I don't drink really much soda besides like a Monster when I wake up, and then sometimes if I need it, a Monster when I'm live or going live on stream to perk me up. But besides that, just water for me. Lots and lots of water. I love water. Zan, eat a full bowl of coffee beans. Trust. Disclaimer, don't do this. I regretted it. Yeah, I ate one coffee bean once and regretted it. So yeah, you can definitely say no to that proposition. Bim Tenbo, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you for the $5. Said, you have base takes and you get extra based points for hyping up Hightail. Fellow Hightail waiter, Fellow Hightail waiter. Based. Anyway, thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. Keep up the good work. You keep up the good work as well, Bim Tenbo. I really appreciate it. Let me update that dono goal. And now we can get into the segments. Now we can start up. Because the sooner we do segments, the sooner we can stream some Final Fantasy XIV. All right. Oh, Tearstar, thank you for the $15. I really appreciate it. That's so kind of you. Said, get some caffeinated drinks. We don't want you getting withdrawals. Well, I'm definitely having caffeine withdrawals right now. It's why my eyes are struggling to stay open. But we're going to fight through it, and I'm going to stream for you guys because I love you all. I enjoy streaming, and also if I don't, I, you know, can't afford to live. But thank you for donating because you help me afford to live. And if it weren't for you guys, I'd be living in a box like Squidward, being like, spare change, spare change. That would be me. I'd be like Squidward in that one scene where he's homeless. Anyway, let's get into the, hold on, let me update the dono goal first. No, I didn't mean to hit my file opener explorer thingy. I meant to open my Opera GX so that I can do this. There we go. Yeah, every day that you watch me, you're saving me from homelessness, funnily enough. You guys just kind of save me from homelessness passively by being around whenever I go live. Thank you, by the way, for all that. Hey, Apillo, what's up? Apillo, are you down to join me on FF14 today? I have no stream tomorrow because I have real-life engagements I'm going to instead of streaming tomorrow, so for the rest of the day, I'm playing FF14. You should get on FF14. We're gonna get you through A Realm Reborn and into Heavensward, and after that, you'll be playing it on your own volition, because you'll be wanting to know what happens next. It's like a TV show. You gotta keep me updated on that, okay, Pillow? Because I'm gonna be streaming FF14 after segments today. Okay, everybody. Oh god, my eyes have the little scaly rocks that come out of them when you're tired. Great. You said it yourself, spreading the truth isn't profitable these days. It never has been. It's not that, like, my point isn't that spreading the truth isn't profitable these days. It's that it never has been profitable. Like, the truth is, generally speaking, pretty accessible. And when something's accessible and obvious, people tend to assume it's too obvious that it must be a ruse. It must be a red herring. And so they look for some alternative truth that makes less sense, but seems more like you have to work to achieve it, because that to them makes more sense. Like, surely in their worldview, the truth must be hidden from the sheeple that we are, and you must have to search for it in the most obscure of places. Plus, the truth is sometimes boring, but sometimes not. Sometimes the truth is more exciting. Like, there are plenty of examples of crazy conspiracy theories that oversimplify an issue from the exciting, interesting issue it actually is in reality into a super simple, straightforward, like, boring idea. I haven't seen it in Anansi Web. I have not seen Democracy Now! Are you supposed to wash your rice? You don't have to wash your rice, but, I mean, I guess... It depends on the type of rice, right? Whether or not you wash it. Like, you don't want to wash white rice, because you wash off the enriching shit that they enriched it with. Because white rice is rice that's been bleached into, like, basically nothing, and then re-enriched. Depends on if you want it sticky or not. Yeah, you're right. If you're making rice balls, you want them sticky. It's an Anansi? Okay, thank you. This stream is so gay. Cherry, you're gay. You are gay, Cherry. G-A-Y, gay. You're a gaydo even, Cherry. LGBT, if you will. Homophobic. Only towards you, Cherry. It's okay. Everyone say I love you, Cherry, because Cherry is working really, really hard on the channel. For those that don't know, as a matter of fact, if you want to see how hard Cherry's been working, before we get into the segment, I can show you. Wow! So, about, how long have we been doing triple uploads for, Cherry? We started doing 3 uploads a day. Not too long ago. Maybe a week ago at the most. 8 days. Okay, so for the last 8 days, we have been doing 3 uploads a day on the channel, which, of course, as you all know, YouTube literally only cares about quantity and engagement. If your videos get clicked on and watched and engaged with by your audience, and you upload frequently so that in total per day you're getting as much engagement as possible on your channel, YouTube likes it and promotes your channel more, which lets you more organically get, like, a lot of engagement. But here's the thing, though. Remember, it takes a bit for anything that you do on YouTube to immediately take... It doesn't immediately take effect. You have to do it for a few days, weeks sometimes, or even a month before you really see something that you try start to have an effect, because the algorithm can work very slowly. But let me show you what the channel's been doing the last 8 days since we started triple uploading each day. That's the gained subs per day. And remember, because my count is above 10,000, it shows, it only knows every third decimal, or every third place, or every first place past the decimal, sorry. So it just shows plus 100 each day that it went from, say, like 90.1 to 90.2, but it doesn't know any of the numbers in between, right? So it just shows as solid flat plus 100, plus 100, plus 100, plus 200, plus 100. So you could, what probably happened here, right, is like 150 gained today, and then this flipped over to 100, to the next 100, and then to the next one, and then this flipped over to the next one. So that's why it does that. It can be confusing for people why they're all flat numbers, but that is why, because ever since YouTube started abbreviating sub count, off-platform trackers can't see what your exact sub count is. But right now, my exact sub count is... Wow, that's funny, actually. It's an almost flat number. 90,650 subscribers exactly. Xanderhall, I asked earlier, but can you do a progressive victory plug before you start segments? We got a lot of viewers. Yes, of course. Hey, guys, do you hate that the Republicans want to take your rights? They want to take your contraceptive rights, your rights to get married or have a relationship, to exist as you are, to get medical treatment that could save your life. They also want to take away your right to get contraceptive access. And the Republicans have been being very open about this, and some of them more covert for a while now, which is quite worrying. And that is why I'm working with Progressive Victory, which is a group that is working with the Democratic Party to try and oust Republican candidates that are actively, like, campaigning on anti-contraceptive policies. So they're primarily focusing on states with active elections right now where the Republican has stated in some way, shape, or form they are anti-contraception rights and would attempt to take them away from the citizens of the state that they would become, you know, in control of. So, yeah, if you are anywhere near as dedicated as Republicans are to take your rights to defend them, consider checking out Progressive Victory. You can do !PV in my website chat to get a link. You've gained a 10k subs since I've subbed. Well, the sub count should grow even faster by the day. Oh, yeah. The larger my channel gets. Like, the larger my channel gets, the more substantial my daily sub growth should be. Because, like, back when I had, say, less than 50,000 subs, on a good day I'd gain, like, 50 per day. Now I gain, like, 100 plus per day. So, as the channel gets bigger, the amount I gain per day will proportionally grow as well. Very fun. You guys want to hear more back cracks? Here, let me pause the music and just really elevate the audio for you here. All right, let me get a nice. Okay, not much on that side. Let's do the other side. Oh yeah. I can take a deep breath without any back pain whenever I do that. Oh, jaw crack? Let's see if I've got one in me. Nothing in me right now, sadly. Can you do your shoulder blades? I love to do that. I wish I could. I can do, like, my shoulder. Not on that side, apparently. What about this side? I always crack everything before stream, so you got me in bad timing. Everything's on cooldown. There's one. Yeah, that's my shoulder right up there is where that crack comes from. Do you have TMJ? Yes. Another good one is my wrist. If I pull my wrist out and then I just go, yeah. Crack, it goes all the way down to here is where it pops. I can do it on this side. Oh, yeah. Who else can do that? I've also got this. If I push my wrist back all the way, I can do this. Pretty quiet one, but pretty satisfying. Can't really do it much on that side. And then all the fingers will just go like firecrackers if I get them off cooldown. Crack your elbows at will. I can crack all sorts of things. Obviously, my neck is pretty cracky as well. Does it hurt sometimes? Not really. It's like a hurt so good type thing, worst case scenario. Usually it's just instantly going from feeling tight and tense to instant release with the cracks. The worst case scenario is like you're so tense and so achy that the cracks, like, you kind of have to fight through some achiness and tenseness to get the bones to crack, or like the like vertebrae to make that noise. But once it does, you immediately feel good and you're like breathing deeply because it's like, oh, it's over, and everything gets loose and feels good after you pop your back. Didn't have any back pain until you grew boobs? Yeah, that tends to be how it goes. Many such cases. Many such cases, my friends. All right, everybody. May Dastardly, thank you so much for the $20 donation. Gosh, you guys are being so kind today. Before I can even get into segments, said money. We need more money. I love Arthur Morgan. What a good character he was. Anyway, thank you, May Dastardly. I appreciate it. That is very kind and generous donation. Money. All right, everyone. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Okay, everybody. This particular drama, if you want to call it that, is bizarre, to say the least. So, as many of you guys know, and I actually earlier in the stream made a joke about this tendency I'm about to talk about. As many of you guys know, there's a tendency for right-wing, conservative, grift bro YouTubers that do gaming content to complain about how, like, oh, in this game remake, the woman's ass is slightly smaller than in this original version of the game, or they put her in a less revealing outfit, or they did censorship by making it so this character wears a new costume that's less revealing, you know, like that kind of thing. Like, they endlessly complain about any time where, like, a character who's a woman that shows a lot of skin shows less skin in some new project that gets created. They call it, like, the woke, you know, sort of influence on games and media. Well, this one is quite interesting because it kind of ties in with another conservative tendency, which is to claim that modern day gaming and, like, modern day woke game developers are so afraid of having attractive women in their games that they're, like, trying to boyify them. That's not, I'm not even joking, by the way. That's not, like, me exaggerating or making a joke out of what they claim. That is what they say they believe. They think that modern game devs are trying to masculinize female characters and make them less pretty in order to make gamers gay is unironically a take I've heard many times from large figures with big platforms and lots of influence too. But the funniest thing is that it usually comes from a place of complete ignorance of, like, the process of developing these games, or, like, the actual games themselves. Most of these content creators haven't even played said game or don't even know anything about it, but are just talking about it and making videos about it for the sake of, you know, farming engagement. And the funny thing is here that now the Quartering is doing just that. So the Quartering's made a video with just the most embarrassing thumbnail. Spider-Man 2 and Starfield get backlash that reveals insane hypocrisy. Hashtag Buttgate. You know I have to show the clip where he pisses in his basement at the end of the segment, right? Like, at the end, I'm going to show the clip of him pissing in his basement. Every time we cover him, we have to show that clip without fail. I'm glad you guys know that. Anyway, apparently this video he's made that we're about to cover is on a tweet that went viral and got a community notes add-on, like one of those little note features they've got on Twitter where like someone can add context to a post to like fact check it or, you know, add more to the story. But this guy named Xbox Battlegrounds, probably some like sub fridge temp IQ console war account, posted, "You be the judge, hashtag Spider-Man 2, hashtag Starfield." And you've got an image of, I guess that's Mary Jane from Spider-Man 2, the game, and it's her ass. And then you've got an image of a character from Starfield, and it's her ass. And, you know, the girl, like Mary Jane's wearing, like, mom jeans, you know, looks good, you know, looking good. She's looking good. But this character's wearing a space-age skin tight, like, pants. But even then, like, you know, the contest is... There's no contest here, all right? We know who's winning the butt contest, obviously. Regardless, though, we get this little community notes feature that gets added here for a bit of context. The poster has digitally altered the photo on the right. They are using the voluptuous Bodies for Beauties Starfield mod. How fucking fast did these Coomer degenerate Bethesda game players manage to make porn mods? That is actually crazy how fast they were. How much do you think they were able to port over from Fallout and Skyrim, though, to be fair? Like, they're the same game. The voluptuous Bodies for Beauties Starfield mod to enhance the curves of female NPCs. So, this guy just straight up used a mod to alter the body of this character, and then compared it to a default character from, like, Spider-Man's PlayStation game. And the right got really mad about the community post and defended the guy who posted it, despite the fact that it was, you know, not accurate. Like, he's lying. He's just deliberately lying, and you can tell, because, like, that I'm pretty sure the asses aren't that big in the game. So, the Quartering has put out a video to defend the guy, and in the title, he claims Spider-Man 2 and Starfield caused Meltdown after juicy upgrade. Does he think it was like a update, or is he aware that it's a mod? I don't know. Let's see. He starts every video with some cringe, like, meme edit from a movie or a TV show, so get ready to cringe. I'll probably... Nah, we're gonna skip this. Oh, yeah, it's like a whole 30 seconds long. We're skipping it. I'm not letting him trick us into thinking that his content is entertaining by showing a meme video at the start and then it, like, going into his boring rant.
One of the core tenets of my content has always been the video game industry and a lot of the woke nonsense that goes on there.
Jesus Christ. You know, it's funny because whenever you're outside of the politics sphere, it's gotten to the point where the way these people talk is ironic and a joke to your average, like, person, like your average normie or, like, normal person. Like, I go into my friends' Discord servers where they aren't into politics, and they make jokes about how people like this talk, and they say, like, oh, woke Mario, pronouns, ironically, because they think it's so ridiculous to be nonstop triggered over this shit. And I get so used to saying that stuff and joking about that stuff, ironically, with my friends on Discord, that I get into a call, or not into a call, I get on stream, sorry, and I react to one of these videos, and they talk like that completely unironically, and it just blindsides me, and I remember, oh fuck, this hasn't fully died off to the extent that this is like an ancient era of the internet that's like as ironic as calling somebody an SJW unironically. Like, imagine someone calling another person an SJW unironically nowadays. They'd look like an idiot. That word has long since lost its value and meaning long ago. Woke is the new term for SJW. And it's going the way of the term SJW as we speak. So it's just kind of interesting to watch them still kind of like try to keep that culture going. Also, the Quartering's viewer count is really dropping. for those of you guys who want some good news. This video actually only has 29,000 views in 4 hours, which is pretty low for his 1.5 million sub count. Most of the uploads he's doing, like, some of them get to 100,000 views, some of them, but rarely. And you got to remember, this guy was regularly, without fail, pulling 500k minimum views on every video. He's drank his short-term memory away, and he thinks he's back in 2015. That is an interesting theory. He is an alcoholic. Most of these content creators tend to be, like, just bumbling alcoholics. It's really sad. I enjoy a little bit of weed on stream because it makes things giggly and fun, but these guys get straight up hammered on every stream. In every video, they are drunk. Like, he is drunk in this video, I guarantee it. Listen for the telltale signs, though I did speed up the video here, so it'll be a bit harder to tell. Listen for the telltale signs of a drunk person talking, and you will hear it. These guys exist in a non-stop drunken stupor.
This year, there's actually a lot of people, or a lot of the big video game titles, have relatively avoided controversy. Games like Starfield did have their pronoun nonsense. Spider-Man 2...
Dude, I didn't even know this until recently, but the hilarious thing as well with the Starfield pronouns thing is that when you select your character, when you make your character in Starfield, like you select your sex, right? Like male or female. If you select male and you do like the finalizing your character thing, your pronouns, which are like a little option you get on the bottom, are automatically selected to he, him. And if you do female, they're automatically selected to she, her. You have to actively go out of your way and select the pronouns option and change it from something from the cis option that was designated to you when you picked male or female to something else. Like, even if it wasn't that, it would still not be a big deal. But the fact that it really was that non-invasive of a system, that you really had to go looking for it to be mad about it, just adds so much to the absurdity of the drama that these people perpetuated. By the way, the people who defend and watch this type of content defend the Starfield pronouns rant. You guys know that, right? Like, there are still a sizable amount of people who watch this content, and here... And they defend this because they see it as... They see this as him standing up for his beliefs.
Out in front of me, I love nothing more than to be dragged out at every fucking conceivable opportunity so you can fucking current day us. Sorry, did you want to get immersed in our world? Yeah, well, guess what? Fucking pronouns! Fucking gender ambiguity! Fucking current day Californian shit! Because that's all we fucking know! Because we're boring! We're so fucking boring!
He's drunk here too, yeah, but the people who watch that content and enjoy it, they defend that. They don't see that as cringe or an indication they're on the wrong side of things because, holy fuck, look how mad he is about, like, the tiniest thing in a video game. Not only do they defend that, but they still maintain they're on the winning side of things culturally, and that the only reason games are woke now is because, quote, a loud minority has tricked multi-billion-dollar companies into thinking they're the paying audience, and so they're pandering to that audience, but then also these games are still, like, massive bestsellers. The Last of Us 2 is the best example. That game literally was the biggest, like, the most selling PlayStation game of all time on its release day, by the end of the 24-hour period from its release.
Did have its woke ideology stuff, but this is a different kind of controversy going on. I'll probably try.
Yeah, you really have to go out of your way. Oh, on top of that, there was another... When he says woke ideology stuff in Starfield, he's referring to another thing they got mad about too, which is even more ridiculous. There's a character that you apparently meet in Starfield who's a clone. Like, she's a woman, and you meet her, and she lets you know that she's a clone of a man. not trans or anything like that, just that her DNA was, like, originally from a guy. Now, if you know anything about cloning, you know that, like, you could theoretically make a, like, opposite sex clone of someone. Like, that is a thing. But a lot of these guys don't recognize that. They don't know that. They just immediately see a woman who vaguely hints at the idea of once being a man in their interpretation and immediately lose their mind. And so they deemed that character trans. An interesting thing the right has started to do with a lot of, yeah, a bit like Bad Batch, yeah. Anyway, something the right has started to do a lot lately is when they can't find instances of wokeness or trans people or representation in media, they create it. They make it up. If they need something to be woke, they make it up. They heard that there was a trans character in The Last of Us 2, and they saw a muscular woman, and so to them, Abby became trans. And to this day, right-wingers who have not played that game and shit on it claim Abby is trans. They claim they played the game, and yet they still say that. You know, like, okay, if you say you played the game, I totally believe you. And it's countless examples of things like that, of right-wingers saying, oh yeah, I totally consumed insert piece of media. It was awful and woke, and the wokeness ruined it, but it was also poor quality in other aspects too. They won't list any of those other aspects, though. They're all very very vague platitudes. Stuff like, it's uninspired, it's a cash grab, stuff like that. Nothing you can really, like, hang on to, nothing tangible.
I out both of these games at some point in my life, he said, as his backlog got larger and larger. But for right now, I want to introduce you to perhaps the most important conversation going on the internet right now, and that is Spider-Man 2 Starfield Buttgate. That's right, Buttgate. There is a post going around the internet with 5.7 million views, a couple thousand likes.
All right, once again, obviously the Quartering's like an Elon Musk simp, so he actually believes the view count on tweets on Twitter. He actually believes the view count is real. Or at least he claims and talks like the view count is real. For those that don't know, it's been, like, literally confirmed, proven definitively that the view count on a tweet is not real. It's literally how many times the tweet scrolled down someone's page. That means the same person. The same person refreshing their timeline and scrolling down the same tweet again counts as a view. Doesn't matter if they stop on it, if they scrolled through at 1,000,000 miles a second, even if, like, audio didn't play on the video attached to it, it counts as a view. And on top of that, it's also inflated. Not gonna lie, though, if my job was to rant about woke culture, I'd probably be an alcoholic, too. Yeah, it is a pretty sad, miserable life. Not to mention, isn't the Quartering's wife, like, guaranteed cheating on him, too? Obviously, I wanted to play this clip earlier, but I'll play the beginning of it because it's more relevant. But there were two things I wanted to play. So the first bit of evidence I want to show you is the Quartering's Cuck fantasy about Gina Carano, okay? So it is very clear, like, already, from the get-go, he has the Cuck fetish. This is him, I think, reviewing an interview he did with Gina Carano, too. So it's, like, really weird that he says this while reviewing his real-life interview he did with her, but let's watch.
I could do an excellent on-screen romance where, like, I'm the best friend. I'm like her best friend, but I pine after her. And then she just keeps banging all these other dudes. And then I'm, like, all sad. And then she, like, realizes that I was me all along. And that she comes to, you know, and then she comes to realize it. And then we live happily ever after. Like, I think we could do that. I mean, that's what I think. I just mean, like, I think it's there. She could just keep hooking up with fit dudes, MMA dudes, and then, like, they don't make her laugh, you know? They don't get her. And then there's me. I'm just like, oh, hey, Gina. Oh, you look tired. Did you bang another dude tonight? Oh, sweet. And then, like, my heart's breaking, you know?
That's That just exists. That just
Gina
exists.
And I could do
Oh, sorry, it just replayed for no reason. That just exists, and the sad part is most of his fans don't even know it exists. Like, most of his fans don't know that clip exists and haven't seen that. And if they did, they wouldn't be his fans anymore. Like, so much of this is all about just exposing people who have been, like, brainwashed by this content and don't know any better to the shit these content creators don't want them to see. Like, at that point, it's like, oh. You know, that was some big, in large part, how I got out of the conservative rat nest of content, was finding out shit about these content creators that they wouldn't want me to see. Makes them look bad. And then, of course, there's the... We'll watch the rest of this clip at the end of the segment, but I just want to show you the beginning of it. Because it's relevant to my point that the quartering is an unironic cuck.
You never know. You never know. Maybe I'm going to pee in my trash can down here. I don't know. My wife went out for pizza without me, and I'm angry about it. So I'm going to win this round. And
Pizza. He's very drunk there, too. You can tell how drunk and sad he is. Like, pissing in his basement, talking about how his wife is going out to get pizza without him. Like, the fuck? Anyway, let's continue.
that is, of course, triggering all of the right people. You have a situation here where we have, you must be the judge.
Yeah, she's getting that meat lover's pizza. Yeah, you're right, Pillow. She's getting a meat lover's pizza.
Xbox Battlegrounds, you see to me, it's the Starfield. Starfield wins this. I'm talking about the video game, guys. I'm not objectifying anybody. You know, I'm not objectifying.
The funny thing is I just outright said Starfield girl wins the ass contest here at the beginning of the segment, and he's doing like some weird like, huh, I'm totally not creepy and sexist thing. It's unironically creepier to make a comment like that, all like, haha, unless, but not really, haha, unless, than to just outright state it, dude. Like, it's funnier if you just say, holy shit, that's a nice ass, than if you just go, you know, I'm not talking about her ass, guys, but, you know, the Starfield definitely wins. I'm talking about the game, not her body. I'm not objectifying her. Like, which one is more creepy?
Anybody. So for me, obviously, I think I'm a bigger fan of the Starfield game. I'm a lesser, like the Spider-Man 2 game. It feels a little flatter. The game feels a little flatter. But anyway, of course, this is objectifying women. Now, fake digital.
Well, I honestly, at this point, don't think anybody makes the argument that it's objectifying women. Not to mention, this is a mod, by the way. But I don't think anybody's making the argument anymore that this is objectifying women or that, like, gamers want to objectify women. It's just a blatant, like, fact. Like, it's just a statement that is made by people on the left that, like, horny gamer bros, like, just want women to be eye candy. It's not really an argument. We're not, like, it's not up for debate. Like, it's, yeah, that's not, like, a thing we're trying to argue. It is a descriptive statement we're making. However, the argument we do make is that people like this guy's obsession with the sexualization of female characters being as, you know, prevalent as possible, we make the argument that it's creepy, and it indicates that he's a weirdo who is probably an incel that most women wouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole. And the woman who he did get lucky enough to actually touch him is probably actively out cheating on him as we speak. We can only hope.
Pixelated women, but all of the right people are mad about it. I'm going to, before I show their rage, okay, super quick word from this video sponsor. Huge.
God, these people are just shameless grifters, dude. Look how much of the video is sponsorship. Look how much of the video is sponsorship. It's like he just wanted to make a video to get a sponsorship out. Like, what is he even going to be able to say about this that takes up the time length of this video?
Make sure you go ahead and check them out. Now, the video game industry has long whined and complained about quote-unquote men objectifying women.
What does this even mean? I like how these people are so vague in the phrasing they use. What does he mean by that? Does he mean game journalists? Does he mean developers? Does he mean, like, the executives at the top of video game publishers? What does he mean by that? What he probably means is this, like, amorphous amalgamation of all these things. But I've noticed lately, more than game journalists or even the executives at the top of the publishers, these types of gamer news, like, coverage type guys, from Asmongold to the Quartering, have started blaming devs more than ever. In, like, a really weird way. Like, oh, this game was bad, all the devs should be fired, it's the devs' fault. Or, oh, this game has some cringy woke shit in it, all those devs are woke and awful and they need to be fired, and this is why they should be paid less. Have you not noticed this, like, argument becoming more prevalent? The idea that, like, any issue you have it with a game is the fault of the devs? With this blatant showing of a lack of knowledge that the devs are literally just the people who get told what to do and do the work. Like, they're allowed to have ideas, sure, but there's big money people at the top that make the decisions. Xanderhall, they are putting the concept the big game companies are infiltrated by woke people. Yeah, that's basically the argument they're trying to make, yeah.
Now, we know that this is generally a issue that ugly women, smelly women have.
So this is also one of their arguments, that, like, the women who argue that they don't like women being objectified in games is, like, bad. I'm not going to say anything other than, let me show you one of the more prevalent women in the games industry as a developer, and as, like, she is a known feminist who has spoken out against this shit. And you can just give me, you guys can just make your own opinion on whether or not you think the Quartering's evaluation of his detractors applies.
Dear God.
This is Alana Pierce, one of the, like, most prominent women in the gaming industry. She worked on God of War, both games, Ragnarok and the 2018 one, I believe, and is also, like, a game journalist and, like, blogger, vlogger. I forget which term's correct, and is also pretty left-leaning and publicly open about it.
Gosh, I look tired. I effectively have insomnia at the moment for the first time in my life. It's very weird for me. If you didn't...
Here's an example of the evil woke devs that the Quartering's complaining about. Very, you know, very stereotypically applies to the example the Quartering used. No, but in all seriousness, the Quartering being the guy to levy an allegation that the people that disagree with him are ugly is absolutely hilarious. The Quartering is objectively in the very low tiers of what you would rate guys in their attractiveness. He literally has a neck beard, is overweight, has a horrible personality, smells bad, no doubt, from drinking, because if you drink a lot, there's no way you smell good. You just can't. Like, plays video games all day and, like, makes videos in his basement about how women are awful and ugly and disgusting, surrounded by toys in his basement as, like, a, 30, 40-year-old man? Late 30s, early 40s man? He's got gray in his beard. Like, I'm sorry, but it's just a little funny, right? Like, is it not a little funny that he just said that when he is him?
You don't see a lot of good-looking women whining about guys saying they're good-looking. It's usually, like, sweaty, overweight women with brightly colored hair and leftist politics living in their parents' basement in their 40s, They're the ones.
You're literally in a basement in your 40s surrounded by toys while your wife is out getting pizza without you, dude. Okay, so this guy is just hardcore projecting, right? Like, we're literally going to watch a video in a minute of him pissing in his basement. I think that stands for itself.
Ones that seem to have a big problem with objectifying women. There's nothing wrong with being, picking Starfield as a game over Spider-Man 2 as a game. Okay? But you see a lot of people, this is so pathetic. This is pathetic on so many levels. Blah, 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 blah. Although,
this is literally like, do you guys remember when we watched the Destiny no bullshit debate recently? And he started doing, like, no bullshit started doing exactly that when Destiny would talk. You have to remember, no bullshit literally came in and started, or sorry, the quartering came in and started growing right as no bullshit started dying and took his place. The quartering got kicked out of the Magic the Gathering community because of big sexual harassment allegations he got. Basically, he was sexually harassing cosplayers and women at Magic the Gathering events and was banned from all Magic the Gathering Wizards of the Coast events for life. And there was like a big drama about how he had done sexual harassment. But in that time, being a victim of Me Too was a very marketable thing. So he blew up on the back of his sexual harassment allegations. He got famous off of being banned for life from all Wizards of the Coast events for sexually harassing women cosplayers. He was creeping on them and got banned by the company that makes D&D, Magic the Gathering, I think. I think they also do Warhammer, maybe. I may be wrong on that. I don't know, though. They do a lot of the tabletop, like, nerd shit that you know is them. And he's banned from all that shit because he was sexually harassing women. And that's what he got famous off of, being a victim of Me Too. Not Warhammer? Okay, my bad. Warhammer's something else then. That's Games Workshop. Thank you. I always mix up Wizards of the Coast and Games Workshop. I'm not really in that world. Like, I'm very much like, I have like 1 foot in that world, you know? Like, I'm very much like just getting into it.
Cyberpunk 2077 as a game also looks like it could be pretty good too. It could be. It could be. Spider-Man 2 possibly. I don't know. There's a lot of, you see this. This is.
Hold on. Wait, can I? Oh, this is even better. Hold on. The quartering search history. Oh. This is so good. This is from back in 2021. On his stream today, the quartering search history brought up Reddit forced cream pie. You can see he's drunk as fuck in this screenshot, too. Dude, he's just a gooner. Like, the people who complain about this shit are just gooners. Like, if this unironically upsets you, Forrest, yeah, you can guess what he's into. Yeah, listen, guys, we all know what is true of all conservatives. Yes, he is into rapey shit. He's into rape porn. Yeah, his politics is he's a fucking degenerate gooner, yes.
Insane. No way console wars have stooped this low. Keep it up, y'all. I love the entertainment. Getting all these, I don't get my meat beating material from video games, but okay.
We're just not going to hear a single argument from him, right? It's just going to be like him reading comments with thousands of likes, making fun of him in like a joke voice. Is that's his argument? Just read comments with thousands of likes that disagree with you in a joke voice, and that's it?
All these loser men filling this thread with weirdo white knighting for women that they don't even know. And by the way,
well, they're women that aren't real, right? And why does it have to be white knighting? There used to be a time where the term white knighting had value when like a dude, like for example, Let me think of a time like white knighting has had, like, would be a valid example, like a real example I've seen. Oh yeah, here we go. Here's a good example. DJ Mule. DJ Mule was white knighting Bad Bunny. That is a good example of like using the term white knighting. That's absolutely a apt example. White knighting just isn't when you have an opinion that is vaguely feminist. That's not what white knighting is. That's what conservatives call, well, try to use as an insult to anybody that disagrees with them. Remember, like 80% of conservative politics is just insulting anyone who dares disagree with them, while also saying the left hates and disparages anyone that disagrees with them.
Any normal woman that you know, politely would say, you know, hey, I think you're pretty, you're beautiful. You know, they like that. Non-toxic women like compliments. And by the way, ladies, don't be afraid to tell men. You know, a lot of
do we really, is this what we're coming back to? Because as far as, so is this like his way of saying, of like insulting the women that accused him? The quartering inciting harassment against female cosplayer on YouTube, the quartering / Jeremy Dale Hambley. Jeremy Hambley, aka the quartering, harasses woman female cosplayer Christine Sprinkle on YouTube and incites his online audience to do the same. Timestamp 1207. I mean, obviously, but I'm talking about his getting banned from, yeah, here it is. Back in 2017, Magic the Gathering cosplayer quits over harassment, forcing Wizards to speak up. Wizards of the Coast, the company behind popular trading card game Magic the Gathering, is speaking up about harassment and cyberbullying after a popular cosplayer publicly left the community following months of alleged abuse from a YouTube user and his subscribers. On November 24th, cosplayer Christine Sprinkle tweeted that she was unloading her Magic the Gathering costumes and cosplay gear in the wake of months of harassment. Sprinkle, who has been contracted by Wizards of the Coast in the past and is considered one of the most popular cosplayers in the Magic scene, spoke about harassment she suffered after Jeremy Hambley, a controversial YouTuber who is seen as a toxic member of the community by other YouTubers and personalities, posted a degrading video about her and other cosplayers. Quote, "It has been a rough year," Sprinkle said on her Twitter account, which she has since made private, "and I have blocked and not said anything about him because I want it to die, but without a doubt, MTG headquarters / unsleeved media / the quartering has made my life hell. He's got tons of channels. He's been like, he does content farms on. He's got like a handful of YouTube channels. Has made my life hell this whole year with his unnecessary videos, tweets about me and other members of Magic. Hambley operates 2 popular Magic-oriented YouTube accounts, Unsleeved Media with 153,000 subscribers, The Quartering with close to 24,000 subs at the writing of this video. Back in 2017, he only had 24,000 subs. One of the videos Hambley posted about Sprinkle has since been taken down by YouTube for violating the company's policy on harassment and bullying. Tweets from Hambley referred to the now removed video as playset of beta white knights protecting Sprinkle from literal email assault, and playset of beta white knights prevent rape of MTG cosplayer Sprinkle. So as we can see, he's got a history of using the term white knight in context of this type of thing. Upon request from a copy of a video that was removed by YouTube, Hambley told Polygon that he didn't have a version saved that he could send to us, as it was a live stream and I don't have a local copy, Hambley said. He has appealed the strike and expects to win. Sprinkle told Polygon via Facebook Messenger that things have gotten much worse since the harassment began months ago. Anyway, yeah. So basically he ended up, that's not even like that's the end of the story. That's not even the beginning. Like, that's not even why he was banned. Here it is. Jeremy Hambley's Magic the Gathering harassment ban, also known as Magic Gate, refers to a controversy surrounding the banning of YouTuber Jeremy Hambley from attending Magic the Gathering events due to complaints alleging the harassed cosplayer Christine Sprinkle. On June 5th, 2017, Hambley uploaded a video titled Playset of Beta White Knights Prevent Rape of MTG Cosplayer at CS Sprinkle Run, so he added her too. on the Unsleeved After Dark channel. While the video has since been removed by YouTube, an archived version is available at the Internet Archive. In the video, Hambly posted a video criticizing cosplayer Christine Sprinkle for complaining about harassment she had received on social media, claiming she was attempting to drive Patreon donations by pretending to be a victim. That's literally what he does. In mid-November 2017, Sprinkle announced she was quitting Magic the Gathering following the harassment she had received due to Hambly's videos. So, yeah, this is literally just him trying to insult the woman that he had made a video about. What? Imagine making a title like that. Jesus Christ.
A lot of men don't get a lot of
he got banned for sexual harassment.
Compliments. And, you know, it's hard out there for men sometimes. But before we get to all the butthurt, you know, this is not, you know, this is something that, you know, all these, every Kotaku, Polygon, all these, you know, Anita Sarkeesian grifted millions of dollars on this, right?
Jesus Christ. So for those that don't know what actually happened with Anita Sarkeesian is she asked for like $4,000 to make an internet show, and then her fans donated more than that. And so she took longer on the series to actually reinvest the extra donations her fans sent her past her set dono limit, or her dono, like, asking goal. And so she took longer on the series, and the right claimed that that was her, like, scamming her fans, but it wasn't her fans who were mad. It was just them claiming to speak for her fans. And also, it wasn't millions. It was 80,000, I think, was how much she raised. And she made that series. Oh, she got 400,000? Okay. That's quite a bit of money, but it's not millions. Jesus Christ. Like, she's certainly influential, and I don't agree with everything she says, but it's just certainly deranged. And him calling someone a grifter is quite funny.
Anita Sarkeesian grifted millions of dollars by talking about women are being objectified, right? It's only objectification, though, when men do it. It's cool and based when women do it. Here's a perfect example. The literal League of... Now, by the way, I don't care. I think you're allowed to say a fictitious character.
So this is an instance where one of these people is actually capable of forming a coherent thought. Yes, we actually do have some substantial double standards in our society that are kind of weird. But at the same time, let's not pretend like someone posting the opposite version of this tweet wouldn't be weird. Or wouldn't be like, wouldn't be not weird. What's the... I'm sorry, I'm trying to find the right way to phrase it. It's hard to find words sometimes. If someone posted a version of this where it's a meme of them reaching through the screen to touch, I don't know, Riven's boobs or Riven's thighs. Yeah. Or abs, yes. The abs would be good too. Riven also has abs, funnily enough. That it would actually work here as well. Hey, don't weird champ me, motherfucker. Don't weird champ me, okay? Literally all League characters, except for the underage ones, are made to be eye candy, okay? Don't weird champ me. You hold on. Okay, listen, alright? You want to see some acceptable gooning around games, all right? What's that one? Listen, guys, I know we hate League. Everybody hates League, but the only good thing about League is not League, which is its cinematics, okay? You tell me. Wait, hold on. This is her. Yeah, Draven's like, holy shit. Yeah, Draven's also a man of culture. Fuck, dude. Anyway. That's a game cinematic. They were doing that on purpose. Anyway, with that in mind, though, If someone uploaded a meme of this version, but it's them, like, reaching into the screen to touch Riven's thighs, people would like the meme. People would laugh. There'd be, like, one or two snowflake woke scold types complaining about how it's sexist or objectifying. Like, that's always going to be a thing. You can't, like, you literally cannot blame, like, an entire political group for the fact that in existence there will always be insane people in that group. The problem is with the right, it's everybody, and their entire worldview is fundamentally fucked. But in the case of the left, they see, like, one tweeter say something insane. They're like, this is what the left is like. And it's like, okay, but if we do that with the right and we show a video of a Nazi or a conservative going mask off with Nazi shit and say, damn, they're all like this, you'll get mad and say you can't generalize that way. Because, of course, they don't actually care about having an honest dialogue. They just want to make epic owns against the left. But, barring that, though he is dishonestly making this point, it is a valid argument. We do have certain double standards when it comes to the objectification of men compared to the objectification of women. Notably, it's mostly socialization, okay? When women get objectified, regardless of what the quartering tells you, at least in real life and even online, it's usually pretty discomforting for a variety of reasons. Having a stranger comment on your appearance out of nowhere is very off-putting when you're a woman and it's a guy. If a girl does it, it's actually, like, endearing. Like, I've literally seen, whenever I was dating Lonnie, she would, like, stop all the time to compliment random women in public on their clothing. And it was like, I would never do this. But when women do it, it's completely normal, because it's not threatening, it's not weird, it's not imposing in any way. It's a socially normalized interaction. But a random guy walking up to a woman he's never met that and the guy she doesn't know, commenting on her appearance, is really weird and not socialized, and no one's socialized to view that as normal. Now, if you're in a situation where it's reasonable to give a compliment, like you work, like, a service job behind the desk, and, like, someone comes in and says, oh, you look nice today, and it's, like, not a weird compliment, but, something nice, just a basic statement, something that compliments you but tastefully, then that's fine. That's normalized. But a random stranger going about their business, no. No. And unfortunately, online it's the same case. A lot of the time, you'll see, like, go to any woman's social media posts who regularly posts any form of selfies. You will likely find on each post at least a dozen accounts that are just random dudes she knows commenting, like, something indicating she's attractive, like commenting, like, heart emojis, fire emojis, heart smiley face emojis, or something like that. That's extremely common, and most of the time it's harmless, right? It's nothing weird. But a lot of women have experienced online stalking from guys like that. Like, it starts out as a couple of nice comments on a post that are like, oh, it's a nice little confidence boost, to, oh, now they're in my DMs, like, demanding that I send nudes, or I'm a bitch, like, that kind of thing. And so, for guys, it's the polar opposite. It's literally the polar opposite for most guys. Most guys who've ever received a compliment in their life from a woman that was from a stranger who is not part of their family, who is not, like, in any way socially obliged to compliment you, like, anytime a woman who is a stranger compliments you as a guy, that is a permanently saved memory that will never fucking go away. It never goes away. Yep, stored in your brain forever. One of my most stored and maintained memories is the time that I was getting my teeth cleaned by the hygienist at the orthodontist, and she was looking down at my eyes, and she said I had pretty eyes. I was, like, 16, and she was, like, a 20-something-year-old, like, college graduate, like dental hygienist, and she was very pretty. And that memory, holy shit, that's never going anywhere. That's going to that will be in my brain when I die. Like, when I'm laying in my deathbed, that's going to be one of those memories that, like, helps me with the passing. She was 10 years older than you. Sounds like your type. More like 6 or 7. But yeah. Anyway, that, like, there's a couple other instances that's happened to me, like once or twice that's happened to me besides that. And every one of those memories is like a solid core memory in my mind. And the same thing is when, like, that statement is so commonly shared among dudes. Like, you will not find a guy who disagrees with the statement that they remember every unsolicited compliment a woman gave them on their appearance. You won't find a single guy, like cis guy, who is straight that doesn't have that experience, right? And so with that in mind, there's a very, like, stark socialization difference between men and women in this respect. For women, unsolicited compliments can be a sign of danger, a sign of a threat. But for men, unsolicited comments are like a holy grail, a mythical event that, like, you hear about, but maybe it'll happen to you one day, and now it has, and holy shit, you'll remember this forever. A random woman complimented your appearance. And there is a double standard there, but it's a double standard informed by people's socialization, and it's not because we have some, like, woke societal, like, like, rules or whatever. It's that people, like, women just aren't comfortable with it. Guys typically are. Like, guys are typically not made uncomfortable by memes like this, which is why it's socially acceptable for League of Legends to post this meme. But if it was a guy reaching into the screen to grab, like, Riven's thighs, it probably wouldn't be socially acceptable to post this, because League doesn't want to obviously be endorsing the sexualization of female characters, because the sexualization of women in real life oftentimes leads to some pretty serious problems, such as what the quartering has literally been banned from Magic the Gathering events for doing.
Is hot. Or even a real person's hot. Just don't be gross, okay? Don't, like, invade, don't, like, creep on them. The official League of Legends account tweets
You learned
this
that
out.
the hard way?
Does anyone have the technology to make this possible? And this is their official account. By the way, this is a company, Riot Games, okay, who makes League of Legends, I believe, who had all sorts of scandals about, how do I say, frat boy type behavior. Okay.
What? No? Are you confusing Riot with Blizzard? Like, I'm pretty sure Riot hasn't had any serious, like, scandals as of late. Is he confusing it with Blizzard? Because Riot, like, I don't think has any... They have had some serious scandals. I'm pretty sure they've had issues that any company would have, where there's been, like, employee misconduct that's had to be handled. But I don't think they had, like, Blizzard-tier sexual harassment issues. Not to mention, even if they had Blizzard-tier sexual harassment issues, or if we're even talking about Blizzard, where they had, like, the nightmare scenario that was going on, the right likes to use this as some kind of gotcha against progressive anything being present in the games that are made by those studios. Like, because there was a scandal where devs were being sexually harassed by predators at Riot or at Blizzard, who were then fired, that thus means that the devs who were the victims' work is bad. They try to frame it as if the people who are the predators at the company are responsible for the woke stuff, or the victims of the predation at the company should be, like, hypocrites for having woke stuff, as they call it in the games. Like, what is this logic?
Okay. They tweet out on their official account objectifying a man's abs. Okay. Now, again, I don't think there's any problem with this tweet.
Again, I don't care. I totally do not care. Dude, oh my God. Okay, we're going to take a quick detour from this, because at some point we've got to react to this on stream. Is the Destiny and the quartering debate. After this debate, the quartering stopped doing debates. Like, just entirely. He stopped. They had a debate on, like, political violence. How much of this can I play without, like, massively inflating the length of this video to too much? I think it's worth seeing a bit of it, like how destroyed he gets. Oh, here's the peak of it.
Well, then why am I not banned?
I'm not sure. Well, I mean, I think Twitch does have a bias. Don't you agree?
Then why have I been banned before?
what were you banned for before? The F-bomb, I think?
Yeah, and then I got I mentioned something about Cuban people and political violence or whatever because for a conversation with my mom, and then I made a joke about a friend about bombing like his family when we were playing League of Legends, and I got banned for that.
Well, that's pretty spicy. The R or N bombs are basically auto bans these days, I think, on Twitch. The other issue, I don't know. I know that I don't follow your many bans. I mean, I'm glad you're still here. I'm glad you aren't banned, but hopefully you don't go in the streets and attack people. Just stick to making out with other dudes' girlfriends.
What? Okay.
I saw that clip going around. Why is this? What is happening?
I just like to live my life.
Yeah, I get it. You're a single guy, whatever. Yeah.
All right. How do you feel
All right,
about? Wait. What's the problem with agender robots in Apex Legends?
Agender robots.
Yeah. Why are you so mad about?
Well, this is a common. I mean, this is a common critique that I get, and I think it's fair. My problem is never in their existence. It's just in the way that it's marketed and used to buy woke points. That's really all I ever critique on. I've never once said they shouldn't exist. I only have a problem with how shit's marketed or pandered. And
how should it be marketed? I'm not gonna lie, I had no idea it was an agender robot until I watched your video.
He's completely full of shit here. Like, when was Starfield's pronoun system marketed to people as like an aspect of the game outside of right-wing commentators who found out about it somehow? Like,
yeah, and I mean, it doesn't matter to 99% of people that play the game.
Wait, then why does it matter enough for you to make like multiple videos on this stuff?
That's because what I do, man. What do you do? You create content too.
About issues that I think
commercial.
I create
cookies, man.
Because cookies are good, but this is just my live stream. I mean, I put out like fucking 50 hours a week of live stream shit. But in terms of stuff that I upload to my YouTube, like usually I do things that I think matter. Like that's what I would make videos about, or things that I think are important to talk about. So I mean, like if you're gonna shit out like a constant stream of videos decrying the LGBT whatever fucking people in society, I think it would be reasonable for me to assume that, oh well, this person thinks this is a big deal. Are you telling me now that none of the videos you put on your channel are things you care much about?
Well, I don't think you'll find a single video in 1,000 videos where I talk about having a problem with LGBT people. I never have. I've never said that. I never.
Now he calls all trans people and whatnot groomers now. He has radicalized a lot since this time. Back then he was doing much more mask on videos. Now he's far more mask off, which has played a large part in his downfall. But after this debate, he literally stopped doing debates and never did another one. He just does not talk with people about his positions that disagree with him anymore. He would get crushed. He would get utterly crushed and embarrassed. But of course, as I promised you all, as usual, here's the quartering pissing in his basement.
Nobody's been eliminated either. Get up!
He's drunk as shit. His wife is out getting pizza without him.
No!
If you listen, you can hear it. Yeah, his wife went out to get that meat lover's pizza. Have you shown the video of him literally admitting he just grifts to attract advertisers? Yeah, wait, can you show the video? He regularly admits it's a grift. Like, whenever he gets confronted on how triggered if you can just go at him about how triggered he is about this or that, he'll eventually get to, I don't care, I don't really care that much, I don't really care that much, and admit it's just for money. And then when you confront him on that and say, okay, so you just admitted you don't care and you just make this shit for money and you're a grifter, then he runs that back because he realizes he admitted he's a grifter and, you know, he doesn't want to be associated with that word because he uses it so much as an insult towards everybody because he projects. Someone linked that, though, where he admits to being a grifter. Well, here's him tweeting and admitting it. So this is after he's made like a couple hundred videos on the actress Brie Larson who plays Captain Marvel. Quote, Ree, stop posting Brie Larson. You're obsessed. Hey, I work for the entertainment of the viewer. Their feedback tells me what I should be covering. Guess what, whiners? I wasn't going to buy. Now you get another stupid Brie Larson video at 4 p.m. And, you know, to be fair, it was gaining him a lot of subs at the time. Not really working out for him now, though. Oh, here's a video. Well, this is a different Jeremy, actually. This is the other quartering.
Grifting ain't easy. Grifting ain't easy, but it's not. It's fun and it pays well. So, well, that's good.
That was probably clipped out of context, to be fair. Regardless, though, these guys are pathetic grifters, and it is funny they throw that around as an accusation. It's some pretty obvious projection, which is, you know, all the better for me to call out, right? Did you enjoy that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. I imagine you guys did, but I have to pee really bad and not in my basement. So I'm going to go pee where you're supposed to go pee, which is into a toilet. So I'll be right back, guys. And we'll move right on to the next segment after I read donos. It's going to be fun. I'm glad you guys liked the segment, though. Alright, everybody. If we're gonna have time for Final Fantasy XIV today on stream, I am gonna have to start hustling with these topics. I'm sorry, Killjoy40. You guys gotta be quick with supplying those links before I end the segment. It's too late now, though. I appreciate it, though. Bisudu, thank you for the tier 3 sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That is so, so kind of you. How much is that? I forget. I assume it's a 1-monther, but correct me if I'm wrong. That should be $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That really means a lot and goes a long way. It says, greasing the gears of capitalism with my oil money. Like and subscribe, you leeches. Hug. Thank you for oiling it up. I appreciate it. And Pepper T21 with an additional 5 tier 1 gifted subs. I hope they all appreciate those gifted subs. Thank you for the $25. Gifted to Cyclofish, Noonfish. That's funny that they both have fish in their name. Traumatized Sloth, Bazooka Horse, and Blizzard Fur. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it, Pepper T21. Goes a long way and means a lot. It says, fucking what? There's been opposite gender clones since Morrowind, where a horny wizard made 3 female clones of himself that were both his daughters and his wives. Interesting. Well, okay then. Cool. Yeah, I mean, people, they're just being snowflakes. They're literally, definitionally, snowflakes. Bisudu, thank you so much for the 9 tier 1 gifted subs. That really means a lot. That really does go a long way. Gosh. Holy crap. That is $45 dues right there. Thank you so, so much. Said, gifted to Garmosh JB Cubed, Based Zombie, Young Trey a 100, Crick Chirp, Carcosa, Johnny Wad, Nessingwary, and Infex. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Said, seal money? It's French this time? I can't read that letter. Oh, God. Did you give me French money, Bisudu? How dare you? I appreciate the donation. That's very kind of you. I just realized your name is French. Are you French? Bisudu, are you French? We? Oh my god, wait, hold on. I have to check. Bisudu, I'm checking your IP address. Don't worry, this won't hurt, and it'll only take a minute and no one will see. I have to know. If you're trolling. Are you really French? No shot. No shot do I have a real French person in my chat. Not living in France? I won't say where you are, but it's not France. Casually doxing? It's not doxing if I don't publish the info and I already have it. I'm just checking, dude. Just checking to make sure Bisudu's not French. Listen, if you're within 10 feet of me and that includes watching a stream, you're American. You're in America. If you're within 10 feet of me, or my stream when it's on, you're in America and thus American. And you better follow the rules of America. That means you better speak English. No speaking any other language within 10 feet of me. Within 10 feet of me, it's America. Anyway. Larry Banks 78, I appreciate the $5 donation. Thank you so much. So kind of you. Very base. Said, also remember, Jeremy shared a story where he ate a burrito and pooped in a Walmart, which to me is even more sad and disgusting of him. Yeah, well, sometimes when you gotta go, you gotta go. But yeah, Jesus, I'm not much of a burrito guy. They seem like the kind of thing that would make you have to shit. Andrew Palmer, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, looked in the mirror today and realized that I started looking like the quartering. I was horrified and began shaving my beard off like a maniac. Good call. Like, you can trim it down to something sizable, but yeah, you don't want to look like the quartering. That's a good call. Just don't go in that direction. He leaves his droppings around. Jesus. Yeah, COVID fucked me up pretty bad too, Grey DHD, but I'm feeling better. I'm definitely feeling better with each passing day. The symptoms lessen or go away. But they have a tendency to come back for a bit, but lesser, and then last for less time than they previously were. It's like a long back and forth. It's like you're taking 2 steps forward and 1 step back, and then 2 steps forward again. So it's like you are overall improving, but you have those very slight, downslides back into feeling sick in a certain way again. And it's different symptoms get flared back up. But it's getting better, particularly my back pain. I've been stretching a lot, particularly while taking hot showers with the, hot water blasting on my back where it hurts, so it, relaxes my muscles as I stretch. And just getting a lot of that muscle, getting that muscle functionality back that went away when I had COVID. I think in large part because I was just coughing so much. I coughed so much that I think I pulled a bunch of muscles in my chest and back, and even in my stomach, in my upper stomach region, that, I legitimately couldn't activate those muscles. It made it hard to start peeing sometimes. That stopped, thankfully, because that was annoying. It caused peeing constipation, I guess you would call it. And it also made it hard to breathe without pain. Still there's a little discomfort when I breathe, but, all this hurt when I breathed. Hey, Xanderhall, you should cover more Australian international politics. That would be awesome. Well, the problem is I don't have as much context around it. I need to go to Australia and, you know, be there and experience it, you know? Because, like, Australia doesn't exist because I haven't been there yet, you know? Like, if I haven't been there yet, it's just kind of a hypothetical idea in my mind. I have to go there so it exists in my mind, you know? I'll guide you. I want to do... Okay, very quick stun lock. When I go to Australia, I need you to know this is what I'll be doing. There will be sharks.
Oh,
This is what I want to do.
I don't know if I'm in the best position right here. Oh, I'm between the tiger and the turtle. Uh-oh. Oh! What? Oh, it's so big.
Dude, Queensland has some
I'm spending
insane
the next couple of days out here in the
ocean
beautiful, remote
on the
end of
coast.
coastline. I've got my paddleboard, my backpack full of very little supplies. I'm going to live off whatever I can catch out here. It's going to be a wild, wild adventure. You're coming with us. First thing, we're heading towards those islands. Let's go. Paddle cam. Whoa, what is going on here? Hey, buddy. Oh, it's got a
Casual,
fish.
extremely deadly snake.
Let's go.
I love that. An extremely deadly snake, an extremely venomous snake eating an extremely venomous fish.
Stonefish. That's a stonefish. The sea snake's got a stonefish. Holy shit. He's just diving
Don't
down
touch
with
either of
the bear and
those.
got a quick glimpse. So one of the most venomous snakes in the world, the sea snake, they snack on the most venomous fish in the world, the stonefish.
So, the rule of thumb with sharks and water is, the clearer the water, the less likely you are to get attacked by a shark. And I say attacked in the loosest terms. I mean, like, get love-nipped, because they're curious. If the water's too murky, they can't tell what you are. They can't tell that you're not prey. They can't see you. All they have is splashes and movement in the water, and they can detect you with, like, electrical impulses or some shit. So they tend to go in for a taste, immediately realize you're not food, and then spit you out and go on with their day. But if the water is clear, like really clear, and the shark can see you from a ways off, you're safest. Especially if you do things with your movement that don't make you look like prey. Like, for example, swimming around towards the bottom and not floating on the surface or splashing around on the surface. Swimming around relatively gracefully in the water makes you look not like prey, but like a predator, and not acting afraid of them. Like, if they come at you and you go towards them with your hand out to grab their snoot, that immediately puts the thought in their mind, as primitive as their brains are, that you're not afraid of them, and that indicates to them that you're not food. Yeah, sharks don't like the taste of human flesh. It's been tested. They actively do not like it. They are accustomed to fish and other sea life, like seals and stuff. They do not like human flesh. It's not part of their diet. They didn't evolve to eat it. So yeah, same goes for land animals too, basically. If you just don't act like don't sneak up on anything. No predator will act nicely if you sneak up on it. So if you're walking in the woods that has bears, wild cat, like big cats, anything like that, make noise. Make it obvious that you're there, because everything's more afraid of you than you are of it. And the issue is that you might sneak up on it, corner it, or at least it thinks you have it cornered, and it'll attack instead of run. But yeah. We're fleshy like seals, Xanderhall, but not nearly as blubbery. We don't taste anything like seals, though. They just don't like the taste of human. But they'll bite. And when they bite, it's bad. So you just don't want to get bitten. So don't act like something that it even wants to bite to check if you're prey.
Fish.
But water this clear, it's not as clear here, but when he gets further out, he's like, you can tell, like, from where he is now, he's like inside of some big, like, cove or estuary, and that this is like a sandbar or the beach, and then that's the open ocean. He wasn't, like, in the open ocean there for that bit.
Whew. We made it onto the island. Let me show you quickly what's in my backpack. Knife and flint, got a YBS dive mask, safety GPS device, a little bit of zinc, a head torch for tonight, a YBS towel, and of course I got some water because I'll be paddling.
I'm gonna need gear when I do this, guys. We're gonna need gear. Let's go to, like, when he's seeing, oh, here we go. Shork. Yeah, get in with it. Yeah, look at those stripes. Look at those beautiful tiger stripes.
Oh my God, what just happened? That shark was absolutely amazing. Got the ticker going a little bit. I'm just gonna grab my stuff real quick. Put my boots on. Oh, such a big, beautiful creature. I end up snapping my stingray.
Encounters another shark.
Let's get stuck in. Oh.
There's a lot of sharks in Australia, guys. You're kind of guaranteed to encounter them if you go to the beach.
Hello, beautiful.
God, it's big.
Are you kidding me?
Get in the
This
water
is
with
the
it.
same one I saw yesterday. Tiger shark and this turtle, big showdown.
Maybe
We're
not
right
not
together.
right now.
Oh no! Oh!
Oh no!
Holy shit!
I hope turtle gets away.
Oh, this is intense. They're underneath me. Look, the tiger's
Oh,
got the
turtle got away.
underneath me. Oh, I don't know if I'm in the best position right here. Oh, I'm between the tiger
The
and
turtle's
the turtle.
using him as cover,
Oh, what?
and it confused him for the turtle.
Oh my God! Oh, look at the teeth marks! Look at the teeth marks! Look
Damn.
at this! Oh,
That's a
I
cool
love
story.
that shit so much! Oh my God! That shark is, but
Dude, this guy is actually high on life. They, like, you know when they have those guys come to your school when you're a kid and say, like, don't do drugs, you should be high on life. This guy's getting high on life. This dude is stoned as fuck on his life. I don't know if drugs can pull off what he's experiencing. He's on adrenaline. Pure, like, organically made adrenaline from his own brain. He was being a YouTuber next to a shark, Xanderhall. He like brought it on himself. Yeah, I mean, like he caught some awesome shit on video. He's like regularly catching insane nature documentary stuff on video. It's actually awesome. Hemorrhoid King, thank you for the $5 donation. Says not horny posting, only aquarium. Oh, thank you. I love aquarium stuff. Let's see your aquarium stuff. Thank you for the $5 donation. Let me add it to the little calculator thingy. Thank you so much. And let's look at these aquarium videos. Can I full screen them? Yes, I can. Look at that stingray. That's a shark. Okay, that's pretty cool. Let's see the other video. I love otters, dude. I fucking love them. Oh, they're so cute. I fucking love otters. They're legitimately one of my favorite animals. They're pretty up there. Otters are really up on the list, dude. Otters are really high up on the list of my favorite cute animals. Penguins, they're also pretty high up on the list, but they're also kind of horrifying. There's a few facts about penguins I'm going to spare you. They'll ruin it for you, trust me. Have I been to the Seattle Aquarium? I have been outside of it. I was able to stand on that little balcony, like that little pier, where you can kind of like crane your neck and see at where they do the seal show while they were doing it. So I got to see the seals while they were doing the seal show. I was like cranking my neck over that railing, like looking over into that area where they do it with like the glass like barrier and everything. You can just kind of see the seals hopping around through the crowd. So that was the closest I've gotten. I have a public library pass. I have a pass for the Seattle Public Library now, which I think by default lets me get into the aquarium for free. So I'm pretty sure I've got passage to the aquarium now. And if I go there again, I can go in with that pass. My library card. Yeah, Bisadu, that also applies to capybaras. Yeah, capybaras are considered a fish by the Catholic Church, too. You know that, right? Beavers and capybaras both, yeah. Capybaras are a fish. I feel like Super Best Friends explains it best. I think the video is called Purgatory Babies. Yeah. This video is hilarious. These guys were the best, okay? Rest in peace, super best friends. There's an animated thing of their podcast from way back in the day.
Hey, Chewy.
Yeah, they died. They all died.
What's new in the news?
Chewy.
No, I said Chewy.
Did you?
Yeah, I did.
Are you okay? All right. I mean, look.
Listen, I got a speech impediment. That's rude of you. That's rude of you to point that out.
You should probably not call people Jewy.
Yeah, good thing that I didn't.
I mean, technically, people do kind of call people that are Adventists like Jews for Jesus sometimes.
Really?
Yeah, because it's very similar. Saturday's the big one. Your kosher meat, no weird fish, no shellfish.
Are capybaras fish?
No.
Okay.
No, that's nothing without scales. If it has scales, it's a fish. If it doesn't have scales, you can't eat it.
The Catholics say that a capybara is a fucking fish.
That's crazy.
Because in South America, they didn't have much fish. They had a shit ton of capybaras. And they were like, hey, Pope, can you
retrofit this?
Can you say that the capybara is a fucking fish because they hang out in water all the time? And they're like, yeah, sure, it's a fucking fish.
That's crazy. That's insane. Wow. Purgatory babies, huh?
Yeah. Ooh.
This bit's funny
That's
too.
A fun one.
Yeah.
You catch that?
Ugh.
Okay, so that was, but like all the babies going straight to purgatory. Because, that's where
they didn't get baptized
because exactly right. Yeah. And then some years back, maybe 10 years ago, or so, Pope was like, "Hey, man, so purgatory no longer exists," and so that's gone now. So we're just we completely
upgrade.
Yep, just heaven or hell, and that's
to
it.
like what 100 billion children.
And it's like great. It's like so what happens?
Upgrade, right? Upgrade.
This happened, I guess.
Retconned.
What's new in the news?
Your dead baby's soul is retconned out of existence. By the Pope. He said it. They're all gone now. Anyway, news time.
Wooly, your fucking Marvel bias is showing again.
I'm just saying.
So yeah, basically, capybaras are fish, and the Pope retconned millions of dead babies out of existence by retconning purgatory out of existence. So, yeah, pretty much that's the lore. I love Wooly. Yeah, Wooly's great. Purgatory babies is part of why Mormons do dead people baptisms. Ah. Cool. Nice lore. That's how you respond to, like, religious people whenever they tell you about their religion. You just go, huh, cool, nice lore. And then tip your fedora. And sheathe your katana.
Well,
Okay. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, everyone. So the other day, we covered a YouTuber who had a massive meltdown over the new voice actor in the new Mario game on his Twitter account having pronouns in his bio. He made this video ranting about it and about how, like, oh yeah, no one else may care about this, but I think it's a very bad sign that wokeness is part of the development team of Super Mario Odyssey. If they're hiring this guy who's got pronouns in his bio, can you guess who else they're hiring to work on the game? And he had, like, just the worst possible line of takes. And he wasn't a big content creator with an established audience already, at least not big enough to save him from the embarrassment of that video going viral on Twitter, where he got absolutely lambasted. The video got massively ratioed with dislikes and lots of hate comments. Like, every single comment on the video is dunking on him and making fun of him. And now, it seems he is trying to play victim while also trying to play the, like, powerful, like, epic owner of the people that don't like him. It's a really interesting strategy. And very embarrassing, considering he's getting ratioed out of existence as he attempts to do this. He's put out 2 copium videos in response to getting called out by the entire internet. The first one is him playing victim, with comments from random people saying things like, "Kill yourself and I'm serious. This shit is so fucking dramatic. This better be satire. I'ma dox you. He'll actually be useful as target practice. This has to be satire." And then skull emojis. So he finds, like, some random 1 like, 0 like comments to post in, like, the thumbnail. And he takes the victim, like, stance. But then in his next cope video, he depicts the people who don't like him like this. And he takes the, "Oh, I'm epically owning you," position. So he's really on the copium hose right now. Oh boy. So to give you an idea, his first response to getting dunked on currently has 6.4 thousand views in 10 days and 65 likes. If I read the comments, they go as follows. "As you can see, I draw you as the soy jack and myself as the Chad. Furthermore, you've already lost the argument." That's the top comment. "This man would spontaneously combust if he ever learned about Vivian. Quote, pronouns are a psyop by the government, unquote. This is the most amazing piece of satirical content I've ever witnessed. Quote, pronoun, yeah, same quote. There is no joy in your life whatsoever. Go outside and meet people. This person chooses to be ignorant and hateful, and he lets it ruin something he's previously had passion for. You weren't rated by pronoun users. You had a schizo meltdown over pronouns in bio and got rightly clowned for it. You know, it's crazy how we've gone from people on Twitter and on the internet posting that meme where it's like Yoda, the Lego Yoda, saying pronouns in bio you have, opinion discarded I have, or whatever, to the point where it's like those that hate pronouns in bio melting down over it, and everyone else making fun of the people melting down over pronouns in bio, because at the end of the day, who the fuck cares? Like, who cares? How's this affect you? Anyway, this guy is just getting completely dunked on. There's really no harm of this guy's thoughts or videos or opinions gaining traction, it seems. But I still feel it's a fun time to, you know, join in on the party of making fun of this guy. I'll speed up this video a little bit, and we're not going to watch all of it because he did put out 2 videos, and I want to watch a bit of both of them. But let's see his first copium session.
I didn't think that I was going to be making another video on this topic, but here we are. Yesterday, the new voice for Super Mario revealed himself. Kevin Afghani is his name, and I posted a reply to that tweet, essentially pointing out that he had pronouns in his bio. He, him pronouns to be precise. That tweet exploded and is now approaching nearly 2 million views. The video I made about it yesterday now has over 1,000 comments, so yeah, it kind of went a little bit viral, but the reason I'm making this video today is to respond to some of the comments that I got. And even though there were over 1,000 comments in the YouTube video, the basic idea behind these comments is generally the same.
I like how he tried to do the whole, like, keep smashing dislike and commenting, you're giving me engagement thing, but he's only getting engagement for, like, from the start for something negative that nobody is, like, agreeing with him on. So he's not grown from this. God, that ratio? Yeah. Ooh, 137 replies to 31 likes on his comment. Ooh, 1,451 comments in total.
same. They will say something
All
along the
dunking
lines
on
of,
him.
well, everyone has pronouns, as if that somehow proves me wrong. On its face, yeah, it is a true statement. Everyone does, in fact, have pronouns. That's not what my issue is, though. What
Everyone has pronouns. It comes with your fucking Xbox.
I take issue with is this belief that we somehow have to acknowledge this.
Liana is my partner, Deem is cute, and I belong to Deem. I love Demon very much.
We have to acknowledge this, guys. Guys. Don't you understand how important this is? We have to acknowledge this. We have to do something about this, guys. Why is this person allowed to live their life? Guys, we're so in favor of freedom of speech, and we just want the lefties to leave us alone and stop being crazy and woke. But why is this person allowed to do this? Why are they allowed? Why isn't this illegal? But guys, we're in favor of freedom. The left is anti-freedom. But why aren't we allowed to, why is this not banned? Like, what is their argument? Like, okay, people use neopronouns. How's this hurt you? There are people on the left who get bitchy about neopronouns even. How does this hurt you, though? Like, it literally makes no sense. Like, are you this much of a snowflake that some 20 to something to 19 to teenager who even knows on TikTok or somewhere on the internet is going by they, them, theirs, dem, demon self pronouns? How's that hurt you? Like, how's that affect you? Like, maybe you see it and you cringe, but if you're making videos about it, you're not doing anything other than essentially try to make like cringe compilations just with a vague helping of an attempt at making it look like commentary.
And I hope Deem loves Demon self too.
According to the mob that swarmed me yesterday and which continues to swarm me today, we have to take people like that seriously. That's according to them. So while everyone may have pronouns and always have had pronouns, it's only a recent development in human history that people have.
What do you mean take them seriously? Do you mean respect their identity or like allow them to have a platform or listen to what they say? What does that even mean? The funny thing is how often these guys' anger and criticisms and what they say mean nothing. It's all just like very vague, angry ranting about the thing they're mad about, but no actual substance. Like do you think that I oppose conservatism because there's like a video of a guy online who's a right-winger melting down over pronouns? Or do you think I oppose conservatism because the policies that right-wingers advocate for are demonic? Like, outside of gun legislation, Republicans advocate for, like, demonic policy prescriptions. And on top of that, their social content and commentary is awful on top of that, which is why I make fun of it. But I don't hate conservatives because their political commentary is worth making fun of. Their political commentary is worth making fun of because they're demonic, and that's why I hate them.
Have referred to themselves as bugs or dogs or kitten self or whatever weird random crap that they can think of in the moment. And it wouldn't bother me that people want to refer to themselves as these things if it were not for the fact that this movement is not organic in the least bit. It's not a real thing. It's not. But we're supposed to believe that it is. It's obvious.
But what's that mean? What? Like, it's not a real thing?
Obviously a psychological operation conducted by who knows what intelligence agencies, but it's definitely not.
So trans rights is an op by intelligence agencies.
Organic development, and you know it isn't, because one of the things is that it's being fed to our kids at the government level. They teach our kids this weird nonsense about gender ideology and pronouns and things of that nature in public school.
Well, I mean, not in states where they're banning biology classes, like in Florida where they banned advanced biology because they teach the current scientific consensus on sex and gender, which is that they're different, as well as that sex is a bimodal distribution of sexual characteristics rather than a binary. But, like, other than the states where they've done book bans and banned entire, like, classes like advanced biology, no, like, I'm sorry, but the reason they teach that in school, much like evolution or the fact there's a round Earth, is because it's true.
Schools that you and I fund with our tax dollars. They're using our tax dollars to destroy the minds of the next generation. And that ultimately is the point of gender.
This is really no different than what the right has done for a very long time. They demonize teaching of evolution in schools the same way, because they believed that like kids should instead be taught that like Christianity is a base level and evolution should be taught only by like parents that agree with it. Like, they believe the standard that a reasonable society would adopt for them, that if you're religious, then your kids should be taught the scientifically proven truth at school, but you can teach them what you want at home. They believe that should be taught in reverse, that at school, their beliefs should be taught as the standard curriculum, and if you believe in evolution, quote unquote, you should have to learn it from your parents at school. And in the 90s and early 2000s, it was a massive political battle to be able to teach evolution in school. The fact that I'm pretty sure I wasn't allowed to learn about evolution in school in Florida through most of my schooling, and we weren't allowed to touch on it directly until late middle school, early high school. Because they really avoided saying the words evolution in any classroom up until around then. Most likely because I was in Florida, which is such a heavily Republican red state. And obviously, like, I was taught that the Civil War was about states' rights when I was in elementary school. So, you know, it's like that kind of thing, right? Like, they legitimately push right-wing values in your schooling in the same way the left claims, or not the left, the right claims the left does.
Ideology and the ascension of so-called pronouns in our culture today. Make no mistake, it has absolutely nothing to do with compassion. What they always do is hide their schemes behind a veil of compassion. So what does any of that have to do with...
What they always do is hide their schemes behind a veil of compassion? Who's they, and what do you mean by that? Like, can you give me some examples? Is that like the gay rights movement and like the black civil rights movement and like women's suffrage? Are those examples you would use as well? Or are you one of those right-wingers that thinks those are fine because those are unpopular to be against, but transgenderism is like a newfangled thing to a lot of people, so you're only mask off publicly against that for now until it becomes so widely accepted that these people have to put the mask on like they do with their dog whistling about gay people?
Kevin Afghani. By simply including he, him pronouns in your Twitter bio, you are essentially acknowledging the legitimacy of a completely illegitimate idea. Yes, he is a male and his pronouns are he, him, but the bigger point is that he shouldn't have to announce that to the world. Humans have gone our entire evolutionary history without needing to do so.
They're literally triggered because they think that signifying your pronouns gives credence to the trans rights movement, because that's a thing that the trans rights movement tends to do, is clarify pronouns, and thus you shouldn't do that because you're indicating your like, he's mad that he thinks something is an indication of a voice actor's politics that's working on a game that he likes. That is how desperate they've gotten to call things woke, is the voice actor on the Mario game has pronouns in bio. That tells me they must be secretly woke.
We can take a look at a person and instantly tell what gender they are, unless they're like super ugly or something. But this...
Okay. I feel like that's a really good spot to end that particular video. He then followed it up with another response 8 days ago, which is similarly massively ratioed into hell. He got one like that was from a guy with the Chad like gray image profile picture, like the gray black and white picture of the Chad dude is the guy's profile picture. Who's commented, "Based video, I will subscribe," who got 31 replies with hate comments. And the guy hearted it because it was the one nice comment that he got. The top comment on the top reply is, "Nice alt account, Lamau. Nice alt. Lamau alt." I'm literally laughing my ass off with the Giga Chad PFP. Least hateful Giga Chad PFP. Laughing emoji. Bro pinned the only positive comment. Sad. Oh, he's so mad. He is huffing that copium, dude. Here's his next video he made. This is 8 days ago. Ratioed to hell. This is his follow-up copium video. So this is his third video in response to this, saying he's totally not mad. And, you know, he's just epically owning these people. They're just triggered, guys. He's not triggered, they are.
This is going to be an explanation of the things that have been going on with my channel over the past few days and the enormous horde of weirdos that have decided to raid my Twitter and my YouTube channel. Lately, there's been a horde of zombie-like, weird pronoun people that have become fixated on my Twitter and on my YouTube channel. What they have been doing is raiding both of those accounts with an enormous amount of spam, hate comments, death threats.
The funny thing is, this isn't even a raid thing. Like, no one's coordinating raids against him. There's been no raids coordinated against him. There's no one saying, like, go raid this guy. His videos are just going viral in the negative sense. Like, he has gone viral in the same way that Sniper Wolf is viral right now. Like, everyone's talking about her, but probably not in the way that you want everyone to be talking about you if you're a content creator who wants to grow a platform. He's just so dumb and so laughable. Many different people have singularly decided to go dislike his video and leave hate comments because he's a spectacle. Yeah, minimum volts. No one's coordinated a raid on his channel. These are all people that individually decide to leave comments and dislikes because they were personally moved by how stupid and ridiculous he is.
And it's telling me to unalive myself, so to speak. Their operation is an attempt to make me deactivate this channel and my Twitter account as well. And it is so widespread that the original tweet I made on X, which is what sparked this, now has 3.9 million views. This video will be my last on this topic, and regular content will commence tomorrow. So what's...
Oh, look at that ratio, dude. Oh, no. Dude, on X, he only got 1,000 likes on his post. On X, he's still got ratioed. On fucking Elon's Twitter Nazi site. Like, hold on. Let me show you what's currently trending, like, top posts on Elon's website right now. This is fucking crazy, dude. I can't go on Twitter to see it because, like, the functionality's screwed due to me being banned. But if I can find this Reddit post that had the screenshot. Yeah, here you go. So here's the kind of shit going massively viral on Twitter right now, and you'll be able to tell very quickly there's absolutely no difference between this and what this guy is saying. Like, notice how this meme just says the quiet part out loud? Kind of interesting. Like right-wing propaganda right now is literally this entire meme just without the outright saying Jewish people are doing it part. Literally all these people just have to let the mask slip that they think it's the Jews, and then you're like, got him. Ooh. You let the game, you let me know what the game is. You let the mask slip. We know you're a Nazi now. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed that segment. I feel like it came out pretty good. Very good, very good.
So He looks really young.
Alright. It's incel shit time. Lord of the Beans, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. That $5 is very helpful and will go a long way. So sorry I couldn't donate more. No need. Don't feel bad you couldn't donate more. Don't donate unless you can totally afford it. I need to save money for Beans and a PS5, hopefully. Thanks for everything you do, you absolute legend. Oh, thank you so much, Lord of the Beans. But seriously, save your money. Don't worry about it. It's all good. Thank you for the $5. That's absolutely plenty. Let me update the dono goal really fast. There we go. And Elias Baranoff, thank you for the 5 New Zealand dollars. Says the problem with Australia is it's full of Australians. True. Thank you for the $5 from New Zealand. Booster Gold, thank you for the $5 donation as well. Says lots of people are saying your room is a set. Is it true? No, my room is not a set. Though I do make my bed before every stream so it looks nice. But if you guys wanted, I could just like leave it totally messy after every time I sleep in it, like a goddamn delinquent. But no, I think it's probably best I leave it nice and made after every time I sleep in it, like an animal, like Asmongold. Oh. Okay. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Okay, everybody. So, recently we've been covering this guy called Wheat Waffles. He's this up-and-coming incel content creator. He usually does these really bizarre, nerdy-ass videos about how, like, he can scientifically break down the dating world and how women work. So now he's upgraded to doing the new, like, incel podcast type of content where, like, you send your guy out to, like, with a camera and a microphone to go up to random women in public and ask them random questions. And then, like, you clip out the videos or the clips or whatever that make them seem bad, like make them seem like they're saying something rude or bad or stupid, and from there you just kind of create a narrative off of the people you're able to get videos off of. So we're gonna be looking at a video of him doing that. Matter of fact, I actually saw a video not too far off from that today, and like I hate to admit it, but like the people criticizing the woman in the clip are themselves, like, you know, they're correct for criticizing her, but it's the incel crowd, you know? Let me see if I can find the clip. Oh my god, Tim Pool has already covered it. Tim Pool, 2 days ago, uploaded a video with 92,000 views covering it, because Tim Pool is himself also an incel. He's gone on rants about how women won't date him and how it must be their fault, and it's the problem of modern women. Can I find the video clip? I am not watching Tim Pool's video to get it. No shot. Okay.
If I was your man.
This video seems to show it. Okay. So, this type of video, you know what I'm talking about? Like, this has gotten really popular in, like, the incel, right-wing, red pill podcast sphere. It's sort of like the final form of their content.
If I was your man, and I wanted you to dress more modestly, would you change for me?
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
What gives you that idea?
If a man wants me to change and like be more modest and be like his own, I know like if you dress a certain way, like guys want you in a certain way. If I dress like this, guys always look at me like, oh, I'm single. But like if I am with someone, I would rather be more modest, dress more modest in order to like appreciate him as my boyfriend. 1000%, I'd be dressed as covered.
So in your mind, it's not me being an insecure man not wanting you to come out showing cleavage or, you know, wearing short shorts?
No, of course not. Of course not.
So why do you think so many women tend to label men insecure when they feel that way?
I honestly have no idea. I can't understand it. Like, if your man doesn't want you to dress that way, don't dress that way. It's respect. It comes out of respect. If you respect your man, you won't dress a certain way.
Where are you from?
South Africa.
She got it figured out. You know what I mean? Like,
that wasn't even the video I was thinking of, but yeah, this is another incel channel. There's a lot of like red pill incel YouTubers that are specifically targeting like a young black demographic instead of like your average like nerdy like video game neat incel white boy at like types. Inceldom takes many shapes and forms. Xanderhall, this guy needs Jesus Christ. Listen, I can't get distracted with your link. I'm sorry. Soaked and left, if you want today, we can do a convo about guns and gun policy. I don't fully know what your position is. I think you have pretty good positions on it. Like, you're not, like, in favor of just totally banning guns, but you are in favor of, like, certain laws and restrictions that make it safer, so we probably won't disagree too much, but if we do, it'd be a fun convo. I love talking about gun policy. Anyway, let's not get too caught up in that right now, though, because I am recording a segment. Anyway, so the guy that we're going to be covering today, Wheat Waffles, basically did his own version of that, like, video that we just watched, only he did it on his college campus. His college campus, just walking up to random women and interviewing them. This ended up getting him expelled because I guess some of the women he approached felt uncomfortable, reported him, and he literally got expelled from his college for this. He made a follow-up video talking about it, but this is the video that got him expelled from his college. We're going to watch a little bit of it first.
He looks really young, like he hasn't hit puberty yet.
I don't know, a bit simpy. I might just...
Yeah, he looks like he's on Tinder. That's an instant one.
He's very old. He looks, scary. Yeah, I think I might have seen this one on Tinder.
Is anyone going to make it to above average or date?
He's a lot better looking, yeah.
Oh, he's hot. He's really hot. I'm saying he's perfect.
What is going on, guys? We've got a super special video for you today. So a couple weeks ago,
the thing that I've noticed, by the way, is you can tell how much these women have a type. Even from his experiment. You can tell how much these women have a type. Like, there are dudes on the list that are, like, objectively better looking. At least, like, I'm not a girl and I'm not attracted to guys, so I can't really evaluate it in that way. But, like, if I were to see a dude and be like, that's a good looking dude, and if I were to see a dude and be like, ooh, I'm glad I'm not him, then, like, I think I can make that scale, right? I'd say this guy would probably be higher up on the scale than this guy on most women's lists. And yet this guy's pretty high up on the scale. This guy's pretty high up on the scale for what I think a lot of women would put on their list. As is this guy, and I think this guy would be like higher up on a lot of people's lists, a lot of girls' lists, right? So it's clear here that the stereotypical looking guy isn't getting as rated as highly as you would expect, like the stereotypical what a girl would go after looking guy. A lot of women, especially nowadays, maybe not especially nowadays, but it seems more obvious nowadays due to the internet, women are a lot more open about the fact that they have types that are unconventional now. There are tons of really hot girls you would think that you would have to be like a strapping, muscle-laden like Chad to have a chance with that are just into you because you're their type, even if you're not traditionally attractive. Guys? A gentleman does not kiss and tell. But what I will say is I have managed to end up with some girls that I, on the like dating tree or on the like the hotness tree, should not have a chance with. Simply because of random factors that made me their type. It really is like one of those things you have to consider. Appearance does matter to an extent when dating. I don't think most people want to date someone who's unattractive to them. But what is and isn't attractive to somebody is really subjective. There's obviously good middle grounds, but God, I mean, there's just cases that are surprising, you know? Like, you can go online and look up unlikely couples and see images of, like, guys that are very clearly not being gold dug by any means. Like, you just gotta tell by what they're wearing and, you know, the way they carry themselves and where they're at. Like, it's like a photo in a Walmart parking lot of a guy in, like, you know, basketball shorts and, like, flip-flops and a t-shirt that hasn't been changed in 2 days with a smoke show of a girlfriend. You know, like, that's not uncommon. It's really not uncommon. I see, oh my God, have I seen so many guys in real life walking around with their girlfriends who are way better looking than them. The average girl I see that is attractive dates a guy who is less attractive than her. So many times, so often. Most girls I know that are really attractive and in relationships are in relationships with less attractive looking guys. Like guys that you would think looking at them are like, she's way out of his league, right? And yet, look at them. That's how it tends to go. It's more common now than ever, I feel like. I feel like nowadays, especially, when it comes to women getting more into nerd culture stuff, now more than ever, it's easier to be, like, super passionately into nerd shit, and for that to be an attractive quality to women. Like, people say, like, oh, be passionate about something and have hobbies, and that'll be attractive to women, but not, like, video games or movies or, like, you know, nerd shit. Like, be into hiking or going outside, but then you're like, but I'm not into that, right? Like, what if you're not into those suggested hobbies that people tell you women will be into you if you're passionate about? What if you're not passionate about those things? You can't make yourself be passionate about something you're just not. So find women that are attracted to the things that you're passionate about. Yeah.
Announced a new service which was only available to those who had previously purchased a rating from me before. And that new service is getting your face rated out of 10 by 10 university girls. We've already had a bunch of people pay and sign up, so we're going to be getting those people's results.
Oh my God, this is so sad. This is so sad, dude. God, you know, rest in peace, Yahoo Answers, dude. Way back in the day when I was like 12, maybe 13 at the oldest, I made a Yahoo Answers account when I was in like the midst of my like down on myself in my like teenage like incel phase where I felt like I was ugly and I looked awful. I made a post on Yahoo Answers where I posted a picture of myself and asked if I was ugly. And of course, all the comments were nice, but like, that was the kind of shit that, like, you do when you're, like, a young teenager idiot who's, like, self-conscious and thinks that they're, like, must be ugly looking because they haven't had their first relationship yet by 13 or whatever, right? Like, that's the kind of thing you grow out of, I feel. But holy shit, the fact that these adult dudes paid to have that done as a service by real women is insane. Fresh and Fit made like $10,000 a day from YouTube super chats alone. It's such a good grift to be an incel/MRA entertainer. It really is, yeah, especially for the proportional audience. These guys don't have money to spend. Like, they're not spending money on dates. So they might as well, like, and they're not going out on dates on Friday nights, so they're spending it at home watching this content, lonely and sad, with money burning a hole in their pocket because they're single dudes who maybe make a decent bit of money. They probably live with their parents, so they have a lot of expendable income. Nothing wrong with it, but, you know, the age demographic would make sense, and that's kind of the state that we're in right now. a lot of Zoomers are going to have to live with their parents well into their 20s, maybe longer. And with that in mind, like, these guys aren't going on dates. They're not talking to girls, so they're paying money to have random girls who are strangers anonymously rate their faces because they want to see the video and like either have like a glimmer of hope that some women out there actually find them attractive. Like there's that hope they have that they end up getting a high rating, but even if they do, they're going to deny it. Like this guy, and this guy are going to deny their high rating. They're going to see this and they're going to find some way to rationalize this as a fluke. And then the guys who got rated lower are going to see this as a validation of their awful beliefs. They literally want self-torture, self-pity porn. They want to see a girl say they're not attractive and rate them lower anonymously with a photo so they can watch that and feel bad for themselves for it. That is what they are looking for. I promise you. It is genuinely some of the saddest shit you can possibly imagine.
Today, and lastly, if you've missed this time, don't worry, because we're going to be launching it again, so make sure you keep watching till the very end to see.
This guy is aggressively ginger. I tried not to comment on it because I don't want to be racist, but this guy is aggressively ginger, and I am racist against gingers. I do ascribe to the South Park theory of they have no souls. Yep, no souls. Yep. Except for when women are gingers. It is pretty hot when women are gingers, but when guys are gingers, no soul. Yep, I'm racist against gingers, guys. I'm sorry. Anti-white racist. Have you seen gingers? They're not white. They're like pink. I've never seen a white ginger. They turn pink like the second they go outside. Look at this man.
See how you can be in the next one. But now let's get on with the video. First up we have Adam.
No, I don't like his hair. I don't like his beard. Facial hair is not...
one.
Yeah, a 1.
Nice.
I don't know, a bit simpy. I might just...
A bit simpy?
Yeah, I don't think he's lang.
I'm not sure about his eyes, maybe, and his hair. Sorry.
I'm not really a fan of the hair, to be honest, so I'm gonna put friend zone him.
Oh, God. 1.
Oh, 2.
You can tell which of these women are like mean and like typically very vain and like out up front with like, no, I'm not, like, you're hideous, I'm not going to date you. And which these women would be like, if you like asked them out and they weren't into you, would be like really nice about letting you down, right? Like this girl's like really trying not to be mean. Like she's humoring this guy and probably doesn't want to be here. And she's like, doesn't want to be mean to the dude in the photo. And she doesn't want to seem mean. And she's probably not a very mean person. And so she's like trying to be as nice as possible. Like you can see like how, like, believe it or not, this incel content actually showcases how diverse the amount of personality women tend to have are. Because they're people. And different people have different personalities, different standards. They're going to rate people differently. Their standards are going to be different. Like, they're just... Women are not this amorphous blob that you can make an entire channel about, like, analyzing the psychology of for the benefit of men in the dating world. It's just not a thing you can do.
He's very old. He looks, scary.
Old? I don't know. He's old. He's blonde. He has long hair. No. Yeah.
He has like a kind face, but I wouldn't say I find him personally very attractive. Oh, it's magnetic.
He's got nice hair. I'd probably say... I'm probably going to have to go friend zone, though.
Friend zone.
So, the interesting thing about this content that you have to remember is that this isn't content meant to shame women for not being attracted to these men. You have to remember that. The incels, while they do hate women for not being attracted to them, they hate themselves for not meeting the standard that women are attracted to more. If incels could snap their fingers and have a world where they meet the standards that would make them a Giga Chad or whatever, or they could completely destroy the standards and make it so that women's standards apply to them, they would change themselves. Because deep down, they are insecure with themselves, they aren't happy with themselves, and they wish that they applied, or that that the definition of Chad applied to them, because they put so much stock in it. It's similar to men and dick size, I think. Like, I think of a lot of dudes, like if you're a dude with a big dick, you've got a big dick mostly for other dudes, kinda, you know? Like, come on. Like, mostly when you talk about it, it's with the boys. And, like, obviously when a girl finds out, it's great. And it's like, you know, oh, yay, let's go. But, like, it's mostly a thing for the boys, you know? You're like, all right, time for the cock inspection, the weekly cock inspection, and you all whip it out and everything. But like in all seriousness though, when dudes talk about having a big dick or whatever, it's mostly for other guys, right? Like dudes want to have a big dick because of other guys. Most women are not size queens. They like it if you can pack like some heat. You know, they tend to like it, but they're not size queens the vast majority of the time. Like if you are well endowed, so to say, and you leave that like a mystery, like you don't let that be known until the time comes for her to see it in person, and she's surprised, all the better, right? All the better if she's pleasantly surprised. It's always nice. However, you don't need to like, you don't need to worry about it, right? Like most women aren't going to have that be the make or break. It's generally something that guys want because of other guys. With that in mind, the Chad and Incel thing is much the same. Most guys want to be a Chad. They want to have muscles and like work out and be tall or be just attractive to women. Not because being attractive to lots of women is all that much of a benefit they strive for, but because they want that as a way of getting respect from other men. Most of these incel dudes feel like they don't meet the standard of what a man should be and that other men, other real men, would look down on them. But if they could meet that standard, then real men would respect them. So they are both seeking the validation of society, but particularly the validation of other men that they look up to and see as being Chads. Frankly, many of these guys do not like the idea of having lots of women actually be with them. Like, they actually don't like the idea of having lots of women go after them. Like, what they actually fantasize about is having lots of women go after them and having the, what they would say, the luxury of rejecting them. Haven't you seen how much additional incel content is actually about, like, how epic Chad dudes reject women that come onto them? And, like, championing the guy as a Chad for rejecting a woman for coming onto him? Because they fantasize about being so attractive to women that they get to reject women. Something pretty uncommon for guys to be able to do unless they are very attractive and very appealing to women. Yeah, big dicks only impress other men. Most women just want you to either know how to eat pussy or not be afraid to use something that vibrates. That is honestly true. I think most women would probably take a guy with like a medium or even under average sized dick who would be willing to eat pussy and use a vibrator as like a sidearm, as I like to call it, because it's funny, than like a guy who just has a big dick but refuses to do anything creative. You know? Like, that's probably true. Yeah. That's probably true. Anyway, Wheat Waffles also put out a video called, It's Over. I got expelled for approaching girls on campus. This was a sidearm. Yeah, I like calling it a sidearm. It's funny. Anyway, so basically, he put out a video about how he got expelled for making that video we just watched. Zan, is switching to your sidearm always faster than reloading? Yeah, because after you nut, like, you have to wait for your balls to recharge. So yeah, using your sidearm is faster than reloading. And then, like, your tongue is like knifing.
They come over to me, and I'm encircled by these 5 security guards now. And the first one speaks up, and he says, "Excuse me, mate, so what do you think you're doing?" And I say,
"Oi,
I'm
mate.
recording a video." And he says, "Well, we've been getting complaints that you've been going around harassing the girls on the campus." And then I am...
This means that the women that he was approaching were complaining to security. Obviously they would, because the dudes who do these videos are basically harassing most of the women they encounter. Only, like, a fraction of the women they approach aren't freaked out enough to run away and actually agree to it. Eating pussy is like knifing? Well, no, using your tongue is like switching to your knife in like an FPS game. Like you've used your rifle, you've used your sidearm, and now you've had to switch to your knife.
Taken aback, and I'm thinking, well, I say, okay, who's made these complaints and what have they said? And then he says, well...
What?
Okay, guys, today I have a...
What? Preview? What was that? Okay, so I guess that was his preview he played? What? What was that editing? I'm gonna speed this up. This guy talks slow.
Very important video, because in the last week, as I was recording the next Unigirls face rating video, a very serious accusation had been made against me. To put it simply, I had been accused of harassment, and that resulted in my expulsion from the campus. Just to clear up one potential misunderstanding, I didn't get expelled from the university. A better word maybe to use is banished or removed. Essentially, I'm not allowed to come back, but I'm 100% certain that if...
It's a shame this guy's such a shithead incel, because I'd like to compliment him on this, because it's a cool feature. This guy has that thing where you have two different colored eyes. Like, Graha Tia in FF14. That's a different thing, but he has different colored eyes. Heterochromia, yeah, he's got two different colored eyes. His left eye is blue, and his right eye is like a greenish thing. Yeah, he's got two different eye colors.
If I was enrolled in a course at the university, there would have been a very, very serious implications to follow. I almost definitely would have
been. Oh yeah,
been
he's going to be important
from
later,
whatever
clearly,
course I was
Matty
doing.
Kitten.
They took my details, the security guards, and there's...
I assume that every plot point set up in, like, A Realm Reborn, like, even the slightest hint is going to come around again, real importantly, particularly in Shadowbringers and Endwalker. I've been told Shadowbringers is just fucking insanely good. Like, Shadowbringers is when the game, like, started to become famous and popular and blew up because the fan base was, like, mind blown by how good Shadowbringers was, and then like told everybody and started like talking it up, and then people started joining, realizing how good Shadowbringers was, and like Shadowbringers is what made the game like what it is now in its popularity. And then Endwalker came once it was already popular and was also really award-winning. So Shadowbringers is like the expansion where things start to get real. It's like the season 4 of Breaking Bad like equivalent in where things start to get real. Endwalker's just as good in my opinion, I heard. I'm also, so for those that don't know, obviously I'll be playing Dark Knight through Shadowbringers, so I'm doing it right. Yeah. Doing it right. Anyway.
Still potentially charges to come. We'll see what happens. Hopefully this is the end of it as I explained the story, but it seems that whatever's happened has been very, very serious, and it's been taken very, very seriously. And just before I get into explaining the story, to give a little bit of background, as you guys know, I record interview videos. I'll just bring a couple on the screen here now. These have been quite popular, as you can see, 70k views, 200k views, the last few that I've uploaded. And as you can imagine, the way that I make these videos is I go to the campus and...
So unfortunately for this guy and the guys who make these videos, approaching random women in public that don't know you and asking them to rate the attractiveness of like random men is not like appropriate behavior. Like, a school is absolutely in its rights to remove you from campus and, like, penalize you for that type of behavior. Without a doubt, yeah.
And I approach lots and lots and lots of girls. The conversion rate usually settles in at around 40%. I'm reasonably efficient at getting girls to agree to be on it.
But yeah, most of them are creeped out and are like, no, you fucking weirdo, and then go and, like, report you to the security because you're a weirdo approaching random women with a sign.
And I have a reasonably decent system. If you want to see how it works, then I actually have another video on the second channel where I show a longer interaction. I'd highly recommend checking out that video after you watch this one. It's a 2.5 minute interaction with 2 girls, and you can see I just break down all of the techniques and strategies I use to increase the chance that some girls will be happy to help out and participate in the video. But just to keep things nice and short, for this video, I've got a short interaction of me going...
That is the creepiest way he could have said that.
...going up to a girl. And this one's only about 10-15 seconds long, and this was actually the worst interaction of the day. So I'll just show you what happened. Excuse me. Sorry to interrupt. I know you're probably in the middle of a... You got your headphones on or something? Okay, sorry to interrupt you. I know you're probably in the middle of a really important message or something like that. But me and my friend, we're recording a video today.
Right, thanks.
Okay, you're definitely sure?
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. So, as you can see, that...
Yeah, that's how it mostly goes, I imagine, because they are doing their own thing and you're a weirdo approaching them on the street. You're a stranger, and they don't know you, and you're a weirdo. You're a weirdo incel with a YouTube channel, and there's a guy standing 10 feet away with a camera trained on her.
That just gives you a basic idea of how the approaches go down. And as I've said, this was the
hiding
worst
in the bushes
interaction. I was quite caught off guard that she just immediately said, "No thanks, I'm out." But that's as bad as it gets, really.
She probably thought he was trying to film a porno. Oh, that's actually a good point. That is how a lot of those fucking pornos start. Those are all fake, though. But the thing is, yeah, she probably saw one of those and was like, nope, I'm not getting roped into one of these.
Are very sincere, and they at least, you know, give you the time.
Holy shit, she is taller than him. Dude, okay, guys. Not often do I encounter women who are taller than me, but when I do, it's because they are tall. Like tall. I encountered a woman who was taller than me by a lot the other day, and she works at the dispensary I go to. Like, and she's taller than me by, like, more than 6 inches. Like, my eyes are at her chin, okay? Like, she's taller than me, dude. And it is wild. It is a feeling I have not felt since I was a kid, to be able to, like, see a woman who is taller than me. I kind of like it.
Time of day, they want to find out a bit more. And I show that in the video on the second channel. I 10,000% recommend watching that video after this one, by the way. It's probably the best video I've uploaded to the second channel. But anyway, that just gives you a basic idea of, even at the worst case scenario, this is how respectful it still is. And I don't think for 1 second it constitutes harassment. So I'm honestly baffled that I've even been accused of this. But anyway, now let me get into the actual story of how I was accused. So at this particular part of the day, we had already recorded 8 recordings so far. So we'd had 8 girls who had already agreed to be in the video, and we only needed 2 more. And we were sitting on this grass area, and then I see in the corner of my eye some security guards walking over to us. And then there was a couple behind us as well, and one more that was all walking into our direction.
Imagine making a video about how you got kicked off of your school campus by security for accosting women, and, like, posting that online as if you like are the victim of something.
So at this part I was like, this is interesting, this is a bit funny. I wonder what these guys are looking for. Maybe they're just trying to see what I'm doing. Maybe they just want to see what it's about. Anyway, they come over to us, and I see them talking in their little walkie-talkies, and I overhear one of them. He's like, yeah, this is the guy. We're just about to engage with him now. So they come over to me, and I'm encircled by these 5 security guards now. And the first one speaks up, and he says, "Excuse me, mate, so what do you think you're doing?" And I say, I'm recording a video. And he says, well, we've been getting complaints that you've been going around harassing the girls on the campus. And then I am taken aback, and I'm thinking, well, I say, okay, who's made these complaints, and what have they said? And then he says, well, we've received an emergency alert on our app, which alerts all of the security guards that there's been a report of harassment. And at this point, I'm starting to get in a little bit more of an understanding of what's happened. So basically, there's...
You know what's funny? Is that these YouTuber types feel like they're immune to public standards of, like, real-life social expectations, you know? Like, when I am gonna film a video in public on my phone, I find, like, a quiet, secluded spot where my talking somewhat loudly into a camera isn't going to annoy or bother people and like, upset them. I don't, like, approach random strangers in public and, like, accost them with shit. The most I do is say, hi, hope you have a good one. If we, like hello, or good morning if I pass them on the street, because I like to say hi to strangers, but that's it. Besides that, like, generally speaking, I see so many YouTubers who feel as though they're immune to social standards of real life. Like, if they have their camera with them and their audience is there in their mind, then they've got so many people cheering them on, it, like, nullifies the social embarrassment of the things they're doing in real life. Does that make sense? Like, only so many people can see you in real life and make fun of you, but if the entire internet is cheering you on, then that's so many more people who think you're not embarrassing yourself. It, like, cancels out the embarrassment of doing something embarrassing in real life. It's like the Filthy Frank effect. Like, yeah, Filthy Frank was doing really embarrassing shit in public, and if you saw someone doing what he was doing in public, you would, like, think very little of them, but you were seeing him on the internet, and everyone else was clapping for it, and so behavior that would be, you know, completely unacceptable in real life is seen as funny because it's online. And I love Filthy Frank, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not shitting on Filthy Frank by any means, but I think it's a good example of how the internet can put a lot of content creators in the mind space that they have transcended real life people's opinions mattering. Like, people's opinions online start to matter more than people's real life opinions of you. When the online people are more real to you than the people real in front of you are officially have brainworms, yeah. That's basically what's happened. The internet people are more real to him than real people.
An app which is provided by the university and allows people to report misconduct or any inappropriate behaviour, and I also think it's used for snuggle struggle, if you guys know what I mean when I say that. So that's what has been happening.
Dude, all these grifters are so desperate to make money they won't say the word rape in their videos because they really want to get the green dollar sign for the money. Yeah, he's finding an ad friendly word to use in the place of rape because he's just such a grifter. And I guess too lazy to edit out the word. Like, he could have just said it and then edited it out if you wanted to get monetized. Or essay. You could say essay.
Next thing that the security guard said, I remember this quote exactly. I remember exactly what he said. I actually have it written down. So, what you been doing? Have you been going around asking the girls if they want to go out with you? And I say, no, I've just been making a video. And then I say after, and even if I was approaching the girls, trying to date them, what would be the issue? And this is the important part. And then he said back to me, and this is the part that I exactly remember. We don't want any girls being harassed on campus, and it's our job to make sure this is a safe space where the girls feel comfortable.
Is he going to get mad at the term safe space being used in the context of women being comfortable if they're not going to get harassed by random men? Like, you made these women uncomfortable. What can I say? Like, I'm sorry that, like, you're a weirdo and this kind of stuff doesn't fly in public.
And as soon as he said that, that exposed exactly what I predicted. And it shows that approaching women, well, at least in the eyes of the security and in the woman that's reported me, you're not allowed to approach women anymore. It is...
Okay. This was never okay. All right? I'm sorry, but women don't like being approached and asked out. They don't like being approached by strangers at all. And honestly, guys don't either. If I was walking down the street doing my, like, random chores with my headphones in, my, like, earbuds in, like, walking to go, like, pick up vapes and get groceries and stuff, and some random guy stopped to, like, put a camera in my face and a microphone to, like, ask me questions, I'd be pretty goddamn annoyed. I'd be pretty fucking annoyed, and just on that aspect alone, I'd want to tell that guy to fuck off and go on with my day. Not to mention, there's certainly rules around this on campus because having it be allowed that random guys can approach every girl on the campus and ask them out is not okay. He may not be repeating, like, that type of behavior wouldn't be getting repeated to the same person in that scenario necessarily, but they still account for in their rules the same person just harassing multiple women trying to ask them out. Like, it's just not allowed. It's not socially acceptable behavior. That he just doesn't realize why it's creepy and why the security was right to kick him out. It's pretty funny, though. It is pretty funny that he doesn't see why he's such a creep. How do you guys enjoy that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. W? I'm glad you guys seem to have liked it. Bisudu, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the 25 additional dollars. That is so kind. Gifted to Raindog42, Regular Dude 313, B Lefty, Levy, and Liberium. Said, let the wheels of Zanchat be drippy with oil money. Thank you so much, Bisudu. You're one of the good Frenchies. Thank you so much. And then T Lossalot, thank you for the tier 1 gifted sub to Rat Girl Holly. I really appreciate it. I hope they appreciate the gifted sub as well. Thank you for the $5 and says, welcome to chat. Welcome to chat, Rat Girl Holly. Ooh. Dizzle McFizzle, thank you for the 6th month in a row tier 1 membership over on YouTube. Thank you so much. Says 6 months of being sponsored by of Zan being sponsored by the VA via my disability checks. Keep it up. Hell yeah, thank you so much. But make sure not to donate too much to me, obviously. But thank you. I really do appreciate it. And Temple of the Gods, thank you for the $2 Australian. Says, watch Tim Minchin's Prejudice. You won't regret it. I like Tim Minchin. I've seen his stuff. I think I've seen that particular thing you're talking about. But yeah, Tim Minchin's a funny comedian. Australian guy. His stuff would be copyrighted, though. Thank you for the support, though, guys. Oh, for sure, Anthony F311, of course. Yeah, I have morbid curiosity with incel stuff too, Heavy Gretel, because I used to be like a little incel lad when I was a teenager. I grew out of it like every teenage boy is an incel, like until they lose their virginity. Like they like there's just every straight teenage boy is an incel until a certain point. That's just how it works. For a little while they are. Pretty much, Heavy Gretel. But really, a lot of it is self-acceptance. Zan, do you want to talk in maybe 1 hour? That sounds good to me. Thank you for your time, Suck Done Left. Yeah, no, I think a lot of it is self-acceptance as well. Like finding something that like makes you happy. I'm sorry, Suck Done Left. I'm stumbling, okay? Finding something that makes you happy. And finding that is like your main focus, and just eventually a relationship will just stumble into your lap, funnily enough. Like for me personally, I am so overwhelmingly autistic when it comes to signs. I cannot ever tell when a girl is into me. A girl can basically like send me nudes and I will still be questioning whether or not she's into me, because to be fair, I've been sent nudes by girls that weren't interested in me before. So it's like I just literally cannot take a single hint. So I wait for it to be made abundantly obvious to me. And that takes a while, but it happens. I've been in relationships before. It's happened. Eventually girls actually approach you and like genuinely make it obvious to you that they're into you. But most guys, honestly, are as blind to whether or not girls are into them as I am. Frankly, in large part, simply because most guys are worried that they'll interpret girls being nice to them as a girl being into them. And there's nothing more embarrassing than admitting your feelings to somebody, as a guy at least, that you like that doesn't like you back, you know? So you get really, really caught up in the, is it them being nice or friendly? Or is she into me? Or it could even just be friendly flirting, like somewhat platonic friendly flirting as well. There's so much uncertainty that it's best for a lot of guys nowadays, which is no doubt, this probably plays a fair amount into the rising like male virginity epidemic among Gen Z. Most guys I know that are in like the Gen Z range do not approach or pursue women. Like around 18, 17, 16, young teens, they stopped approaching women. And they wait for women to approach them. Whether it be because of fear of like the Me Too thing that they have like in their mind, or just the embarrassment and the fear of like of anxiety and whatnot. Most guys now, I think, are like this, where they're waiting for girls that they like to approach them because they recognize that, honestly, if the girl liked them that much, she would approach them, right? Like, eventually, down the road, at some point. And so a lot of guys nowadays just kind of wait for the roles to reverse and for the girls to approach them. And it doesn't happen often, and that's a big part of why I think the virginity rates in guys is so high among Gen Z. Men while literally inside a woman, I don't know if she really likes me, though. Like, not necessarily that, but, like, I've literally had sex with women that had no interest in a relationship with me, that just wanted to be casual. Like, absolutely. Even having sex with a girl is not enough to say if she wants to have a relationship with you or not. You can literally have your dick deep in her pussy, and you don't know whether or not she wants you to be there when she wakes up in the morning, you know? Like, that's not always a guarantee. So yeah, it's a complicated thing. I get it, you know? Like, dating's complicated and hard. I've been single for quite some time now for a reason. It's stressful and complicated. And sometimes you're best off finding things that are more productive for you to do until you're in the best spot for it. Just, for the love of God, do not pursue a relationship if you are single-mindedly... Just, if you're pursuing a relationship, you're doing it wrong, I feel, you know? Like, I feel like you can't look for it. You can't force it. It's like, it has to find you. It has to choose you, right? Whenever I come on to a dude, they're like kind of shocked. Well, yeah, because most guys don't expect women to be into them. Most guys, yeah. I've been shocked every time a girl has, like, admitted they had feelings for me. Every time. No matter how many hints or like signs there were, I've been shocked every time. I go with the Riz Flozan, and now I'm set up with a date on Friday. Hell yeah, Night Mothism. I do have to find a bad bitch to go to the Five Nights at Freddy's movie with, though. And Iron Lung. What, am I going to go to the movie theater alone to watch Iron Lung in the Five Nights at Freddy's movie? How do you join FF14? You join my website chat and you type !FC and click the link to the Discord. I'm going with friends. Sadly, I don't really have that many IRL friends. Most of my friends are internet friends that we get to hang out, like, occasionally in real life, but sadly have to hang out mostly on Discord. That shall change, though, soon. One day I'll be able to get that, like, dream compound. Yeah, join the Catboy army. I bet I could get Keffels into FF14. She's trans, so that already predisposes her to liking the game, for starters. Like, half the game's population is LGBT, mostly trans women. And then on top of that, no, half the cat girls in Limsa Laminsa are trans women, the other half are actual cis women. Like, there's actually not that many dudes playing female characters like you would see in WoW. Most of the, like, women you see in game are women. Trans or cis. Like, especially the hottest ones are actually women in real life. It's crazy. FF14 has probably one of the highest population of women in a online game that is, like, considered hardcore. Like, the kind of game you sink thousands of hours into. I think what they do well with FF14 is they equally sexualize on both ends, right? Like, I know tons of girls who play FF14 who are very horny for many of the male characters in the game. And I'm sure you guys can list examples. But just as many men are super horny for the female characters. Like, they do the booba fights where there's, like, just insanely revealing, like, armor and stuff like that, but they do the same thing kinda with the guys. It's not exactly that they're revealing, but they design the guys in a way so that the girls also have eye candy, you know? Everybody's got eye candy to look at if you play FF14, unless you're asexual. In which case, maybe you can be attracted to, like, the graphics or something, I don't know. Nah, the Elizons are not furries, though, Heavy Gretel. There are a lot of furry characters in FF14, though. I'd say the cat boys and cat girls are, like, borderline, though. They're, like, right on the edge of acceptable before you start getting into furry territory, right? Like, I don't like that they have tails, though. The tails really kind of... Like, I'll see a cat girl and I'll be like, ooh, and then I see the tail and I'm like, eh. I wouldn't actually fuck her, though. Like, the tail would actually... I literally wouldn't be able to stay hard if I had to fuck a cat girl. The tail would really take me out of it. It really would. I've had a cat, okay? I cannot sexualize the cat's tail, alright? Like, it's just... It would take me out of it substantially. The ears do, too. Honestly... Have the cat girl with nothing but cat eyes, and that's pretty much good. Yeah, I remember Summer Star, I remember. Nah, you're right, that shit's weird, yeah. But I think the cat boys can get Keffals into FF14. I think we can do it. Listen, here, FF14... Cat boy. Here's a character I don't recognize. Maybe it's a player character. Maybe it's a character from the story. I don't know. Do you think we can get Keffals into the game? Because if it, like, with the free company, Keffals could have an actual Catboy ranch. We could buy a housing that would be a ranch full of Catboys. There could be an actual Catboy ranch. It could be real. Stream FF14, please. I will after segments. Don't you guys worry. Uh-oh, I hope we aren't both in Utah. What? Oh, you're talking to someone else. I was confused for a second. Like, what? You guys know I'm not in Utah. What are you talking about? Alright, let me get the next segment ready.
Race has no...
No.
Really?
Okay. Let me get a sippy of water. My lips are dry. Yeah, the bunny girls in FF14 are pretty hot. They're really tall. That's why. They're really tall. They're like Elizon height. But they have, like... their faces are different. Like, the bunny girls have more button faces. Because, like, they're bunnies. And then the cat girls have more slender, like, cat-like faces, I guess. My character's a cat boy. Xander Stryker. Anyway, guys, let's get into the segment. So, you all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. So, you guys should all know by now that the Daily Wire hosts are all a collection of failed actors who've just kind of failed forward into a position as right-wing media demagogues. Ben Shapiro's a failed writer. Matt Walsh is a failed radio host. Michael Knowles, a failed actor. Who else? Brett Cooper is a failed actress. They're literally all failed actors. As a matter of fact, they are now working to bring in other failed actors for their projects, such as Gina Carano. They made after she got fired from The Mandalorian and working at Disney, they brought her in for a Western movie they made that was supposed to be like an anti-woke classic Western, but it was starring a woman, so their own audience saw it as woke and bad. And its screening ended up making $800 on opening day. They sold $800 in tickets. And that's with them selling tickets to people who worked on it to go to the movie premiere. So, like, yeah, it really failed. But they are not giving up on their effort to make movies. They are currently working on a Snow White remake that is going to feature Brett Cooper as Snow White. It's called Snow White and the Evil Queen. And apparently Michael Knowles has done a video talking about it. Now, Michael Knowles, who you see pictured here on a normal Friday night for him, is, of course, a failed actor. And I don't know if he's going to have a role in the movie or anything, but we'll see. We'll see if he ends up having a role. I imagine he'll mention it in this video that we're about to watch. Also, something worth noting is Michael Knowles has 1.7 million subscribers, but his current viewer count as of late is it's a little it's not looking too good, huh? 4 days ago he managed to pull 416k views. Besides that, I mean, the only one of these people who's doing well right now and actually growing instead of slowly falling off is Brett Cooper. At this point, they're so desperate that they're even clickbaiting Brett Cooper for the rest of their channels and projects, such as this video Michael Knowles made. We've launched our kids' entertainment app because we got tired of accusing the left of indoctrinating kids, so we started doing it ourselves. It's like that Thanos meme when the left still isn't indoctrinating kids like you've been saying for all these years, and it's Thanos putting on the gloves saying, "Fine, I'll do it myself."
Really great news while I was away. I was supposed to be away for a lot of this week. There were some snafus on my international travel, which maybe we'll get to in a little bit. Maybe I'll tell you in a few weeks.
Oh, did you guys see that they also made a Bluey ripoff show? They made a new show that's like an animated show that's like hardcore ripping off the art style of Bluey, the Australian kids show. I don't see the appeal to it as an adult. I know that like a lot of adults watch it, and maybe it's like one of those cartoons that has a lot of value to adults or whatever. I get it, you know. I'm not going to judge it by its surface level stuff. I saw a clip of it once that was really good. I saw a clip of Bluey on YouTube Shorts that I did like, though. It was about ADHD, where like the kid's in the back seat kicking his legs in the car, and it like annoys the dad, and the dad says, "Can you stop that?" And like 5 seconds later the kid starts doing it again because he forgot. I was like, holy shit, I have that interaction with my mom now, where I'm bouncing my leg right now. If you see me shaking, it's because I have a constant leg bounce because I have ADHD, and it's just my leg needs to bounce all the time. And I do it in the car, and it bounces the car because, you know, I'm bouncing my leg, and it really bounces the car. And my mom's like every 5 minutes, like, stop bouncing your leg. And the entire time I'm ever riding in a car or any vehicle, I am actively having to keep myself from bouncing my right leg because it wants to bounce so bad. And it's completely unconsciously. The second my mind drifts away from actively keeping myself from doing it, and I forget to keep myself from doing it, I start doing it because it's a passive thing, and I have to actively try not to do it. So yeah, that clip I saw from Bluey was pretty nice. I liked that. That was good. That was cool.
But anyway, I'm back here. That's the bright side. I get to speak with all of you in the membrum segmentum avec le crème de la crème. But the one day that I missed was the...
Wait, what, did he go to Israel? I'm guessing like the Daily Wire hosts went to Israel or something. Because the stuff happening or whatever. Is that what he's saying? I didn't hear what he said, but I heard him say something that sounded like it was in what's the language? Hebrew? That would be like in the Daily Wire's, you know, sort of thing. Oh, by the way, one of the best examples of how you know that Brett Cooper is streaming and not streaming, but uploading from a set made to look like a bedroom she lives in, so she kind of comes off as just a YouTuber, is that all the Daily Wire hosts have their own custom set because they're like they are in an office building and it's like they literally have offices. So like Michael Knowles' set is like this classical like architecture. Hers is a bedroom that's meant to look like she lives in it. Ben Shapiro's is more of like a like news desk. Matt Walsh does more of a news desk thing too. Like they kind of all go for their own different style. She uses second camera shots as well. It's very obvious she's in a studio if you know anything about production stuff, but like her audience doesn't. Her audience falls for it hook, line, and sinker.
Announcement of Bent Key, which is the Daily Wire kids entertainment offering. And I was following it. You know, I'm kind of checking my phone. I sent out some tweets. I've known about this project, obviously, for years at this point. This is a project years in the making. And then I checked out the little sizzle.
Hi, you made it. Oh, hello. Want to play?
I've seen enough.
Yeah, this is the Bluey knockoff show they're making.
Let's do it ready.
Ready or not, here we go. Please keep your arms and legs inside the cart at all times.
Hurry up, the party is starting soon.
Yeah! Follow me!
The sad thing is, this will probably be effective. Like, if Cocomelon is something that could exist and be effective, this will. The thing is, the most effective thing they could possibly do is to pull a Cocomelon and to upload this all on a second channel as a kid's channel and just have it blow up for free on kids' YouTube and have kids be watching it en masse. But the thing is, you can't advertise on kids' content on YouTube, so it's not a profitable revenue source. So they made this a subscription service. You have to subscribe to their service to access this shit, because that's how they make their money. They need to make a return on their investment, and just posting it on YouTube, kids' content doesn't make money back. Can't run ads on it. Well, YouTube runs ads on it, but they don't give you the money for it.
Where's he going? We're going on a treasure hunt.
We're exploring the wild blue yonder.
It's chiller time.
God, these shows are going to be awful. You know it.
Unbelievable. Whether big or little or big, we all have fabulous adventures together.
Wow! It's time to head off for adventure. Look around you. All we need is the Philippines.
From Solo. Imagine this.
All I see is adventure.
I'm not a super fan.
Like, genuinely, just we're going to do the like conservative kids app. Like, could you imagine if there was a lefty progressive kids app? How much they'd go off on that? They already claim there is. They claim that like every app that exists that's like a streaming service is woke or whatever. Like, if you claim everything is woke, then you can just kind of make up your own they've gone too far this time examples, I guess. But could you imagine how hard they've gone too far this time if the left made a left equivalent? If some left-wing institution made an equivalent to that? It's called the PBS Kids app. Yeah, it's called literally any, like, mainstream educational services. Yeah, that is true, you know? Like, literally SciShow. One of my favorite SciShow videos is the one that is just titled, Science Proves Sex is Not a Binary. Let me see if I can find it. SciShow Biological Sex. I love this video. I show it on stream a lot. So I'm sorry to people who've like seen me show it a million times already, but it's just so good. SciShow is, I believe, part of PBS, right? Like they are like Hank Green works for PBS, and I'm pretty sure SciShow is part of it. Like they have you literally. I watched SciShow videos as part of assignments in school. Like our teachers literally said, watch these SciShow videos, and then like to prepare for the quiz we're gonna have today. It's like, okay. So yeah, that is how legit this dude is. And also, when you look at the if you guys just want me to like send you the link, I can, but the description of this video is an amazing source for like pro-trans science stuff. He literally has an entire sources section that's like a laundry list as long as your arm of links to science articles and whatnot and institutions that back up what he's saying in this video. Like, he very, very, very efficiently and thoroughly cites his sources. He even has image sources for every picture he uses. I'll play a little bit of it, even though it's copyrighted, just because I want to give you an idea of, like... This is the lefty equivalent to what they're making, and it's just called actual educational content.
In high school biology, we usually learn that the sexes in humans are fixed and concrete. Whether you're male or female is black and white and rooted in your DNA. Your 23rd pair of chromosomes is either two X chromosomes or an X and a Y. That's it. End of story. And that's essentially what scientists thought too. But it turns out that sex isn't that straightforward. In fact, biologists today are saying sex is a spectrum, and the scientific community is still working on understanding and respecting the people who fall in the middle of that spectrum. To get this out of the way right up front, we're not talking about gender or sexuality here. Gender refers to social and cultural attributes and understandings of men and women and their roles, though not every culture has only two categories, and it's increasingly seen as a spectrum. Plus, the gender you identify as may or may not be the same one as what you express with things like your clothing and behavior, all of which can also be on a spectrum. Sexuality describes who you are attracted to, and it can be equally...
So basically it goes on being based and explaining all the very basic stuff with like sex and like being a bimodal distribution and not a binary, sex and gender not being the same thing, all that good stuff. He even explains how many people who are intersex or have DSDs, differences in sexual development, like that the total population of those people in the world, if you put them all in one country, would be in the top 10 most populated countries in the world. People who are intersex are more common than redheads, natural redheads. So like, he breaks down everything very well. But yeah, like actual educational content, I guess would be the left-wing equivalent to like the right-wing propaganda dribble they're making.
Sentimental guy, okay? But I'm not going to say that when I saw the Sizzle, tears came to my eyes because I'm a man, okay? I'm a manly man and I don't do that kind of thing. But I already had very high expectations for Bent Key, for the kids offering. Jeremy had promised to invest, I think it was $100 million over the course of a few years.
Yeah, the guy who runs Daily Wire is called Jeremy Boring. He's a failed filmmaker, and he's the guy who's like heading the entertainment sector of Daily Wire, where they're trying to like they're trying because like they're all failed from the entertainment industry, so they fell back to conservative propaganda. Now they've made bank off of that, and their goal is to try to get into the entertainment industry again using the popularity from their and the money from doing politics grift.
Years. He did that about 18 months or so ago. And everyone kept asking, where's the kids' entertainment? Where's the kids' entertainment? And he, not only did he make good on it, it is like 5 to 10 times better, even than I expected it to be. And I had high expectations. We've got 4 original kids series, a bunch of other kids series from around the world that we've acquired for this platform that are just good content.
Oh, that's how they're going to try to bring people in, is they've acquired the rights to stream a bunch of kids shows that aren't made by them. Ah. So I imagine they'll have like VeggieTales on there or some shit. So it's not just going to be their original productions. They're also going to have a bunch of like, they have the rights to stream these kids shows in the States. Which might mean they have exclusive rights. Like, you know how you have to use a VPN to watch certain shows on Netflix because they don't have it in your country? They might, that's really bad. Like, there might be people who are like, fuck it, I'll get Bent Key just so I can watch this show or so my kids can watch this show, because they can't in America anywhere else but this. And they have the money to buy exclusive rights to these kids shows.
Content for your kids, not crazy woke stuff, not going to convince them that reality is upside down, not overly didactic and on the nose, and just good, fun kids content that is going to help shape their minds in the right way and is going to entertain them.
The right
I've
way.
been playing it for my kids. It's just amazing. And if you are already a Daily Wire annual member, then there's some great news. You've already got full access to all of Bent Key's incredible shows at no expense.
Isn't it insane that these people pretend like they're the victims of the culture war, and meanwhile they've got like streaming services and custom office setups and shit? Like I gotta keep it down or I'll, like, bother my neighbors. Because I'm streaming in my bedroom from, like, my computer setup that if my computer bursts into flames right now, it's Jover, dude. If I can't raise money to replace it and fast from my audience, it's literally Jover. Like, it's done. Like, there's no production team or insurance or company that's, like, managing shit. Like, I don't even have a Twitter account to let people know it happened. Most of my audience would be clueless as to why my stream just, like, suddenly disappeared and I can't upload anymore. Like, it would be catastrophic for me. Like, it is insane that these people play the victim in this whole thing from their literal ivory towers. It's really shameless. I'm going to skip through the sponsorship because I genuinely don't care.
Which is important.
Or not even the sponsorship. Their own, like, grifting. Their own, like, self-promotion.
And we do it. I'm doing it right now. But also to make culture in politics. That was the point. It's amazing to see it happen. So anyway, go over there right now and subscribe if you haven't already. Right now, go to roughgreens.com/
We go from literally self-shilling straight into a sponsorship. Holy fuck, dude. Holy shit. Like, we had to skip over moments of the video being self-shilling for the app, and then now we have to skip over an ad. How much of the video is the ad? There we go. Okay, so all the way at 2/3 of the way into the video, we're finally through the ads and the self-promotion. We've finally gotten through the shameless self-promotion and ads. They couldn't even stretch it to 10 minutes for the extra ad. Well, actually, no. They reduced it to 8 minutes now instead of 10 minutes to get the mid-roll ads. So they did get it to the minimum allotted time needed for maximum mid-roll ads.
Our kids' offering of Bent Key is, it's not just, it's obviously primarily missionally driven, but the business side here is that there's a huge marketing opportunity. Disney.
I love how, like, because the right doesn't actually, like, they don't present themselves as if they care about anything. So the idea of just, like, talking about how what they do is just a business openly is completely, like, allowed. Like, when I talk about the fact that this is my job, my audience is pretty cool. I've like trimmed a lot of the cringe out of my audience, so typically there's not a lot of cringe in it. But, like, there are still people who get iffy about the fact that I make money doing this, even though it's, like, just enough to live, just enough to get by. I still get I still get shit for it. No one gives you shit for it. I get shit for it. You know what I got a lot of shit for was when I celebrated that YouTube was cracking down on ad blockers because it would result in me being able to make more money. And a lot of smaller content creators being able to make more money. The big YouTubers that were, like, anti the ad block crackdown are anti the ad block crackdown because they can afford it. They, like, it doesn't hurt their wallet too badly if that small percentage they would have made from blocked ads isn't made by them, but they get to virtue signal that they're against something that's unpopular with the audience that watches them. But for smaller content creators, even a 5%, a 2% increase in ad revenue would be astronomical, dude. Holy shit. Really? They just want you to entertain them for free? Yeah, the most common argument is that without ad block, YouTube is unwatchable because of how many ads there are, and that is true. I watch YouTube occasionally with YouTube or with Discord Watch Together, where you can't, like, log in and use YouTube Premium and ad block doesn't work. And it is really shit. It sucks. Granted, a lot of the suckiness is from trying to coordinate, like, the synchronization with multiple people. And so, like, everybody gets their own ad. Some of them are skippable, some are different lengths, and every time someone finishes their ad, it rewinds to the start of the ad. So, like, you're watching a video with 5 people, everyone gets their ad, you skip your ad, and the video starts playing, and then someone skips theirs, and it rewinds back to when the ad started playing for the video, and it does the same for every person as they finish their ad, and you have to pause it and wait for everyone to finish their ad to continue. That's annoying as fuck. That is really annoying, and I hate it. But if you're just watching YouTube normally, like, getting mad at a YouTuber, a smaller YouTuber who's celebrating a fractional increase in their income due to YouTube cracking down on like, ad blocks, something they can't control, like that YouTuber's opinion doesn't change anything, but I still got shit for it. Yeah, no, there's a lot of disdain, even among lefty audiences, for the content creators they watch making money. Look at what happened with the Hassan drama. Like, as much as I don't like Hassan, I think the house stuff was ridiculous. Like, the guy may be a lazy asshole, but he managed to make that money from people voluntarily donating to him and ad revenue. And even if he was stealing content, that was still people voluntarily giving them his money or giving him their money. And like, I don't fault him for buying nice things, like a nice house with it, especially when he shares with his family. You know, like, I think it's reasonable to spend a lot of money on a house like that if your mom lives in it with you, right? Like, I think his mom and I think maybe brothers live in the house with him. I'm not sure. So I don't fault him for that. Like, I think his drip is pretty cringe. Like, it's pretty clear he spends money to show off with his clothes that he has money. And he does like to flex. That's the cringe shit. But having money is not bad. I like to critique him for his his shit takes, his horrible foreign policy. I think people give Hassan way too much credit for his domestic policy takes. Like, having decent takes on domestic policy is something that most celebrities are able to do. But, like, Hassan's takes on foreign policy are downright demonic. The pro-China, pro-Russia, like, pro-Hamas stuff. Like, he is a Hamas sympathizer, too. Yeah, Dylan's literally peak foreign policy lefty talk. Like, foreign policy is complicated. I do my best to talk about it, but it's really hard to be informed enough to talk about it responsibly. Or at least to talk about it well enough that you don't make yourself look dumb. And so, like, I like, if you want, like, the top tier foreign policy takes, don't go to me. Go to someone like Dylan, because that is his wheelhouse. That is his department. He's not pro-Hamas. Nah, he was doing apologetics for it. You could see it. You could see in the interactions between him and Ethan Klein when the pro-Hamas protesters were defending Hamas and like chanting for like Hamas to kill more Israelis. And like Ethan was saying, "This shit's horrible. This shit's horrible." Hassan was like, "Well, I mean." And Ethan's like, "You think that that's horrible, right?" And Hassan's like, "Yeah, of course. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Well, you got to press me on it. Like, why are you being so aggressive about it? Why are you acting like I'd say it's not? Like, yeah, of course it is. Yeah." After like stuttering to be able to give a straight answer for like a minute straight on whether or not these protesters are bad for supporting Hamas. No, minimum volts. You can 100% lump Hassan in with them. I think Hassan is literally like a scum-sucking piece of shit. And I think less of anybody who watches his content. I literally do. That is my take. I think less of you if you watch Hassan.
Yeah, all the other woke companies, they flip the middle finger to their audience. Okay, you say you don't want your audience's eyeballs, then we're going to take your audience's eyeballs and we're going to give them something. You want to talk about a big marketing opportunity for conservatives broadly? There's a new poll out from AP and ORC, which says that 78% of Americans believe the country is trending in the wrong direction. Only 21%, just a little over 1 in 5 Americans, say the U.S. is headed in the right direction. This is a downturn even from a month ago when the
Wait, what is this question? Okay, so a poll as vague as, do you think the country is going in the wrong direction? At every point in American history would get a majority of people saying yes. Because everybody is fixated on the side they don't like, winning or losing. If you're a lefty right now, you feel like the country is going in the wrong direction because of a fascist takeover. If you're a right-winger right now, you feel like the country is going in the wrong direction because Biden and, like, wokeness. So, like, yeah, most Americans think the country is going in the wrong direction. This is a useless statistic. Literally useless to prove anything.
That same group found that 3/4 of Americans felt the country was heading in the wrong direction, and 1/4 believed it was heading in the right direction. So you went from 1 in 4 Americans saying the country's going in the right direction down to 1 in 5 Americans. And you're just in free fall, okay? This is a great opportunity for any Republican who says that he's running for president right now. Or any Republican who wants to be Speaker of the House. That battle's going on right this second, too.
Yeah, well, right now, most Americans are not pro-Republican. That's what the statistics that actually track data that's more specific on what party are people going to vote for in the election show the vast majority are likely to vote Democrat.
Ronald Reagan had a great line in A Time for Choosing, which is maybe his most famous speech. where he said, they accuse us of having simple answers to complex problems. Maybe there are simple answers, not easy answers, but simple. They are simple. What do we want in this country? We want strong families, strong communities, safe communities, law and order. We want to be able to flourish. We want to be able to prosper. We want more good and less evil, which means we want to worship our God. We don't want our churches to be closed. We want to raise our kids in the right way. We don't want weirdo teachers in crazy schools filling their heads with a pack of lies. We don't really simple. We want to have borders. We want to have law and order. We want there to be a distinction between citizens and foreigners. We want to have.
I imagine you know what the translation is to each of these things, right? Like the euphemisms. Like, we want to have borders is we want to lock down the borders and keep kids in cages on the border and, like, shoot people trying to get in, build the wall, that kind of thing. The whole, like, we don't want crazy teachers putting things in their heads in crazy schools as they want to keep doing the book bans like they do in Florida. And, like, banning of classes. Like, you guys know that, advanced biology, like, the class that you would take in high school for college credit, advanced biology, is banned in Florida. You cannot take it. It has been eliminated as an option to get college credits for in the state of Florida, in public schools. It has been banned. Because in advanced biology, or sorry, AP psychology, not advanced biology, sorry. AP psych, I apologize. AP bio is still allowed. AP psych teaches that gender and sex aren't the same thing. So they banned AP Psychology. You cannot get those college credits in high school for AP Psychology anymore. I knew several people who took AP Psychology in high school, when I was in high school. Those people would not be allowed to take it if we were in school today. The reason for this is because of what it teaches, is the current scientific consensus on what gender is, which is not the same thing as sex, and a identity thing. It also teaches about gender dysphoria and the validity of trans people, because that is the scientific consensus, and so that is what's in the curriculum. And because the Republicans banned the teaching of that, they said, here's the thing. You can still teach AP Psychology if you exclude anything that we disagree with politically, with the list including, like, the gender stuff, right? The thing is, though, the completion of the class cannot be accepted as valid and for credit without that information being included in the curriculum. So the Republicans have suggested an impossible standard to be met for the class to be offered, because if the class is offered by their standard, the class won't count for any credit. Because it's literally an incomplete class. It might as well be an after-school activity you're going to. You're not following a curriculum mandated by, like, state educate or by national education standards. So, like, they're literally actively fighting to destroy, like, Republican states' kids' educations for political wins, and they're championing it. I love how smug this guy's face is, too. What a good frame to end it on, dude. What a perfect frame. How do you guys enjoy that segment? I feel like it came out pretty damn good. Slashy, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that. So kind of you. So based. Said, explain to me who actually wants porn banned or thinks it's so awful. I cannot imagine anyone under 45 who is regularly online wanting that. Seanhead? Like, you guys know that there's, like, a big right-wing push to literally make it so that you have to give ID to access online porn in America, right? It's a big thing in a bunch of Republican states, and the justification is keeping kids from accessing it, and Seanhead's a big supporter of that policy. Like, Seanhead supports the bill to make it so you have to show ID to access online porn. Yeah, so, like, that kind of person. Tons of younger people support banning porn. Seanhead's one of them. Like, if you just want, like, an example of a person under 45, yeah. Anyway, thank you for the $5, Slashy. I appreciate it. Anyway, hold on. Let me go grab my... I'm going to put my currently dead vape, my weed vape, on the charger, and my new one needs to come off. Okay. Unfortunately, it was literally freezing cold from the window where I was charging this thing, which means that not only was it hanging upside down from the... Not only was this thing... Because, like, the charger that I have this thing plugged into is, like, this long. It's, like, this long. So, it like, I plug it into the wall, and there's no sitting it on anything. And so, this thing just hangs from the charger while it charges, upside down. So all the goo goes towards the tip away from the bottom thing here where the actual, like, burning thing is. Which means if I hit this right now, it'll just be cotton. It'll just burn cotton and smoke into my mouth. It'll be an awful idea. And all the goo has, like, fallen to the top, and it's cold. So it's, like, solid. It's, like, solidified more. It's gotten harder, and, like, it doesn't want to fall back down. So I basically got to, like, stick it a warm place, like, by my monitor. My monitor's a pretty warm spot. And give it a minute to, like, warm up and let the goo fall. Sit on it. Unironically, putting it in, like, my hand or just, like, my armpit might work. But, yeah, the goo must fall. I can just, like, put it in my waistband. So it's, like, up against my like, side. It's like I'm conceal carrying my vape. Zan, what do you think about cigarette bans? Bad idea. Bad idea. I don't think banning, like prohibition doesn't work. It just doesn't work. It doesn't work with guns. It doesn't work with drugs. It doesn't work. Like, prohibition doesn't work. People will just seek unsafe ways of getting their fix. And then, like, you criminalize possession or distribution of it, and now the people who are meeting that new created criminal market are now falling into even deeper, like, criminal activity due to the fact they're going to get arrested and sentenced. And you can't survive in prison without being a criminal. It's just how it works. If an innocent man goes to prison, serves his time, and gets out, he will come out of prison a criminal. Because he had to become one to survive. Just not snitching on shit you see is a crime. You know that, right? Like, not being a snitch, and being a snitch gets you killed in prison. So simply doing the thing that keeps you from getting killed day one in prison, not being a snitch, is a crime. So the second you get into prison and don't snitch on things, you're already committing a crime. You're already a criminal. Did you see Congress tried to ban woke words? Yeah, I saw, like, Republicans literally every week, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, go up on stage and try to do a new woke ban. It's nothing new. It's for, like, virtue signal points for the right. Oh, I believe the number, or I believe the stat is, you have to commit terrorism, a hijacking, and a murder on average to get the sentence, like, all that crime all at once. Like, you have to be sentenced for all those crimes and get a sentencing for all those crimes and be found guilty. In order to get the same, you would have to do all of those things in order to, it's the other way around, my bad. There was a story. I'm high right now, so my mind is, like, frazzled. I apologize. There was a story, and this is a disgusting one, about the American justice system. It stuck with me, which is why I'm bringing it up. There was a guy who had committed murder, hijacking, and terrorism, was trialed and sentenced of all three, and got a lesser sentence than more of a sentence, way more of a sentence than the average sentencing of a like a guy who had actively like committed a rape and a murder against a child. Like, it was just like, that was the only thing that could, like, get him more time than that, or get him less time. I forget exactly what I'm trying to say. My point is that we under punish like pedophilia in this country, and yet we put kids in jail for drugs. That's basically the point I'm trying to get at. I'm very stoned right now, so my brain cannot form sentences. Basically, it was a story that was a very stark example of how awful our criminal justice system is, where we, like, will sentence people for very long amounts of time for drugs, but when it comes to literally predating on children, they get off in, like, 2 years with a little registry thing. Yeah, my brain is playing Pong right now. I'm just trying to get that idea to bounce around. Yeah, it's pretty vile. I forget what the exact thing was. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. It was a story that came up on Reddit recently. I know who Reddit. Okay, I remember it now. All right, okay. Okay, here's what it was. A guy had done terrorism, murder, hijacking, and, like, raped a child, all in the same day, all part of the same charges, and they charged him for amounts of time proportional for each crime that they found him guilty of, all those 4 crimes. The child rape was the lesser crime in the list. They charged him more for the terrorism and the hijacking and the murder than for the raping of the child. That was what it was. Like, they divvied out amounts of time for the sentencing based on each guilty, like, which thing they found him guilty for. And the child rape was the thing they allotted him the least amount of time for. That was the story. I apologize. It was a while ago that I read that, and I'm stoned. But I was trying to remember exactly what it was. But yeah, it was just like, so, yeah, 30 years to Gryffindor. It was just a very, like, bone-curdling example. Like, how obvious it is that the criminal justice system doesn't really, like, care that much about, like, a child being hurt compared to a guy selling drugs. Like, our criminal justice system has very clearly stated which it finds to be the bigger problem and the more worthy of a serious punishment. Because that is what our criminal justice system is, of course. It's a punishment type. We just care about retribution and punishment. Don't try to imagine that, please. Yeah, probably not, yeah. Okay. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, everybody. We're checking in again on our favorite annoying Rantsona Nazi. So, back in the day, there was a YouTuber who was a pretty substantial part of what was growing and being dubbed the intellectual dark web. Very cringy name, I know. They are just as cringy as the name suggests. This consisted of, like, basically the anti-SJW skeptic sphere. People who were known for being part of a community that started out as atheist YouTube. You gotta remember, the anti-SJW skeptic community and most of the YouTubers in it started out as atheist YouTubers debunking Christian propaganda. But then, they made a hard pivot towards debunking SJWs because they claimed that the SJWs were the new Christian fundamentalists, right? And so it was more popular to dunk on them now. And they were very open about this, that, like, They were dunking on the Christian crazies because they were the crazy ones at the time, and that was what was popular to dunk on. And now it's popular to dunk on the lefties, and it has nothing to do with their political leanings being super left-wing or super right-wing. They're just making fun of the people being the most crazy, would be their defense against any perceived bias in their content, which was not really perceived but obvious, but they claimed it was just a perceived bias. That said, one of those people went by the name of Computing Forever. He started out with his, like, ginger rant sona with the big forehead, always doing, like, some sort of thinking pose. He started out mostly as doing culture rant videos and dunking on SJWs and feminists and stuff. Very basic stuff. But towards the end and the fall of the anti-SJW sphere and the intellectual dark web community, he went mask-off Nazi. He started talking about the Great Replacement and the Jewish question, and he just really went fully mask-off. And after that, Computing Forever decided that, you know, he started to fall off really hard. His views started to drop, so he rebranded. I don't know if he made a new channel or just renamed his old one, but he now goes by the Dave Cullen Show. But do not be mistaken, his old persona was the Nazi YouTuber Computing Forever. He's recently put out a video 6 days ago called The End of Captain Marvel. That's right, it's not very long, but in 2023, we are still getting chud, like, grift videos shitting on Captain Marvel. So this is from Bounding Into Comics, which is a, like, right-wing reactionary site. It's basically like, if you remember the Some Angry Gamers site, which would be about, like, this video game has an interracial couple in it. This is corrupting our culture, and then they go off about the Jewish question and the Great Replacement. The Bounding Into Comics is a bit like that, but a little less radical on the face. Like, they basically do quartering style stuff. I think the quartering might actually be part of it. Who uses the term bounding anymore? It's just meant to be like a very, like, the term Bounding Into Comics isn't supposed to give off any right-wing slant to the website. It's supposed to give off to, like, an impression to nerd comic people that this is just a comics news site that can sort of, you know, more subtly give them the politics propaganda on the side, you know? Bounding is very much a superhero-y, nerdy kind of word to use, right? So they just kind of, you know, found a title that would look appealing to the type of people they're trying to attract.
This article is from Bounding Into Comics. Brie Larson reportedly grew disillusioned with Captain Marvel role, doesn't want to play the part anymore. As reported by the Direct, author Joanna Robinson claims that Larson grew disillusioned with the role in her book MCU: The Reign of Marvel Studios. Specifically, Robinson wrote, "The future of those Marvel icons was unclear. The departure of franchise anchors like Robert Downey Jr., Chris Evans and Scarlett Johansson, as had the shocking loss of Chadwick Boseman. But other MCU stalwarts were heading for the exits. The Guardians of the Galaxy cast went on a farewell tour, Brie Larson grew disillusioned, and Marvel tussled with Sony in a custody battle over Tom Holland. During an appearance..."
We're talking about drama that happened years ago? Wait, why are we talking about something that happened before Spider-Man No Way Home came out? Like, that kind of dated it pretty hard, like, what she's talking about here, when she became disillusioned. By the way, there's a new Marvel, like, Captain Marvel movie coming out soon. It's not like she's quit or whatever. Like, there's more stuff. She's not, like, left unless it's not been announced yet. Like, the thing she's talking about here, with the whole, like, Sony Spider-Man, like, fiasco, happened in the production of Spider-Man No Way Home. The one with, like, where they brought, like, the classic Spider-Man stuff back. That was literally years ago. Like, years ago. That movie was in production. Like, we're talking, like, Trump was president.
On the Watch podcast, Robinson...
Like, I don't really care. I'm not really super into Captain Marvel. Not my favorite part of the MCU, to be honest, but I just kind of find it interesting how desperately, to this day, these people are to, like, try to glean any type of W out of, like, owning Brie Larson. It's really bizarre. Like I don't know why she's their target. I guess it's because she's vaguely feminist in some of her messaging, but she's not even really that much. I think a lot of it's like horniness. I think the Quartering's already like made it very clear that he is like sexually into Brie Larson and finds her attractive. So I think a lot of it is an unironic hate boner. I know we use that term like sort of irreverently a lot and as a joke, but I'm like, a hate boner is a real thing. And I think they have an unironic hate boner for Brie Larson. Like, they hate her, but they're horny for her, and it's very confusing for them.
Johnson added, I don't know if Brie Larson was the wrong person for the role necessarily, but the toxic backlash means that Brie Larson doesn't want to play Carol Danvers anymore, she added. That's sort of what she said. She was interviewed in D23, and they're like, so we're going to see a bunch more from Carol Danvers. She's like, I don't know. Does anyone want to see me play Carol Danvers? Doesn't seem like it.
Wait, holy shit. Yeah, this is dated as fuck. This is literally something that I remember covering the Quartering's coverage of this quote back in 2019, 2020. He's like, this is a 6-day-old video, and he's talking about a quote that is literally like 3 or 4 years old at this point. About her talking about like how she felt discouraged getting harassed by the internet for playing Captain Marvel. For those that don't know, the actress who played Abby in The Last of Us 2 still receives death threats to this day. People on the right online have a tendency to send death threats and attack the actors and like the talent that actually play the characters that they take issue with. The same thing, it's not even just a woman thing. The actor who plays Joffrey, or played Joffrey in Game of Thrones, was inundated with death threats and harassment because of the character he played in a show. Because people literally couldn't separate reality from the TV show and sent death threats to the actor who killed off their favorite character in the show. Like, what? The actor was just playing the character. How mentally... That is the level of mental illness we're dealing with here. The people who send death threats and hate Brie Larson are the same types of people who sent the guy who played Joffrey in Game of Thrones death threats because Joffrey killed their favorite character in the show. Like, we are into serious levels of mental illness.
Now, that interview in particular is from way back, posted on Variety's Twitter on September 10th, 2022. But what's interesting about this story is what's written next, specifically about the original plan for Chadwick Boseman, Tom Holland, and Brie Larson to be the new primary leads of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, following the retirement of the original core Avengers cast members, Robert Downey.
Okay, for one, the Sony thing's dealt with. Chadwick Boseman dying, I guess if you want to use that as like an epic own on Disney, you can. Like, I know that right-wingers are like pure evil, and so they like to take joy in those things. Oh, do you want to see what this guy looks like in real life, by the way? He presents himself, interestingly. Very squared jaw and head with his character. This is him in real life. And here's his rant Sona. You're really, I don't know, man. I don't know. You're doing... Let's go back to that. I don't know, man. Ooh, that jaw though. Ooh, no. You're not fooling anybody, man. You're not. I like how he gives himself that little like hair peak there, but he's literally bald in real life. He doesn't have any of that. That's not there. It's not a thing. I love the Rant Sona era, though. This guy has been, like, desperately clawing his way, like, month by month alive on YouTube, keeping up the old school, like, anti-SJW Rant Sona thing, where, like, one of his, like, favorite ones to use is him doing this pose. And then he's got one where he's, like exacerbated with the SJW nonsense, where he's, like, Like, he's got his fingers in his temples and he looks like Cross. And then he's also got another one where it's him and his Sona is naked and he's the thinker. I'm not even joking. He's got a version of his Sona that's naked as the thinker statue that he uses sometimes. Very lacking in self-awareness, I know.
Downey Jr., Scarlett Johansson and Chris Evans. Robinson went on to detail that Larson wanting to leave the role of Captain Marvel was not the case during the filming of Avengers Endgame. She said, Chadwick Boseman told me the story about on the set of Endgame, he and Brie Larson and Tom Holland sat around and talked about how they were the future of Marvel and how exciting that was for them. And when you look at the breakdown between the Sony Marvel deal over Spider-Man, when you look at Chad Boseman passing away, and you look at Brie Larson either not being a great fit or just, being damaged by toxic fandom, whatever that means, then that plan that they put into play, they felt like they were creating another A-team. Robinson added, there's so many factors that came into play that sort of knocked their plan out under them. Yeah, so, obviously no one could have foreseen the tragic death of Chadwick Boseman. And then the whole controversy over Tom Holland's Spider-Man regarding Disney and Sony, that was a big mess. Now, as for this claim...
Well, how is it a big miss? Sony, has the rights to keep making Spider-Man stuff. What? Wait, how is that a miss? This is literally multiple-year-old drama from pre-No Way Home coming out. I remember following Marvel when this was a thing. That happened and is over, and Marvel has retained the rights to keep doing Spider-Man stuff. Okay. I think, in the trade-off, Sony got Vulture. How's Sony doing in that whole thing? The trade-off that we got from that whole fiasco was Sony got Morbius. Sony was able to make Morbius and get Vulture for that after-credits scene. Marvel was able to make Spider-Man No Way Home. This guy wants to convince you that Marvel lost in that because, Marvel is owned by Disney, and Disney is, evil and woke.
Claim of toxic fandom. There was a section of the fan base who I believe were understandably upset with some statements that Brie Larson made prior to Captain Marvel. In particular, some things she said at a speech that she gave in 2018, and I've covered that in a video I made.
Oh, cool. So yeah, this is actually the origin of the anti-Brie Larson hate. So I'll give you the background to it because I actually remember it because I've had to talk about it so many times with these people. Basically, she was at an awards show and she'd done a movie called, I forget what it was called. It was called A Wrinkle in Time, I think. And the movie was I guess directed not for I guess it was directed at young girls and not young white girls, but young girls of color. And the movie got panned by the right-wing anti-SJW crowd because the fact that it was woke or whatever. But it still did well, and she was in an award show about it, and they'd asked her to speak on that issue on the reaction to the movie online. And so she said, if you're one of the middle-aged white dudes online screeching about this movie not being perfect for you, then it's not for you. That's fine. The movie just wasn't made for you. And so they took that quote and decided to run with that as her saying that the movies and media she makes aren't for real nerds. Because remember, they took aren't for middle-aged white men as meaning not for real nerds. Because that's what they mean what they think of when they think of a real nerd, I guess. Anyway. Oh, I love this guy's grift, too. I recognize this screenshot. The right got one of my favorite, attempts at a dunk on the Rings of Power show, the Lord of the Rings show, was that in one of the scenes where you see a crowd, because the show was filmed in COVID, they used, digital whatever to basically copy certain people in the crowd. And if you look closely, you can notice that, in the background, some of the people are the same people in the crowd. It's the same person. In a video game, we're using assets, which I'd say is a pretty useful and effective way to save money and potentially lives with a pandemic happening, especially if you can't notice it unless someone pauses it and shows it to you. And so the right took that frame and tried to use it as like you could see, I guess, like his thumbnail and what like the thing is about. They were really desperate to hate on that show. I enjoyed it, and I will stand by my enjoyment of Rings of Power for quite a while. And it also performed really well. As much as these people try to convince you that's not the case, Rings of Power performed really well and was pretty high rated. Season 2 is already confirmed and is in production, and Season 3 is pretty much guaranteed. So I'm going to get more of that show to watch. I loved watching them flip-flop on Rings of Power. It wasn't Rings of Power they flip-flopped on, it was House of the Dragon. They shit-talked House of the Dragon for months and months and months up until it came out. Didn't Rings of Power have that soap opera intro? Alec Gunter, I love you. I hate you, but I also love you, because you're wrong, but the fact that you're wrong about this allows me to make a point by correcting you, okay? So I also love you. That is a good point. That soap opera intro you're talking about was literally a psyop, Alec Gunter. You fell for it. You fell for the hate train for the show. Do you want to see what the actual Rings of Power intro looks like? It shouldn't be copyright for me to show this. This is the actual opening theme. What you saw was a Twitter post passed around by right-wingers that was actually just a promotional ad by I think it was Entertainment Weekly. It was literally just a panning black void with the characters for an Entertainment Weekly ad that was shared around with the Entertainment Weekly bit cut out, saying that it was the intro for the show to make it look like it had some cheesy soap opera intro. This is the actual Bear McCreary, the guy who did the soundtrack for God of War and God of War Ragnarok. And if you played those games and heard the music, you know. You know. Why the fuck was there a fake intro? There wasn't a fake intro, Alec Gunter. I'm telling you that you fell for the hate brigade the show got. The right-wingers pushed hate for that show so hard that, you were convinced that it wasn't right-wingers doing it. People were sharing around fake shit. There was, one of my favorites was, the claim that there would be sex scenes in it. One of the biggest claims that passed around about the show, because it was on Amazon, that was shit-talking the show, was that it was going to be like they were going to try to make it like Game of Thrones and fill it with gratuitous nudity and sex scenes, which is of course very un-Tolkien. Not even close. Not even close. So far from even close. Not even close. It was just a straight-up lie. They just made it up. They just made it up. Most of the hate that you've probably got for the show, or most of the negative opinions you've got on the show, or things you've seen, are probably literally just lies you heard. Hold on, now I'm confused. Was the intro I saw legit or not? No. The thing you saw was an Entertainment Weekly promotional ad with a black void with the characters standing in it and the camera panning past them. It was promotional material for a magazine to post on their Twitter account. Twitter users took that, cut the Entertainment Weekly logo out of it, posted it captioned, "This is the shitty, corny intro for the shitty Amazon Lord of the Rings show that we've all decided to hate before it came out." And you saw that, and you fell for it. But yes, I'm not faulting you for it. I'm saying, holy fuck, look how effective that the grift is, that people in my chat fell for it. I ask that you give the Lord of the Rings show a shot if you've got an Amazon Prime subscription. Give it a watch if it interests you. Don't fall for the hate brigade online and make your own opinion on it. That's what I ask you do. Watch it and make your own opinion. If you watch it and you don't like it, I disagree with your opinion, but I respect that you actually watched it. Many others can't say the same, such as this guy.
Back then. The link to that video is in the description box below if you want to check it out. The statements she made were not popular with some people, and they turned some people off. That's just the reality. Added to that, the sort of Mary Sue...
I like how he won't even, say what she said because it's such a nothing burger that this entire hate for Brie Larson was always built on, that if they actually state what the original thing they took issue with was, the hundreds of videos these people have made on her look insane. Insane. The fact that all she did was say, the movie wasn't for you if you didn't like it. The amount of videos that single content creators have made in the hundreds is downright insane. We're almost finished with this, by the way, Soaked and Left. I don't want to keep you up too late.
Quality of the character of Carol Danvers / Captain Marvel. And suffice to say, there wasn't as much interest in Captain Marvel, the character, as there was for some of the others. And in addition, this is perhaps something we don't talk about all that often, but I think there was no need to introduce Captain Marvel before Endgame. So clearly there was a mandate to squeeze the character into Endgame. Hence,
What? No? Why does every single pose of his avatar have a raised eyebrow? It's to make him look smart. It's what all the, like, back in the day, all the Rant Sona, like, anti-SJW channels did to, like, make their Rant Sona look smart. They were never brave enough to show their faces, but they had, like, different poses for their Rant Sona to make them look cool. Another YouTuber that I would watch back in the day that did content like this was Rags. And he has a furry avatar, because he's, like, an unironic actual gay furry, and admittedly so. But he's also, like, a right-winger anti-SJW. He used to do really good, like, PC Master Race content. This is a good example of, like, he's not still alive. No, he doesn't still make content. This is an older video. This is from, like, 2019 when, like, some channel that's, like, big did a video about how, like, some, like, stereotype, or some of the things that he didn't really die, his channel's dead. Some of the stereotypes you see commonly repeated in fantasy media to represent certain races, such as goblins, orcs, etc., very clearly pull from problematic stereotypes that inspired them about real groups of people. And there's very clear historical context you can draw the inspiration from that is not arguable, and that there might be some social value in acknowledging those representations being made in fantasy media, especially when those representations are showed in races that are depicted as being pure evil. Like, if you've got a goblin race that, like, let's just say happens to meet it checks a lot of the boxes, you know? Checks a lot of the boxes, and in your fantasy setting, those goblins are pure evil, irredeemable evil, and they're also, like, they check those boxes, you know? Like, that's maybe worth talking about. But these right-wingers try to frame any lefty discussion around that topic as the left trying to compare minority groups to those, like, fantasy races. It's common that you'll see a meme where it's, like, a soy jack lefty saying to, like, a black person, "See this orc? This is you! We're arguing that you're just like them." And that's, like, the framing of, like, the left's conversations about where some of these representations might have been inspired from. But then on the other hand, you do get people who are the more insane side of it, where they think that any representation of a race in media as being pure evil is bad. And I think there's discussion worth having about it, but I also think it's like, you're being a little too, you're getting too up someone's asshole. Wait, hang on, Xander Hall, was Rags friends with JXC? Yeah, I think JXC is friends with lots of, like, right-wing grifter types, though. Like, it's just the nature of being a big mainstream YouTuber. But yeah, this will give you, like, a little bit of an insight into what, like, the Rant Sona era was like. This is peak Rant Sona. This is his Rant Sona. It's a dog. He's a furry. And yes, he unironically accepts and receives porn of his Rant Sona, which is literally a dog in sunglasses. It's just a dog. Like, he's, like, arguably bordering on zoophile. Yeah, so that's, whew. Anyway, here's his Rant Sona.
Also, her legs make a swastika. Extra credits, no.
You might have noticed a reoccurring argument about some species from fantasy media, specifically orcs.
Oh yeah, I remember that. A bunch of totally not racist progressive types on the internet all of a sudden started deciding that, you know what? Orcs are kind of like black people. Orcs shouldn't be like black people, all violent and barbaric and evil. Now, all of us normal people heard that, and we just about lost our minds because this was one of the most low-key racist and ridiculous and horrible things that we'd ever heard.
This era of content of, like, desperately trying to frame the left and progressives as the real racists died off. This video is from, like, years ago at this point. It's from 2021. and this was like one of his last uploads on the channel since he fell off. The whole like, yes, the racist lefties who dare to do social analysis of things. Like, yeah, it really kind of died off.
Hence Captain Marvel, the film being positioned between Infinity War and Endgame. And it didn't feel like the character had really earned her place among the events.
Is this literally him just like talking about Marvel shit? I don't care.
Being pushed on us very hard, very quickly, and to a certain degree, I think stealing some of the limelight from the long-running characters. So fans noticed this, and some of them didn't like that. So much so, I mean, there's a scene at the end where Captain Marvel jumps into the final fight with Thanos, and it just doesn't.
Well, where she fights Thanos isn't cringe. The scene where it's like all like the girl power scene in Endgame is really cringe. Like, it on its own, it maybe wouldn't be that cringe. It's that when I saw the movie in the theater, I immediately knew that I'd like have to deal with years of conservatives reeing about it. And that's all I could think about when I saw the scene. And so maybe that's why I cringed so much. But like the girl power scene was pretty cringe. In large part because it didn't really make sense. Oh, come on, Zan. Why do you complain about that? Well, because it is cringe. It was cringe. Wait, hold on. Guys, do you not think it was cringe? It was. They didn't know each other. It was awful. That's true. Oh my god, I forgot about that detail. They literally didn't even know each other. Oh my god. Here, I'm gonna do this guy's job better than him. Okay? I'm gonna do his job better than him. And I'm gonna critique the girl power scene from Endgame as the outro to this segment, okay? Captain Marvel has met pretty much none of the other characters on screen before. Blipped, never met her, I don't think. Never met her because she was blipped. Never met her because she was in space. Never met any of these characters, okay? Captain Marvel outpowers all of these characters by insane magnitudes, besides maybe Scarlet Witch. Maybe Scarlet Witch is the only one that, like, could possibly hold her own in a 1v1 against Captain Marvel. And that's if Scarlet Witch is really mad, okay? That's if she's really mad. And she's never met any of them. She's way stronger than any of them. And they do this, like, moment-breaking scene where the music stops. Like, Peter Parker gives the gauntlet to Captain Marvel, and he's like, there's a lot of guys in your way. Are you sure you could get to the van that you got to throw it through? It's like, dude, she literally like destroyed a mothership to get here. Her intro was falling from the sky like a shooting star through a spaceship, like a bullet coming out the other side, and it just exploding. Okay? And just destroying the entire thing. Like, it just, like, holy shit. She's insanely powerful. So the scene's all about how they all magically appeared, all the women in all of the MCU, all of the female characters, both minor and primary, all converged on one point in the battlefield. Just by chance. To have this, like, epic scene in the middle of battle where it's like, no, it's not all five. No. This is the start of the panning shot. This is just the one shot you can have on camera. It pans out to be like every female Marvel character that's like in the battle from there. It's like the girls get it done scene. It's like all the girls are there. It is not all 6 women. It's literally like probably like 12 or 13, I think, in the full panning shot. But it was really weird that they like, because it doesn't make any sense that all the women would just happen to be there around Peter Parker in that scene. All the men are off fighting, I guess. Like, the music stops and they say, "We'll help," or whatever. I forget what the line was. "We'll cover her," I think it was. And then they did obviously the Boys parodied this and made fun of it with the girls get it done thing. The Boys is a very progressive show, and even they made fun of it because of how pandery it was. It was truly one of the few instances in which I think I can agree with the right on, like, blatant cringe immersion moment breaking pandering that just really, yeah. Wait, when did The Boys parody it? Can I show this clip without getting copyrighted? The scene I'm talking about was only a little bit less cringe than what I'm about to show you. How much of this can I show without getting copyrighted? So for those who don't know, The Boys is a great show. It's fucking amazing. It's a parody. It's a satire of superheroes in a superhero universe, but it's also serious. Like, it isn't just a comedy show that can't take anything seriously. It's got an actual story. The characters are compelling, and it's actually really tense and really, like, it's good. Anyway, I think I can show this clip without getting memed. See, like, not like, oh, she's a Nazi, but like she was actually in like she knew Hitler. Like that kind of Nazi. Her name's Stormfront. Her superhero name is Stormfront. It's such a good show. It's such a fucking good show. You really need to watch this show if you're like a lefty politics person. Especially if you hate superheroes, you'll love this show too. She's a villain. Wait, why are you weirding me? The people who haven't seen the show are weirding me. That's hilarious. The people who haven't seen the show and don't know the context are weirding me. God. Anyway, I'm better at doing that guy's job than he is. Alrighty, I hope you enjoyed that segment. I'm gonna go pee really fast, and then I'm ready to have you on stream. Soaked and Left. I do have to read a dono really fast, but then after that, I'm ready. I'll be right back. Oh, I feel like a new man. God, I feel good. Oh. Pog. Hello. What is going on, my friend? Yeah, they happen every day, pretty much. Tends to happen when you got a whole lot of guns in a country. More guns than people. Oh, is it muted? Oh, hold on. I gotta adjust the audio. It tends to do this whenever I start a new Discord call.
The Descent. True authoritarian Xander Hall.
Okay, hold on. Let's do a proper intro, okay? I'm gonna do a countdown. And I'm gonna say action, and that's when Cherry's gonna like start the recording, and I'm gonna do an intro, and I'm gonna like introduce you, and then you're gonna introduce yourself, okay?
All right,
let's do this. 3, 2, 1, action. Alrighty, so I am here today with Soaked and Left, and we're gonna talk about gun policy. I understand that we have a few things we disagree on, a few things that we might agree on. And hopefully we can change each other's minds. I know that Soaked and Left tends to have a lot of like data on hand, so if there's data that like supports his arguments, then there's a much higher likelihood of me being swayed. But why don't you introduce yourself, Soak Done Left?
Hey, I'm Aiden. I run the channel Sock Done Left. You can find me sockdoneleft.org/live, where I'm trying to stream, hoping to stream tomorrow. And yeah, I think I probably take one of the more quote-unquote anti-gun positions within the left, where Zan takes one of the more pro-gun positions, and I'd be happy to explain. I had some notes on the video you did on, quote, the only correct take on gun control.
True.
So I'd be happy to give some critiques of that. But in general, I'd love maybe just to hear, as a starter, like your general take on firearms and how they should work in society.
Okay, so a lot of my positions on firearms have developed much more since I became a firearm owner, because to own firearms, at least where I do, there is training required, or at least heavily recommended, at least to make the process easier for getting a gun. For me, I went ahead and got my concealed weapons license, even though there is constitutional carry, which I am against in the state of Florida. I decided to get my concealed weapons license because for future gun purchases, I'm background checked. Even though they do one there when you buy the gun, I don't have to worry as much about wait times. I could go literally right now in Florida. I could walk into a gun store to, say, a Rural King, pay $1,600, buy an AR-15, and walk right on out 10 minutes later after my background check and signing my forms. And so I ended up doing a lot of research. A lot of the training they have you do for getting your concealed weapons license involves learning statistics and shit. They really like to hammer into you the statistics on how many defensive shootings there have been in like any given span of time. They quiz you on that for getting your license. They have you take a test and everything. And so my position is basically defaulted to, at the moment, that gun violence and guns in general, let's start with guns as an object, are not much different than drugs. And that prohibition does not really seem to solve the problem, especially when you bring in criminalization as a way of actually like enforcing said prohibition. It tends to come along with a lot of additional problems, especially when we're talking about America's fucked up criminal justice system, which, as much as I would like to say we could just fix it, like, I mean, I'd like to fix it before we condemn too many people to prison for certain things. Anyway, on top of that, in regards to, I'm sorry, I'm a bit high right now, so finding my thoughts whenever I've got like a branching
I'll take it.
thing I'm trying to do is a little difficult, so bear with me. Also, like, I'm not like bridge burning or anything, so we're not gonna get too heated here. Another thing that I found myself sort of falling towards is the position that there's a lot of guns in this country. A whole lot of guns. And when you look at the statistics for shootings, especially mass shootings, it tends not to be rifles or even like short barrel pistols that can go full auto. It tends to be just standard pistols you could buy in any gun store, just an auto loader, not even like Glocks with switches, not even the banned assault weapons that are that can go full auto. It's your standard like Glock or a like a little snub-nose revolver. The Saturday Night Special. These tend to be the most common guns used in crime, and that's pretty inarguable, I'm pretty sure. I'll let you interject if you want to argue against that fact, because if I'm wrong on it, I want you to correct me.
Sure. I mean, I guess just to start with an overview, like, I'm pretty skeptical of the idea that guns make society safer, either for individuals or freedom from tyranny. And I'd be happy to talk about one of the things in your video. You did talk about the defensive uses of guns, and I think the stats on that are just dead wrong. That they come, that stat that you might have heard literally comes from an election-denying arch-conservative Republican.
That's
that doesn't mean he's
probably why
wrong.
they teach it. That's probably why they teach it in the
it might
CWL
be.
classes.
But that doesn't mean it's wrong. I think it's wrong on the merits. And I guess the starting position I would take is that I think the position I've settled on is it seems like household ownership of guns is what leads to most of the problems associated with guns. Like, most gun deaths aren't even homicide, they're self-deletion. I don't know what term you like to use on for
You can just say, you
monetization.
can, I don't do the whole monetization dance around the subject thing. You can just say suicide.
Sure. So suicide is like 2/3 of deaths from guns, and homicide is the other. And most homicides are people who know each other, or like usually some sort of organized
Domestic
crime.
violence as well is a big issue with
Yeah.
gun violence.
Yeah, like people who know each other, especially family members, are I believe the majority of deaths from guns. So I do bring it up just because like there is a degree to which if guns weren't available, then people would still achieve those ends by other means. However, I guess one of the stats that first changed my mind on all of this is just looking at other countries. Like the United States does not have more violent crime than other countries, but it does have about a 5 times higher violent crime rate than any other. I'm sorry, not violent crime rate, a 5 times higher homicide rate than other countries. Same violent crime, 5 times higher homicide rate. And the obvious suggestion to me is like, oh, well, that's probably because instead of doing a violent crime with like a knife or something, they're doing it with a gun. And this is very weak evidence. This isn't causal. It's just correlation.
It makes
but
sense.
It's a pretty big difference. I sent a graph on the question, but I guess the stake I've come around to is it seems like household gun ownership seems to be the key to a lot of those problems. And I think that the only argument for guns that I think I still really accept anymore is the idea that they could be used to oppose tyranny. And so I've come around to the position that there should be communal armories, maybe even publicly funded communal armories and ranges at which people can go and practice and shoot, but that to as much a degree as possible, household gun ownership basically should be like, the goal would be to end that. That's obviously not happening in 100 fucking years in the United States, but the goal would be to shift everything to communal armories. So it's a pretty radical take in America, but
I don't think I'm not stopping any tyranny with these goddamn like California, Washington-ass magazine limits. No, I don't really believe in the whole stopping tyranny thing. While I do think that disarming a population is definitely weakening said population, like if you're going to try to subject a population to the rule of your will after, say, committing a government coup, like a military coup or something, or getting enough of your supporters in power to successfully coup yourself back into government positions like Trump tried to do, then the idea of having a disarmed population sounds a little scarier than having an armed one in that scenario. Like, obviously, I don't expect a full-on uprising against the government, but worst case scenario, yeah, it would be nice for the for population to be armed. But it's really just sort of a what-if scenario, right? Because in the reality of it, we have an insane amount of guns in this country, and I completely agree with you on everything you've brought up. As for, like, the armory thing, I think I would be fine with that in an ideal scenario, but the problem is that lots of people that are bad have guns. And the issue is if, like, I know this is sort of a tired argument, but if like, there are bad guys out there with guns, and none of us good guys have guns except cops, and I don't trust them, have guns, then the bad guys with guns basically have a superpower. Like a guy with a gun and nobody else has one, that guy's got superpowers pretty much. And so one of the concerns is with how many guns there are in the country and the fact that with just a couple metal parts and a 3D printer you can make your own, is the fact that, like, yeah, you would basically make criminals superheroes, or not superheroes, supervillains. They'd have way more power than the average person could ever hope to muster against them for self-defense. And I think one of the best ways to crimp down on that issue as, like, an actual policy is heavily restricting ammo sales. Would probably be the best way to do that. It would take a while for the ammo to dry up in the, like, out there in the world, in the country that people have. You could buy it, you could find it. There's just a lot out there. A lot of it goes bad, it gets wet, it gets humid, it gets too hot, it gets too cold. But after a while, eventually the ammo would get used up. And with strong enough restrictions and ammo, that might see a pretty sizable decrease. My main issue is that, while I agree 100% on everything having to do with household gun ownership, the suicides, domestic violence, that's one of the biggest ones. I think that there needs to be, very similar to what Canada does, every gun owner in this country needs to be on a registry. And they need to have their daily background checks, just like Canada does, for every gun owner in the country. Canada does it, we could do it. We could totally do it. Not only that, but if they need to call your loved ones and contact your exes. They do this in Canada. If you're a gun owner, they contact your exes and ask if they're afraid of you or if they don't want you having a gun. And if they say they don't want you having a gun, you don't get to have a gun. And that sounds really over the top and extreme, but I mean, with how many cases of gun violence are literally, like, generally guys shooting their, like, ex-girlfriends or whatever, I think it's an apt policy. I don't want anybody obtaining a gun through legal means and using it for a crime. I don't want that ever. The more strict there are of barriers to get guns legally, the happier I am. My only issue is in the state of where firearms are now is when states, it's usually states, ban particular firearms entirely. Even when it comes to ranges. When I go to my local range, I can't go fire an AR-15. Like, I mean, I can, but it's got the limited magazine, and it can't go full auto. Like, you know, even in that controlled, safe environment where they've got everything locked down, it sucks that even in the most guaranteed, just people having fun, trying to do some marksmanship scenarios, we've kind of, you know, limited how much fun you can have with guns, because guns are fun. I hope you agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, I'd totally be down for, like I said, I'm totally on board with the idea of like public funded ranges or something in the people's socialist utopia of America. You know, you go down to the range with your people's bullets and your people's guns and you shoot them full auto at the people's targets. I guess, so I will agree with you that rifles are very much not a threat in terms of a big proportion of like homicide or suicide. The only thing they seem to be a major threat for is like mass violence. And that's a pretty small portion, like around 1% of the violence. So like the overwhelming problem is actually handguns. It's the cheap guns in particular too.
Yeah.
Like unironically, a lot of why handguns are so correlated with crime has to do with the fact that they can cost less than $1,000. It's not like a life-changing expense to make if you need one to do for the purpose of committing a crime.
Yeah.
Like unironically, one of the arguments I would be very amenable actually to the opposite argument that instead of doing the assault weapons ban, there should be handgun bans. And the Supreme Court has completely struck the ability to do that down, so it's not really an option anymore. But maybe if we get 6 libs on there.
Well, the problem is I don't even know if with libs there's political willpower, because the problem is that we agree on a lot because there's so many problems with guns in this country. And one of them is the amount of them out there, right? And a lot of them are just criminal, or just ghost guns is like the phrase for them, but that's a pretty broad category. These could be 3D printed guns. They're guns with their serial numbers filed off. They're guns that have just been hidden. They're guns that have had their barrels. Because like one of the ways that the police track gun crime, like say someone shot another person and just left the scene and there's no casing on the scene, you can take the bullet and you can look at the scratchings and the markings on the side of the bullet, because every barrel has unique markings and unique scuffage that will leave a unique trail on the bullet, and you can track it to a particular barrel. And so there's a ton of ways in which people have kind of caught up with that to try to ghost their guns to make them less traceable, whether that be just taking the barrel out and destroying it, defacing serial numbers and changing them. All these things illegal, but criminals do them anyway because they don't give a fuck. They you know... And I think even in Republican states, I was surprised to hear this, that even in Republican states like Florida, they've actually voluntarily instilled their own common sense gun safety policies. Because to be fair, as evil as Republicans are, I don't think they want people shooting each other all over the place.
Yeah.
In the state of Florida, they raised the limit to buy handguns to the age of 21. 18 is how old you can be to buy an AR-15 in Florida, but you got to be 21 to buy a Glock 19.
Actually, another odd thing that DeSantis did that was good was he was one of the earlier governors in the country to sign a red flag law that so you were talking earlier that if your exes think that you're a threat and don't want you to have a gun, the red flag law is sort of similar. If you post on social media that you want to do some sort of mass violence, if your family members are reporting it, if you've got police investigation, FBI investigation, whatever, then for X many years, I want to say it's like 6 months or 12 months, and maybe it should be longer, shorter. I don't know. We don't actually have any evidence on it yet because these are all new, but like unironic good thing that DeSantis did. We have no idea if it's had an effect yet, but yeah, I mean, it'd be nice to see those expand. And as you say, maybe bring it to more than just a red flag of I want to do mass violence, but also intimate partner violence, because that's an overwhelming part of it. Like actually, some of the best studied parts of gun laws are like when the Gun Control Act was expanded in the 90s, it reduced intimate female partner homicides by, I think, 15% by gun, and didn't affect non-gun homicides at all. So like there's a very big effect of reducing access to guns on women getting killed. So I would like to have less of that.
The interesting thing is there's certain types of crimes that tend to be committed with legally obtained guns, and there are types of crimes that tend to be committed with non-legally obtained guns, right? So, for example, in the 1990s, we passed a firearms or a assault weapons ban, right? So and the big problem with this ban was, as much as I wish I could shoot a full auto AK-47, I probably won't be able to unless I go to like a range in Vegas. I think that's where you can do it. But besides that, it's like really hard. You have to find someone who owns one, because what the ban did was grandfather in all the already owned guns. So as long as you file the proper paperwork, even with a private sale, you can sell and distribute those guns still. It just has to be private sale, I'm pretty sure. I don't think like a licensed FFL can sell them. I'm pretty sure. I may be wrong, though. Correct me if I'm wrong in the comments or in the chat. But those private sales means that tons of people, majorly gun nuts from like the 80s and prior to that in the 90s, have like stockpiles of ammo and literally full auto guns. They've got guns from Vietnam. They've got old full auto World War II guns. They've got guns from like modern wars as well. From like whenever we were fuck, my brain's blanking on right now. When we were in Afghanistan, some of those guns, Gulf War in Afghanistan, we've got those guns too are in this country as well, and people own them. And it's a very small subsection of people that own them. And now those guns are a massively increasing in value investment. The people who own them are either holding on to them, if they're smart, to sell later, or selling them now for tens of thousands of dollars. If you want to buy an AK-47, you can legally buy one from someone who has one if it's like, you know, through the legal process and all that, and you sign the paperwork, because it has to still be tracked. It has to be a legal sale. You can still buy one through private sale, though, but you're not going to get one for under 10K. They're just going up massively in price. And, you know, they get destroyed and stuff over time, but those firearms are eventually going to end up becoming a, you know, a rare commodity over time. It won't be anytime soon, but, like, people have them. They're just stocked away, right? And I worry that the people who do have them are bad. You know, maybe not the people you want to be having them. You know, maybe your right-wing nut job types, like, you know.
I mean, kind of. But, I mean, it just does seem that, like, so one of the things I watched your video on gun control, and the first thing you got mad at was California's high capacity magazine ban, and I actually pretty strongly disagree with that one. So because, like, yes, there's a few people who collect guns, but by and large, those aren't the people doing incidents of mass violence. The people who are doing incidents of mass violence are virtually every single one documented to date has like a serious mental health problem. They're often very early on in their life, and they aren't seeing a lot of success. So the type of person who has tens of thousands of dollars for like their private pet projects to buy a gun is usually not the type of person who's like having troubles getting out of school, having troubles making it in early life, and taking out their frustration on other people.
They buy cheap guns, right? So they're not buying those insane like guns that people are scared of, that are very politically what I was getting around to was like what we probably would agree on, and that's Democrat policy and messaging needing to change, and maybe just at least get more accurate. Like, it can be anti-gun, it can be about like gun policy, pro-gun, like, you know, pro-gun safety policy, but I'd like it to be more accurate. Like the stuff like 9mm will blow the lungs out of the body's got to stop. But moving back towards what was on topic, is you're right. Like, when people are, the majority of gun violence, I believe, or I may be getting this mixed up, I believe the number one cause of death of people under the age of 18 in this country are guns. So I believe that statistic's true.
It's the leading cause of under 18s, but it's mostly because young adults are immortal. Like, they can't fucking die from anything but poison, cars, and guns. So.
Well, that's probably a big part of it too. Like, yeah, kids would probably be pretty hardy, but I think a lot of it is a variety of things. So a big one is so we agree on everything that's going to be like making it harder to legally obtain guns, like every policy, every class or license you should have to take. I fucking hate constitutional carry. The amount of people who are going to hurt themselves and others with constitutional carry in Florida is going to be astronomical in the coming years. I assume you know what constitutional carry is?
Is it just, oh god, what's the name for it? At will issue or whatever?
No, it's not even that. At will issuing is, Florida does that too. It's basically at will issuing is when they, like, if you try to go through the process to get your permit and they don't get to the permit within a certain amount of time, they'll just give it to you. They don't do the background check. They don't go through the process. If the 30 or 60 days that they have to do the process passes, because it's the police station, the police department, and the court system that are doing the, like, permit process, and it's the state that are, like, mandating how long they have to do it. And in will issue states or shall issue states, they just do it by default if the court system and the police run out of time to do it. And so that's different, though. But in the state of Florida now, if you can legally own a gun and you do, you can just carry it. Just carry it.
I see. So it's totally permitless.
Permitless carry. That's what it's called, yeah. But they call it constitutional carry, too, yeah.
Look,
I hate it. So many people are going to hurt themselves. It's insane. So many people.
Yeah, I mean, like, one of the things that is very clear from causal data is that buying a gun does causally increase your risk of self-harm. Like, it's not just that people who are at risk of self-harm buy guns. It's actually the other way around. That, like, for something like 12 years after you buy a gun, your rate of self-harm is about 10 times higher than those who don't buy a gun. It's a very long-lasting, large effect. And it seems... Go ahead.
Well, I'm interested in, like, what the context to that is. I'm not, like, challenging it. I'm curious because, like, is it that people get a gun and that contributes to, like, thoughts of suicide and so they self-harm, or...
So it's a little bit related to, okay, for a model of, like, how suicide happens is there needs to be something bad in your life, like depression, or just like a general, like you're generally low. There's usually a trigger of some kind. Like, this is where trigger warnings and stuff come from. There's a trigger in your life that leads you to have thoughts of it. Thoughts of it can lead you to a plan, and if you decide to go through with the plan, then it actually happens. And each step here is usually like 10 times less common. So people who have thoughts, there's like 1/10 who make a plan, and of those who make a plan, there's a 10th who go through with it. And the reason why the plan matters for guns is guns are quick, and people think they're pretty painless, and they work.
People survive gunshot, like, wounds to the head, though. That's the insane thing.
They do, but the rate of survival is about 1 in 6. It's about, I think, like 1 in 3 for bridges and like 1 in 2 for poison. It's not 1 in 2 for poisoning. I think it's 9 in 10 for poisoning. I can send you a graph. Like, guns are the method to. It's a
suicide button. It's a suicide button that people can have in their houses.
Essentially, and that makes the plan really easy. In short, it's not I have to drive out to a bridge. It's literally just open the drawer. And so, like, that's the model for that studiers of suicidology have come to, that, like, go ahead.
Oh, no, I completely agree with everything you're saying. I don't want to interrupt, but I guess the only impasse we really come to is the question of, do people in America who like to own guns and like to shoot them, they love marksmanship, and, like, as much as it would be cool to have, like, a neighborhood armory or a community armory, it's nice to have your own gun in your house, you know? Like, the fact that I can go and reach over and like, clean my gun, but, like go home from the range, clean my gun whenever I feel like it, because sometimes I put it off and I like to put a YouTube video on and then I take it apart and I clean it. Like there's just, there's a lot to having guns, like the culture of it too, the non-toxic parts of it, which I'm trying to become a part of. Like, a lot of it's a trade-off for people who like to own guns. A lot of people who own guns, it's an aspect of their lifestyle. And when it's attacked in any way, it can be a pretty big bruise to them. But I think as long as they're allowed to have them, then they're happy. So long as they're not committing crimes or doing anything bad and don't plan to do anything bad and haven't done anything bad. Like, as long as the average do-gooder gun owner American doesn't feel attacked by gun policy, that's when we're walking the line well. One of the things I've noticed is a problem with the Democrats lately is the very blatant messaging of legal gun owners being an enemy, that they're selfish and that they want to have their pew pew shooty guns while millions die, and they just don't care. And in the meantime, they show images of things like AR-15s, and they talk about how this is a direct Biden quote that I very begrudgingly have had to talk about right-winger gun channels really running away with. They loved this quote. They made so much content off of it. Biden said, the 9mm blows the lungs out of the body. You don't need anything that powerful. And I believe he went on to say that 22 is more reasonable, with a suggestion that, like, he would make it so 22 would be the only thing you could buy as far as ammunition goes. And it was a very bizarre statement. And the assault weapons thing as well. The phrase assault weapons isn't a classification that exists for weaponry, like within military or like gun manufacturing or anything. No one uses that term except for Democrat politicians. It was a term used to describe the guns that are scary. Like, a lot of them, it doesn't even matter how they function or what they can do, it's how scary they are, is what determines whether or not the media wants them banned. The media, Democrat politicians, or people who are more in favor of outright gun bans. And I'm fine with people having the position, but I prefer it be based in more in reality. A lot of it seems to be based out of fear. I've met a lot of people who are anti-gun because they're scared of them and have never shot one, and like they go and they shoot one for the first time and they're like, I still believe in pretty sensible gun policy, but I'm far less anti-gun than I was before, because a lot of their beliefs were driven by fear, and the Democrats' hardcore, like, kind of message to those people that are scared of guns, and that's why they're anti-gun. Meanwhile, heavily ostracizing the people that are into guns.
I will totally agree. I think I might even be willing to make the argument that, to some degree, Republicans like to fearmonger around like drag queens and whatnot, and that's based in completely nothing, right? That's complete fabrication. But the analogy is that school shootings are horrific. They are like deeply traumatizing events, and they do traumatize lots and lots of people. Democrats want to capitalize on that and try and win their broader political goal of gun control that leads them to bad solutions. Like, it leads them to care about the scary black guns, is the name sometimes that conservatives give for assault rifles.
Yep.
Yeah. And that's not actually the threat to people's safety and well-being. Like, the if you want to end mass violence, you fundamentally need like single payer healthcare. You fundamentally need like red flag laws and like delays on purchase. Like, I'm willing to say something like 15-day or even a month delay on getting a gun, which I think the 1990s act was 10 days nationwide.
10 days, but I'm mad now. I love that Simpsons quote so much. I'm sorry, you go on.
I mean, it's the exact point, right? Is that like if you truly want a gun for either, like, if you feel that's necessary for your self-preservation, which and this is maybe where we might go to, where I think there might be a disagreement on the stats of self-defense, then you should still want it a month down the line. You shouldn't need it like today. But people who might want to hurt someone, themselves, others, who want it today, that does seem like something they might cool off from. So that's, I don't know.
Yeah, no, I like the, I'm fine with wait times. It was definitely pretty, like, agonizing doing the wait time for mine. But to be fair, like, I have dual residence because I spend enough time in Florida that I can also have residence there. So I just got mine there because it's easier. And so, like, I have my Florida ID, I do the whole background check thing, they run me through the system, they verify I'm all good. And I had to wait 3 days for it. And because I was on a trip, and, like, I go back and forth, so I'm like, I gotta go back to Washington at the end of the week, but I also want to get my gun while I'm here. And then I also have to fly back to Washington with it, which is itself its whole own ordeal, flying with a gun. You have to check it in and go through TSA with it, and you got to declare a firearm and all that. Whole process is really stressful. You have to spend as much money as a gun on a hard case that can lock really well, because TSA, when they know you have a gun in there, even though you're allowed to do this and everything, and they are not allowed to open your gun case and touch your gun without you present, it is against the law. They still take axes and fucking ice picks to your case, and when you get your case out of the baggage claim, and I'm talking, it's a Pelican case, if you know what that is. It's a tank of a goddamn gun case. It's got like chip marks in it and axe hacking marks in the hinges and in the areas like the weak points they would have thought, like the areas you would want to try to weaken. And like TSA tries to get to that shit. It's insane.
You're bringing like a turtle armored case in.
You have to, or TSA will get to it. You should see the locks I used on those things. Yeah, no, it's completely against the law for TSA to get into your luggage, and if whenever they do damage your stuff or into your gun case, and when they do damage your stuff, the airline doesn't like TSA like going through your stuff. They're liable for the damage TSA does, so you can make a claim with the airline and get your stuff. I'm stun locking on a different thing. Anyway, the thing with Democrat gun policy and gun messaging. Oh yeah, you good? Sorry.
No. Like that's what I totally believe that TSA is completely insane about guns as they are about literally everything else. So yeah. So like when it comes to gun policy, I want as many barriers to criminals or to be criminals getting guns through legal means, whether it be suicide, domestic violence, mass shootings, anything like that, whether it be age limits of up to 21 years old. I think 25. I think I'm 24. I don't think I should be legally allowed to get a gun because of my age. I'm fine. Like, I'm a legal gun owner. I'm a safe gun owner. I'm a legal gun owner. I do things properly. But the average 24-year-old, I don't know. I don't know if the average 24-year-old should have a gun. I genuinely don't know. Like, I trust myself, and I've taken the classes, and I diligently go out of my way to learn more safety stuff. I don't think that's the average 24-year-old who owns a gun. I really don't. And we already know the human brain doesn't develop fully until at least the age of 25. I'm fine with a higher age limit. I'm fine with, like, restrictions on ammo sales. Not like bans, but like, you know, like background checks whenever you buy ammo. Like, that's reasonable. Like, you should have to get a background check when you buy ammo. That's not a thing, at least not in Washington. I literally, like, here, I can go, if I just take a moment. See, one of the things that I actually want to talk about is the fact that in more progressive states, they tend to do something like what they do here, which is taxing the fuck out of ammo. Ammo is, like, really heavily taxed here, which is, like, literally nothing but to, like, screw over and upset, like, gun owners. Like, what's that do other than piss them off? So when you can get a good deal on ammo, you go for it, which is why I bought an entire fucking box of 9mm. This is literally Zan showed off his armory.
14 boxes of 50 rounds per box. Because when these things go on sale and you can get them for a real good price, you get them for that good price. Holy shit. It was really, really, really a good price.
Well, this might be a point of disagreement then. So, like, I have a list in my fact sheet of the policies that I think that most would reduce violence. One of them is I am of the opinion that we should be taxing gun producers to some degree, like artificially increasing the price of all guns and all ammunition. And I don't know the exact amount, but like it is pretty unequivocally clear that taxing stuff does reduce how much people consume. Like we see it. In fact, you mentioned prohibition. Taxes on smoking are one of the most effective anti-smoking policies that we've observed. I want to say that every dollar added is like 5% less people who smoke. It's like a fairly large effect. And you can observe it too in like the monthly sales data. People will buy for like 2 months or something, and then it just goes down because people are addicted and then they gotta quit. So I don't know. I guess I'm of the mind if you want to reduce access to criminals who are overwhelmingly deeply poor, deeply unable to get access not just to personal income but social resources, then making it more expensive is one way to do so.
Yeah,
and it is regressive.
But well, yeah, I think it is I think the issue with it though is twofold. One is that most gun policy does feel like it's just a band-aid, right? Because like the crime itself is happening for a reason. Like there's a very clear, everybody knows sociological reason for why it's happening. The two biggest reasons are lack of access to mental health care. Like in this country, I know people who literally can't afford therapy. Like, so it's like that is a thing in this country, is people cannot afford their therapy sessions. That is a problem. And then on top of that, I'll let you go, sorry.
No, just to speak to that, there was a study from North Carolina that when people 18 and a half get kicked off of Medicare, the rate of crime and arrests goes up, I think 40%. So an additional 2% of people commit crimes after they get kicked off of Medicare if they have mental illnesses in North Carolina. Just like the lack of mental health care is really, really, really large impact on crime, is all. Like potentially 50% or so increase for people with mental health issues.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it is just the fact that, like, we know why crime happens. Like, obviously, most crime happens for 99.99% of the time for two reasons. Mental health issues and poverty issues. Like, issues with wealth disparity, poverty, and, like, socioeconomic issues. And we in America are very afraid of implementing any policies, any reformist policies that could help with those socioeconomic issues because we call it socialism. We get scared. We think it's too radical. I mean, even among Democratic voters, policies that are seen as, not radical enough because they're not what Bernie supports aren't even that popular among Democrat voters. Like, you'd think it'd be in the high 80s or 90s of the percents, but it's in this, high 60s and 70s for some of these policies, like single-payer healthcare programs. They're not as popular as people expect if they're that, like, steeped in left-wing media, even among Democrats. A lot of people spur up at anything that sounds like, empowering the welfare state, essentially. But those are the things we have to do to solve the crime that is the root of the problem. And I agree that, like, obviously we do not want criminals getting guns as it is, but it does feel like a lot of gun policy, or the Democrats advocating for it, is almost like a diversion away from we need to acknowledge the issues that are actually causing crime. Yeah.
Well, so to speak to that, sometimes I feel like I would agree with you. Some Democrats take an either-or approach, that, like, their solution to crime is we're going to get rid of the guns, we're going to do, like, some tiny Band-Aid solutions, but they're not going to do all of the solutions that get at the heart of crime. And then when I talk to some lefties, not you, some lefties will say something like, we should do the solutions that get to the heart of the crime. We should decriminalize all drugs, we should do Medicare for all, we should give everyone free mental health care. But they don't want to do any of the gun policies because they see the gun policies as regressive. Because for every imposition you make that makes it a little harder to get guns, those impositions will routinely fall more heavily on the poor. And I've always taken the argument that I see this as a both-and situation. That there's no reason we can't do both. Like, if you do waiting periods, if you tax ammunition, if you tax guns, the overwhelming beneficiaries of both doing a, like, huge increase in the welfare state and of decreasing gun violence and gun deaths will be poor people, because the overwhelming victims of gun violence and gun deaths are poor people.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I'm fine with prices going up on guns. Like, as much as it pisses me off, and it's like, I do not like the political ramifications, as a safety policy, it's good. Like, and morally, I think it's fine. Guns are, there are cheap guns you can use for self-defense. Like, if you're worried about, like, say my mom, for instance, who was, as an example, very anti-gun. Literally, 4 months ago, she was so afraid of guns that when I tried to get her to hold an airsoft gun to show her how to hold one properly, she got scared, freaked out, and just said, I'm too stressed for this, I'm gonna throw up, I can't, it's too much like holding a real gun, I've been shot at before. And it's like, okay. Then my birthday came around, my 24th birthday, and I begged her, please, let me take you to a range and shoot a gun for the first time. Just shoot one round. And if you want to leave, we can walk right out the door. I'll have wasted like $60, but it's fine. It'll have been worth it just for you to have done it and for you to be able to say you've done it and for your opinions to now be backed up by the experience of having done it. Mm-hmm. We go to the range. She shoots one round. I see her smile. and about 10 seconds later, the magazine was empty, and she was hooked. And that night, she was researching. It really was a wholesome experience. Like, we were actually able to bond over it because that night she was researching what guns she wanted to get. From, like, so terrified of guns, she would say she's gonna throw up when I tried to drill her on gun safety, the basic rules and everything. Colonel Cooper's 4 basic rules of gun safety. She would say she's gonna throw up from the nervousness of me talking about it, to, all right, let's put on some gun videos. I want you to put on a video about this gun I'm looking at. She ended up getting a Ruger EC9S, and she wanted to watch videos on whatever gun she wanted to get, because you want to research that kind of stuff,
Yeah, you want to see it going. No, I mean, so I get that. I think fear is a big motivator, especially for, like, I think that some of what's happening is you're seeing policy being drafted by upper middle class, educated Democratic legislators. And one of the things that we know from like the studies of bias in political parties is the Republican Party is overwhelmingly controlled by rich Republicans. The Democratic Party is overwhelmingly controlled by rich Democrats. And so that means the Democrats are usually pretty good on social issues, but it also means that they're the type of people who may not have a lot of experience with guns. They might be completely fucking afraid of it, and the only experience they're seeing of it is coverage on the news. They're not like taking, I don't think, a super fact-based stats approach or whatever. So I think there's definitely truth there. I will say, conversely, though, there is a lot of evidence that Republican support for guns is itself also highly rooted in racism. Like, there's literally evidence that when you give a Republican a gun, they feel stronger, that the reason Republicans give for guns is that they feel unsafe. They talk about stuff like diversity and crime in their areas, and it always gets back to urban populations with a lot of winks and nudges. And like, I don't know, to give a key example, like the arch libertarian, I think Ron Paul literally wrote a pamphlet back in the 80s or 90s on how to shoot someone and get away with it. And it was with specific reference to urban populations carjacking you. So I just think, I will just say, like, I think there's really bad motives on both sides. I'm doing a centrism here, that there's a lot of really uninformed approaches to guns overall.
Yeah,
I would actually, if I'll put one last note in it, I would even argue a lot of the a lot of the focus on self-defense is also fear. It's people who think that they can solve crime by themselves being armed, that their solution to an unsafe society is not to help out the people who would be criminals. It's not to solve the root of the problem. It's just to arm themselves and think that they can end violence themselves, an individual solution to a social problem driven by fear.
Yeah, I get what you mean by that. I can actually attest to that personally happening to me. So it was actually a really funny story. I don't want to divert too much, but I think it plays into a point that you're making, so I think you'll appreciate it. The other night, I went to bed happy as can be, and you know, I get a lot of death threats online, and I'm usually not too worried about it, but sometimes I hear a weird noise outside, or a bump, or a you know, rattle, and it makes me wonder, like, is there some motherfucker who's found out where I am and they're outside? You know, I get a little nervous about that kind of thing. So I go to bed, and I'm sleeping, and I have a dream. I have a dream that I have people, like, breaking into my house, that I hear, like, rocks breaking the window and, like, my front window, and I run out into the living room to see what's going on. Like, what happened? Did, like, a wind gust hit and break it? Like, I'm not, in my dream logic, I don't know what's happening yet. And I see that I'm getting, like, my house is getting broken into, and I, like, run into my room to get my gun, and it's not there. It's just gone. I can't find it. It's completely gone. No matter, like, it's not where it is, where it's supposed to be. It's not where it is in real life whenever I went to sleep, even though, you know, in my dream, I assume it should be there. And I start panicking, and I panic so much I wake up. I wake up, I go to my computer, I stroke my gun a little bit, like, okay, you're here, okay. And then, and then
baby's here.
Like, okay, you're all right. And then I go on Reddit. You know, I'm just bored. I drink some Monster. I scroll Reddit a minute. See a video come up. And it's captioned, "Ring doorbell footage of armed robbery in Seattle suburb." And I'm like, I live in a Seattle suburb. It was from the night before. Not that far from where I am. Like, I won't say how far because you can look this story up, but not that far. And the video footage is literally of 3 armed dudes in masks. They've all got handguns in their hands, and they start by walking up to the front door, and they yell, "Sheriff, police." That's what he yells. And it's like, okay, so already you've given away. You've already given. I don't think that's what a cop would say, and I don't think that's what most people would assume a cop would say. And then they start pounding on the door futilely. Like, the door is pretty tough, it looks like. They're not really getting in too well. Then they start readying their gun to shoot at the door. But right before they do, you start hearing gunshots from inside. and bullet holes, like you could see the holes forming in the door. No shots hit the guys that were attempting to rob the house, but they scared the guys off immediately and they ran away. And I think they got found, thankfully. But yeah, I immediately saw that and was like, wow, that was last night when I was having that dream. And yeah, I can see how, like, owning a gun definitely plays into people's heightened fear and awareness. But to be fair, to an extent, that is valuable. When I did my CWL class, something they really drill into you, because like they test you, they do have you do modules and you have to pass with a certain percentage, or you don't pass and you don't get your license and you wasted your money for the class. And then you have to go in person and do a live fire test. But for the test, what they teach you is that there's like different levels of alertness that you need to be at. There's like level white, which is like being completely unaware of your environment. It's like, you know, la-di-da-di-da, I don't know what's going on, I don't care what's going on. Someone could walk up behind me and put a knife to my throat right now and I wouldn't know, right? Yeah, code yellow, which is just being normally aware of your environment. You're looking around, you look behind your shoulder every, minute or so, make sure nothing weird's happening behind you. Just, if a weird-looking person, a shady-looking person walks by, you just kind of eye them down a little bit, make sure they know that you see them and just being on top of stuff. And then you've got code orange, which is like, let's say there's a fight broken out in a store, and you're like, oh shit, okay, yeah, all right, so like I need to remove myself from the situation. And then you got code red they teach you, which is like, okay, full emergency mode, I may have to pull my gun. This is for like when you're carrying, or even when you're not carrying, you can employ this. And what they teach you is that when things start to go into orange mode, remove yourself from the situation. The institution I got my concealed weapons license testing from was the USCCA. They represent people legally whenever they do a defensive shooting from, like, let's say the DA is like, I want to get you locked up for shooting the guy who tried to kill you in your house. Sometimes it happens. They'll defend you in court. And they don't want to have to defend you in court. They don't want to have to spend money on lawyers and shit. So they tell you to just remove yourself from the situation. If you can run, you run. Because if there was any scenario in which a reasonable person, that'll be the legal term, could have said that you didn't need to pull your gun and shoot for defensive lethal force, then you may be liable to at least a manslaughter charge. And, they teach you the last thing you ever want to do is even show your gun, certainly ever actually end up shooting it. You want to de-escalate things if you can't escape, but there's a lot of emphasis in the training on how to do things properly, and I wish everybody who owned a gun had to get that training, but they don't, especially not in Florida. I chose to get the concealed weapons license even though it's not needed, but most people now carrying a gun in their waistband in the state of Florida do not have that knowledge. They'll see a fight and they'll pull a gun to try to disarm, to calm things down because they think that's legal. I've seen Americans unironically comment on YouTube comments of videos of cops doing police brutality, talking like they unironically think you have the legal right to defend yourself against the cops. Like, there are tons.
I remember some lefties even making that argument that, like, why don't people simply resist the police? Why we have so many armed citizens? Why aren't they fighting back? And that's a great way to end up with a whole bunch of people in jail for life.
It's upsetting. It really is. Like, comply with the police, for God's sakes.
Well, I guess this is something I might want to. Something that I maybe most disagreed with about your video on guns was the presentation of self-defense. And I think there's certainly cases, like you can find 100,000 anecdotes of people who used or say they used a gun in self-defense, like the one that you talked about, the video, and also your prophetic dream. I have to repeat from chat that someone called you Xanstradamus.
God, if I really never want to have to use my gun defensively. Like, I promise, there's so many people who have their Rambo or John Wick home defense fantasy, but I really never want to have to use that. I have nightmares about it, dude. Like, I actually have nightmares about it. It's not something I fantasize about.
Well,
but a lot of Americans do.
I totally agree. And this is, so if you go on like libertarian pages or whatever, they constantly fantasize about using their gun in self-defense. It's like it's like the oddest thing. Like what is it? Liberty Happy on Twitter or whatever. I know you can't follow him because
that dumb fuck.
But like, something like 1 in 20 of the memes he posts is about how cool it would be to kill a home invader. Like, Jesus Christ, dog.
Yeah.
I guess more generally, the argument that I want to give is that I think a lot of lefties adopt the conservative framing that you can actually defend yourself, that owning a gun does make you safer. And I want to say there's probably some instances, some people, like maybe some levels of celebrity, you might be at that level where there's enough of a risk of random stalkers, essentially, that like the gun might make you safer. But for the average person, for like 99.999% of people, the average effect is to make you less safe. First, because you put yourself at risk due to self-harm. And second, because you put yourself at risk of harm from your intimate partner. But third, I guess the argument is that there's not really any causal evidence that owning a gun makes you, your family, your community, your state safer. Like states with more guns don't see less crime. States with more guns like the United States, countries with more guns like the United States don't see less violent crime. We just see more murder.
People aren't the only danger. Like, to be fair, people aren't the only danger. Like, America, you know, I've the one case in my life where I've ever been in a situation where if it didn't go the way it did, and if the only way for me to survive would have been to have a gun. And that was on my 19th birthday. I went on a camping trip in Florida. I went off into the woods to go piss. And I was looking down at my feet while walking through the woods, just very off in my own head. I look up, and 10 feet away from me is a bobcat.
Jesus.
A fucking bobcat. A big cat. A puma, if you will. There's lots of different names for them. It's just a big cat that you see in the woods that could kill you if it wanted to. Usually, when they see you before you see them, and if you see them, you're already dead. I somehow snuck up on this one, and I was so freaked out by seeing it, because I at first I thought it was a wolf, because its coat was very like grayish, like I thought it would be brown. So I always thought big cats were brown, and so I saw the gray, and the first thing I thought was wolf. The eyes and the gray and the poofiness in the face, just wolf is what came out to me at first. And so I screamed, "Oh fuck!" was what I screamed at the top of my lungs, like in that very deep bellowing, like it would have been a great sound clip. It was the loudest I've ever yelled in my life. Oh fuck! And the thing bolted away from me very quickly because I was so loud. And it was big. Yeah. It was large. It could have killed me. And I was not in like that much of the woods of Florida by any means. And Florida is like pretty low tier when it comes to things you need a gun to protect yourself from in terms of wildlife. Like bobcats tend to avoid you. I got really lucky just to see one. That experience in hindsight is actually a really lucky one. But it could have gone badly. Because I've played Red Dead Redemption 2. I know what those things can do to you. They're a one-hit kill in that game. Like, a bear is less deadly than those things in Red Dead Redemption 2. But on top of that, like, you go out into, like, Colorado, like, you're not dealing with little black bears anymore. That, like, you get into Colorado and where I live, and the bears are big. Like...
Yeah, they can destroy you.
Yeah, there's some big shit here. I know, like, definitely in Alaska, I think Alaskans are probably pretty, liable to have a gun. And, you know, even in Florida, there's a lot of sporting, right? Like, my uncle goes out on a little boat, he gets a license, and he goes out into the swamp with his Glock, and he gets a gator, like, he finds a big alligator with, like, a loop, gets it up to the surface, and shoots it in the head, and takes it home and butchers it, and a lot of people get to have gator.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, like, if you're talking about a loophole for, okay, two scenarios. Loophole just for people rural right now, and maybe like a long-term idea of how you want to design a society that, like, maybe some kind of farmers, people who live out in the middle of nowhere, and people who are going camping or whatever, that, like, they can, you go to the people's camping equipment rental, okay? And one of the things you rent there is also the people's gun. Yeah, I mean, I think that makes total sense. I guess just, like, I guess I'm trying to speak to, like, most of the threats that people face, like the number of people that get killed by wildlife, I want to say is less than 1,000 a year.
Yeah, it's not much. Like heart attacks are way worse.
The main threat from guns is other people. And so, like, I think making carve outs for rural or survival situations, that makes total sense. But like, I guess just to bring it back to, like, self-defense against other people, who are usually less dangerous than pumas, but with guns probably have a higher kill rate than a puma. There's just, like, like when you look at the evidence on this, the claim. So like in your video, you mentioned that there are 1.67 million defensive shootings in a year, and first off, that's
or sorry, I misspoke there. That's uses of a firearm. So technically, not a shooting, but like say someone might have gotten mugged, but they showed they had a gun on them, and the guy like was like, never mind, and ran away. Like that would count in the statistic, which fair enough.
Well, and to be clear, it's more general. Just the defensive use of a gun, self-defensive gun use, is defined as any time that a person like drew or made clear they had a gun. In the surveys, when like Cuck, the guy that I was talking about earlier, that arch conservative election denier, the surveys that he asks people is just, did you in any way, not even shooting it, use your gun to defend yourself? And that's how you get to the 1.67 million number. I just wanted to say that number is like impossible. So like there's like a long debate here between Cuck and like the most of the rest of the research, and there's a few other studies like Cuck. But basically the problem is these are surveys of the general public. And how do you get 1.67 million defensive gun uses? Well, all you need to do is get 0.5% of Americans to say they use their gun defensively in the last year. It's not hard to see how that could happen from people unintentionally thinking that they use their gun defensively, even though someone else thought it was offensive, like using it to say end one of those arguments you were talking about. Someone else could easily perceive that as someone was threatening me with a gun. Some of it might just be people misperceiving situations, and some of it might be people lying or answering the survey incorrectly. When we look at surveys of crime victims, the number of estimated defensive uses is way smaller. Like in Hemingway and Solnick 2015, who used the National Crime Victims Survey, just 0.9% of crimes with a victim had defensive gun use, which is way lower than what you'd expect. Like 1 in 3 Americans own a gun directly, and about 40% of Americans, I think, have a gun in their household.
Well, that also adds to the thing that most of these crimes happen between people who know each other and are more likely to target someone who doesn't have a gun and can't defend themselves. There's that argument one could make, but at the same time, I agree with you overall. I'm way more willing, like as a gun owner, to sacrifice in order to be part of the solution than I think most are. My big issue is that I feel as though the problem primarily is illegal gun ownership. That's like the core issue we want to get to, because a lot of crime is committed with illegally owned guns. Whether it, like, the guns themselves existing is not illegal, it's the people who have them having them that is illegal. They obtained them not through legal means. They did not go to a gun store, a licensed FFL, get the background check, do the waiting period. They did not do that. They got it from someone who maybe did, or like it's usually a resale, a straw sale, or what is it called? A straw sale? Is that the term? I think that's the term for it. Straw
purchase.
Straw purchase. Thank you. Yeah, I had the terminology a little off.
It might be a straw sale for the other guy, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. And you know, people also bring up the gun show loophole, which is not really a loophole so much as just the way that the law works. Essentially, the gun show loophole, just to inform people that keep bringing it up in the comments, is literally just when, let's say there's a gun show. The biggest one in the country is SHOT Show. It happens every year. Let's say you go to SHOT Show. At a gun show, legally, only licensed dealers there are allowed to sell guns. You can't buy from anybody else. You have to go through the background check process and all that stuff. But as long as it's not one of those guns that was banned by the 1990s assault weapons ban, you can totally do a private sale of a gun without any paperwork or anything like that. In most states. Not all of them, but in most states. The thing is, you can't do it on the property of the gun show because you're not a licensed seller. And if you were, you would have to do the whole paperwork thing. And so gun owners bring a ton of guns to gun shows, and they bring them with the intention of trading and selling to other gun owners in the parking lot. So it's basically outside of any given gun show is like a big tailgating, like festival of people trading and selling their guns completely legally outside of the gun show's grounds. That is the gun show loophole. And so that's a pretty common way of doing things as well, because no background checks are needed unless it's one of those things there. And of course, at the end of the day, when it comes to these things, the enforcement of these laws only really gets to apply whenever the police get involved anyway. Someone can have tons of illegal guns stowed in their house, but if they never commit a crime with them or do anything like get caught by the police with them until they commit the crime,
yeah, they're not getting raided.
Right?
The cops aren't checking serial numbers.
Yeah, because they aren't getting checked by anything, right? There's no, the guns don't have a magic tracking device on them. Most of the things you can do can only be done once the gun, preemptively or postemptively after the crime has been committed, as a way of investigating which gun committed the crime and who had the gun, and tracing it back to somebody. So it's more of a hindsight thing, these measures. Regardless, though, I do take issue with it.
To speak to that real briefly, was something you suggested earlier was a national registry. And if guns are registered to a given owner, then it means that those types of sales, which you might not allow because you don't register them in some way or other, would be de facto disallowed. Yeah, so it would make not only the purchase of the gun, but the seller of the gun liable in a pretty easy way if you had a registry. So
the only reason why I'd be against the banning of the private sales right now is because the assault weapons ban. If they just heavily regulatedly, because things being legal means more regulation, and that's typically going to result in, when you ban things, you create a black market for it. There's going to be a market for it, and people want to fulfill it. And right now, my understanding is probably the number one fulfiller of that market would probably be many different world powers and groups funneling weapons through Mexico. And the people getting them through Mexico are bringing drugs and no doubt guns, and they have resources that are extravagant. They've got planes, they got submarines, they got bought out people on the border and police and military that'll let them through. So that's probably going to be a problem until
we're actually
get Mexico.
We're a net supplier of guns to Mexico because of how much cheaper the guns are here.
We
and how strict the laws are there.
We export a lot, but I know that a lot of countries that import guns here illegally go through Mexico. It's probably it doesn't do, as you said, it's not it doesn't outnumber the amount that are heading out of the country. But yeah, we export a lot of guns because they are pretty cheap compared to other countries here. Yeah, but they're still pretty expensive.
To speak to that a little bit, the number one source for illegal guns is stolen guns. It's that, so most home break-ins, something like 3/4 of them, the person isn't home or they're asleep and they don't report it till the next day. And those are a huge source of guns. In fact, some criminals actually target places with guns because guns are a great way to get basically liquid money on if you want to sell it for cheap. If you want to trade things for drugs, or if you just want to have personal protection.
A lot of them are guns that gun owners keep in their cars or trucks, usually trucks. And you know what they have on their car? A big old bumper sticker indicating they're a big old 2A supporter. I want to steal a gun. What car will I break into? Yeah, that's a lot of stolen guns out there.
Just to put a number to it, the number of estimated stolen guns per year is on the order of 300,000 to 500,000. And I think the number of guns sold each year is around 1 million. So we're just talking about a huge circulation of stolen guns. And I guess the follow-up question, one more restrictive SDL policy, I wondered if you'd agreed with, would be the mandatory gun safe proposals, that everyone who has a gun also has to buy a gun safe. So you're on the registry, and you also therefore need to be on the registry for buying. Zan's giving me the thumbs up. Yeah, so mandatory gun safe seems like an obvious solution to really cut down on stolen guns.
Yeah, I'm home all the time because of my lifestyle and don't have any children or other people in my home, so I currently don't have one. It's also a bit of an expenditure, but I plan to get one, especially because, holy fuck, are they not that expensive? I'm talking a Gettysburg, taller than you or me, fucking safe, as bigger than any person you've ever seen. Huge amount of space, literally maybe 4-inch thick steel for $650. That's a lot of money. It's also how much I got my Glock for.
Yeah.
So it's for the top of the line, top of the line, most expensive, insane, extravagant, not unless you're going for the custom made John Wick gun safe, the most expensive gun safe is as much as a Glock 19. So Yeah, you can afford to get a safe. I'm fine with those laws that mandate it. So many kids getting their hands on guns, and it's just it's so fun.
Kids, it's theft, and also it's the suicide too, making it harder to get in. If you have any kind of locking on it or whatever, it just makes it one step harder. So, like, to give you an idea of how much you can affect self-harm, you know how a lot of painkillers, they're in those bubble wraps, and it's really annoying to pop them out. You have to do each one, and it takes like 5 seconds each.
It keeps people from ODing.
It literally keeps you from ODing because it's so fucking annoying to get them all out. And like, unironically, I believe there was a study in Britain when they did that reduced national suicide rates by like 5%. Like it's so way more than you'd think, just to make things a tiny bit more annoying for people to hurt themselves. And I guess just something that maybe is an argument here. I'm totally in favor of really high taxes on guns. Something you could do to make it easier for people to afford guns who are poor is plow those taxes right back into subsidies for gun safes. So the gun might be more expensive, but maybe the safe is free for everyone. Also to encourage the fucking 150 million people with guns in their houses to buy one. Because Jesus Christ, there's so many out there.
I think that the law could accommodate cheaper options. There are, like, my case, for example, is like indestructible. Like, there's no one could get into it. It's practically a safe. It could be stolen, but good luck getting into it. And I also have my phone number and name on it too. But the case itself is hard, like that hard fucking like OtterBox plastic. I mean, the TSA took hatchets to it and it survived just fine. And it has like solid padlocks on it. So it could theoretically be broken with like bolt cutters or whatever, but it's pretty secure, and that's what I keep it in, but unlocked because I need to be able to get it to it at a moment's notice when I'm at home. But like when I leave the house, I lock it up, and I'm hopefully in a couple days should be receiving my concealed pistol license for Washington, so I'll be able to conceal carry in the state. But like I don't expect anything to happen, but for my position, I think I'm at higher risk than the usual person to be in a position where I might need to use it to defend myself legitimately.
Well,
that's
kind
you were saying
of
before.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah. I was going to come back to what we were saying before about safes. I'm fine with making guns a somewhat unattainable hobby for people who aren't as wealthy. Like, outside of buying, like, a cheap gun that you can use to defend yourself, I was mentioning this before, but I got stunlocked with a story about my mom. Like, my mom just wanted a gun.
It was a good story.
Yeah, it was a wholesome story. My mom just wanted a gun that would be useful for her to grab out from her dresser or under her pillow if she woke up in the middle of the night to find someone broke into her house and was on top of her, and she needed to be able to defend herself. Just a short little Ruger. Very small gun. Isn't super accurate, but at any short range, it'll get the job done, for sure. And, you know, that's just what she wanted because that's what was most useful for her in what seemed like the most useful scenario. And besides, like, there are cheap guns. That gun was really cheap. It was like $250, which is pretty cheap for a gun. And that will do the job. That will protect you. The case will protect your family from getting into it and will protect it from getting stolen within pretty solid reason, on top of hiding it. And you can get a gun safe down the road after saving some money. That's reasonable. However, like, when it comes to more expensive guns, like, guns are an expensive hobby, and I'm okay with that. Like, I'm okay with there being guns I will never be able to afford. They're expensive machinery, they're expensive equipment, and I don't think anybody needs to have a gun. Like, I don't think anybody needs to have a fancy gun. Like, if some people need to have a gun that gets the job done, not everybody needs to have, like, a high point or something, right? Like, not everybody needs to have, like, the top tier pistol or an AR-15, but, you know, having a shotgun for home defense that shoots birdshot is reasonable. Having, like, a rifle for hunting is reasonable. And I think there being, like, a lower price option for those things, for those very reasonable entry things is cool. But overall, guns and ammo being expensive and not the kind of thing, like, the kind of thing that, like, you know, you might have to put a bit of money in is fine. Because as much as I hate to, you know, kind of profile a bit, lower income people are more likely to use said gun for a crime, even if obtained legally down the road. So, like, if it is a more expensive to enter hobby, then, like you said with cigarettes, it's going to reduce gun ownership, which means less guns getting stolen and less gun suicides. And yeah, I think that's fine.
Well, it's reducing gun ownership, but it's also, like you say, it's reducing gun ownership, particularly in. So, just for reference, 75% of homicides occur before men reach 30. That's like the demographic. That when they buy a gun, there's a risk there, and a lot of the rest is intimate partner homicide. So, like, the reason why the cost of guns matters so much is that men 18 to 25 are not particularly rich usually, and the people who are particularly rich are not usually at high risk of violent crime. So like that's the argument in part for higher age limits. Like I don't know, I could argue for like 25 or something. By that point, I think something like 60.
25 is good.
Yeah, something like 25 to, I don't know, maybe 30 or something. But somewhere in that range would be my ideal. And the price then makes it so that it's harder for people who are trying to get in to do so. But I think like the argument would be like you would be taxing things. I saw some people getting mad in chat that this is going to screw the poor over, get them out of getting guns to get self-defense. And I think the argument is what you might want to do is tax the guns even to quite a significant degree, but you're using that to pay for stuff like gun safes, and you're using that to fund the gun safety measures on the other end. So
particularly requirements for training.
Yep, it'd be like that should be free.
Yeah,
but funded by gun sales.
Funded by the taxes from the gun sales and the ammo sales. Yes, I completely agree with that. I have literally no problem with these policies. I guess the one thing I wonder if we agree on is, do you disagree with like policies that just outright ban certain guns, with exceptions to things like Glock switches? I think those are just really dangerous, and most people who use them are just using them and getting themselves hurt or to show off on TikTok.
At the start of this conversation, I suggested that a handgun ban might be an appropriate argument to make. That because they're cheap, because they're easily concealable, they are overwhelmingly used in crime. I don't know much. I actually don't know anything about Glock switches, so I can't speak to that. But I might be okay with a categorical ban on handguns, like very short, very small guns.
Can I? Do you mind if we do a little aside to show you what a Glock switch is? Because it's relevant. It's going to be like a main, like it's sort of like a newish thing in the gun world. Some media like sites are picking up on it, but holy shit, Google's listening to us. A video just came up on my YouTube, recommended the Vosh Pit, the Gun Talk Stun Lock.
Oh
like
no,
the rhyme.
Of course
rhyme
he
there.
knows.
Well, and also Google is listening to us. Holy shit.
Well, that's nothing. Look,
it does
NSA
that.
agent, Google agent, I salute them. Strongest soldiers of the anti-privacy crusade, okay?
My private FBI agent knows my balls better than I do.
So true.
Anyway, I was going to bring this up. Hold on. Glock switch. So I know a lot about Glocks in particular because that's the handgun I have. And I did a lot of research about it before I got it. And, you know, I wanted to make sure I got the right choice. The switch is a little piece of metal you put onto... I mean, let me get mine really fast so I can compare to the video here and show you guys, like, what the addition is to this. All right, you guys can see it's all empty. All right, so basically, you see the back of the gun here? It's not very well lit. Hold on. You see the back of the gun here? It's gonna light up in just a second.
Warming up.
There we go. There's the light. The light turns off and then back on. It's one of those shitty Elgato lights. Anyway, so basically this little area right here on a non-modified Glock 19 or any type of Glock will look like this. So this little, just flat little area, and you see this little bump, like puzzle piece looking thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like it always looks like that.
It's a little hard to see on camera, but yes, I know what you're pointing at.
So with a Glock with a switch on it, they stick a little piece of metal into that spot, and it allows it to go full auto. Now this is a Glock 19, I believe, with a switch on it and an extended magazine. And this is what it is capable of. Get ready to see some shit that should really be banned.
You better get off that wall, get down on it. To get right there, you can't sit down on it. Like a lollipop, look down on it. On the beat, I'ma spit right on it. Yes, sir. How you gonna do it if you really don't wanna dance? I can't, big 40 in my pants.
Jesus Christ.
Yes, that's what a switch is. That's what it
that
does
one
to a
might
Glock.
actually be able to blow out the lung of a body. Just gotta hit all 20 in the lung.
Yeah. Holy shit. Yeah, for sure. Oh god, now I have to. So here's a good time to talk about one of the reasons why a lot of gun owners are a little pissy about some gun policy Democrats tend to pass, such as in here in Washington. We've got a ban on magazines with a capacity over 10 rounds. This entailed for me when I was in Florida, and I bought this gun. It came with three, in the box, it came with three 15-round magazines, which is standard for a Glock 19. And I had to throw those away before I left for the airport. I had to just throw them in the trash. Because, like, I'm not keeping, like, gun stuff in my house while I'm away for several months. And, like back in Florida, like, my parents' house. And so, because it's just going to be left there unattended. And I know it's just magazines, but it still felt wrong to me, you know what I mean? Like, what if they're used? What if they're stolen and used for a crime? I would feel liable. And so, like, I just threw them away. And I had to come to Washington and buy whole new magazines. Only 10, they were 10-round ones. Literally $30 per mag. $30 per mag. I probably could have gotten a better price somewhere else, but that was the closest place to me. $30 per new magazine. And you know, that's pretty rough. And on top of that, these can hold up to 10 rounds if you're strong enough. I had to clear a round out of the chamber there to show it was safe, so now I gotta put that round back in, and it is hell to get that 10th round back in. Realistically, when you're at the range after you've loaded this thing once, you've only got,
you don't
like,
fully load it, right?
You've got a 7-round magazine. You got a 6-round magazine. Eventually, you're just loading rounds into the chamber. Like, I eventually get to the point where my fingers are so numb, I just lock the slide back and drop a round in the chamber, and then let the slide go forward, fire a shot, lock the slide back, put a round in, and just have it be a one-shot pistol.
World's laziest gun streamer.
No,
I completely get it. No, your thumbs hurt, right?
I bring a lot of ammo to the range for a lot of, like, I plan to be at the range for a while. I want to get my practice in. So after loading a lot of magazines, my fingers are fucked, dude. Like, after a while, if I want to keep shooting, I've just got to start dropping magazines, or not magazines, dropping rounds into the chamber. Otherwise, my fingers are just going to fall off. And it's getting colder, too, and I like to shoot outdoors. My fingers are going to be so freezing.
You got to get those, like... You got to start becoming. This is the biker Zan arc. You need like the finger tipless gloves or whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Those feel like they defeat the purpose, though, right? Like, you do get the additional, like, ability to have the dexterity of your fingers, but I feel like your fingertips will have isolated freezingness on them, you know? I've never used them before, but yeah.
It's your blood heats them up way more than you think. It's like how you can wear, if you put on like 10 t-shirts, your arms heat up way more than you'd think. I don't know why 10, but like if you put a bunch of t-shirts on. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't think about it like that. You are right. I mean, I just didn't figure that the gloves would typically be enough. Maybe it just depends on the temperature. But yeah, I'll have to try it out. But I mean, I think overall we agree on most of these things. My biggest hangups are
probably handgun ban. Not a fan of that, I'm betting, but
not a ban, but I mean, like, I want the legal acquiring of the guns to be so stringent that the idea of those guns becoming a problem is unthinkable. Like, the amount of, like, standards I am willing to set for it to be difficult to legally obtain a gun are, like, Canada level, pretty much. As long as we're not outright banning the ownership of certain guns, I would honestly prefer if you had to get licensed. If you had to, like, pretty much do the CWL process, but even more hardcore, even more standards you have to meet, even more stringent guidelines, like the daily background checks on that list that you have to do in Canada if you're a gun owner. My real only issue is when it comes down to, hey, you're a legal gun owner, you've gone through all the hoops and all the trials we say you have to go through to confirm that you're legally owning a gun, you still can't own the really fun ones, though. That's really where it comes down to me being upset. And then the other big thing is Democrat policy, which I can elaborate on further in a second.
No, I mean, your video showed lots of Dems making really dumb statements, and I've seen a lot of the Joe Biden statements, and Joe Biden has like he and Obama have made a lot of really bad arguments about guns. Like I completely agree. I guess the I will totally agree that stuff comes off as tone deaf and ignorant to a lot of gun owners, and that probably does help sink democratic gun policies. I guess I don't know the way out of that one. So like one of the things that I'd say as well is I often cited for years I cited these studies showing that gun control policies are actually pretty popular. But one of the things that I've come to learn is that referendums on gun control have done really poorly, like something to the tune of 20 points worse than polling. And so that suggests that the polling is not indicative of what people actually think, that support for guns is like way higher than it appears in the polls. And so I will say maybe at the end of all this that like, even though I feel pretty strongly that like household gun ownership, cheap gun ownership, lack of safes, buying guns when you're young, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All these are really big problems, and they do really increase violence in this country, that we might have like even a third less homicides, half as many homicides if we had something like Canada's level of system of gun ownership, that it might just not be politically feasible right now. That like, I will maybe agree with all that like we have sort of shot ourselves in the foot and it's sort of unworkable in general.
Yeah, like I'm actually skimming over the article right now on the shooting right now that happened in Maine. Definitely an AR-15. I can just tell by the blurry CCTV footage. He's got some kind of scope on there and maybe an underbarrel flashlight or some kind of like lighting attachment, and that looks like a probably double magazine. So lots, like he's using like the classic media frenzy mass shooter gun. So there's going to be a lot of media frenzy about this shooting for sure. And he's on the loose. They're looking for him. They're reporting he's armed and extremely dangerous and on the loose. Like, yeah, he is a person of interest and should be considered armed and extremely dangerous. And his name is Robert Card. Robert Card. Yeah, they haven't caught him yet. Yeah, he just straight up got away. Holy shit. He's an older looking guy. He is 40 years old.
He's the 1% of murders after age 40 or whatever.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, I mean, so one of the things that's frustrating is like
planned attack for sure.
Given that I believe there were multiple sites as well, this might have been a pre-planned thing as well. And those are the sort of thing that even well-crafted gun policy really can't stop. And there's no world in which we get enough guns away that someone could not get one to plan out something. It might just make fewer people able to do so. But I guess one of the questions that I had is like, do you think there's a world in which, okay, let's say I get my way and we've got the community armories, you've got some sort of like the people's armory, you've got the people's gun ranges. Do you think that in a world like that, there might be less demand for the sort of semi-automatic, the assault rifle type guns? That if people could go to the range and have easy access to those, maybe with full magazines, like you're getting so mad about and you're like your thumbs are complaining about, that people might not buy them for personal use.
Yeah, I think there's an interesting case to be made about like the usefulness of them for personal use. Like an AR-15 is pretty useful for defending your home, to be fair. Like I know it seems overkill, but like the AR-15 is a civilian made or civilian customized model of the M4, I believe. So it doesn't do full auto. Like AR-15s don't do full auto. They're not made for it. They're made for like legally compliant post 1990s assault weapons ban. The thing they have is the high magazine capacity and the relatively high fire rate if you can just go bang, 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 bang with your finger really fast. Basically, it shoots as fast as your finger can. That's why bump stocks are a modification that are a worry, because they just make the trigger go faster, because that's all that you need to make it go full auto effectively, right? So, like, yeah, it's definitely a concern. I think that most people who like those guns just want to be able to shoot them. And you can really, in America, unless you own property, and we're talking a really small percentage of people who have the property or the like facilities on hand at any given time that they from home can just go outside and shoot guns. There's a fair amount in rural areas, and I know people who do that, but it's a pretty small percentage of gun owners, I would bet. And with that in mind, relegating that type of gun the like machine guns and what have you to designated safe ranges and whatnot, and just it being like, oh, you rent it there, right? Like I have a gun range that I go to and rent guns from, and it's a very reasonable price too. You just have to buy their ammo. If you shoot that ammo, if you shoot ammo through their guns, you have to buy their ammo because of liability reasons. They don't want you shooting dirty, shitty ammo through their guns. So with that in mind, they that wouldn't be a bad program in my opinion. I don't think people necessarily need to own an AK or own an AR-15 or own an AK-40 or a what was I gonna say, like a saw, for example. Holy shit. Like, as cool as it would be for me to own that, like if I could own those things, I would want to own them in a heartbeat. But that's sort of my selfish impulse to want to own a cool toy and have it for myself. But if it was at least possible for everyone to have access to it, that would be nice, especially if it's in a safe environment. And that's kind of what Vegas has right now. Like, you can go to Vegas and shoot an AK. So that's nice, at least.
Yeah, I heard someone in chat talking about how there's insanely cool shit you can shoot in Vegas. Well, actually, okay, have you ever heard the term library socialism before? Have I ever yelled it at you?
I think I've heard it from you before, yes.
The general idea is one way that you might try and make property more accessible to everyone is having everything operate a bit like a library. You don't need to own a book if you can go to the library and get it, or if you can check it out in an online library. In fact, a lot of libraries nowadays are starting to do stuff like Netflix, where you can rent out X many movies per month or whatever. And I think that shit is great. That means there's like a centralized buyer of all the content. You're not putting the limits on the individual person, which is regressive. It makes everyone pay something to get access to it. So what if instead of you owning things personally, like a gun, you went to the library and got it? What if instead of like having to own your own camping equipment, there was just a library right next to the camping site where you could rent it? The people's camping equipment and whatnot. The people's gun library. That's sort of the utopia, I guess, in my vision, that like you have your toys, but you don't need to buy them. You just check them out. You check out your gun toy, you check out your camping toy, you check out your actual toys for the people.
So this is gonna sound so off topic, but I promise you it's related, and it may make you want to get into this if you haven't already. Have you seen The Walking Dead?
I have, but it was like 5 years ago. I don't remember it at all.
You're an early fall off. I get it. The show was the biggest show on TV for quite some time, but then kind of there was a season or two where it kind of took a downturn in the writing. Then it really came back. So, but the thing is, like, once a show kind of loses its like big, like globe dominating popularity, it can't get it back no matter how good it gets again. It's just one of those things. But it's maintained a pretty good audience, and the spin-offs they've done have been phenomenal, especially the new one in France with Daryl Dixon. But that's besides the point. In The Walking Dead, at one point, they end up founding a community called Alexandria. And this is like their community with walls and everything that they survive in for several seasons. As a matter of fact, one of the characters who runs the place ends up saying about it, looks like the communist one after all. Because they're literally a commune. And one of the things they have is their armory. Because it's the zombie apocalypse, they need to carry guns, they need to have weapons, but also they need to maintain the peace, right? And so they've got an armory. And you rent out and check out guns and you check out ammo. And while you do carry it on yourself, especially outside the walls and while you're out for the day, eventually, like after like, I think it was like 2 or 3 days, you had to turn the gun in along with the ammo, and you had to like turn in the casings too. And they had a whole system for making sure they were tracking like bullets. They were tracking who had guns, and you could only have them for a certain amount of time. Then you had to come and exchange it for a new gun so that the guns were always being kept track of and everything. A system like that on a small scale, it works really fucking well. And it works in The Walking Dead. If it works in The Walking Dead, it'll work in real life, okay? But in all seriousness,
I completely trust The Walking Dead political theory.
But in all seriousness, though, that's a really good depiction of the idea that you're suggesting. Granted, it's in a post-apocalyptic world and in a small community of like 80 people, but like it could be scaled up. I mean, the more money you put into it, the more robust the system can be, right? So I can see that working.
Well, and I think one of the supplementary arguments here is that like America has seen just a total collapse of its institutions, that in part because we've gotten more secular, in part because unions have died, in part because political parties have gotten hollowed out. There's a dozen reasons. Communities and organizations that bind people have just gone the wayside. One of the things that I like, one of the socialist visions for me is trying to make people social. We're putting the social back in socialism. So like one of the things the Soviets did, that like genuinely very good at the Soviets, was they super funded sports leagues. They super funded all these like all these local grouping activities for people to go and do shit. And those worked. People formed communities based on like going to the local park and just playing sports together. People formed clubs based on playing chess together. That's part of the reason that the sport exists like to such a degree in Russia. And like, I would love to see people who don't own a gun maybe as a personal hobby, but as a communal hobby. It's the same sort of argument for like, it'd be better to have people drink in bars than have them drink alone type stuff. I don't know.
No, I
simply want people to
with
touch
that.
grass. Is that too much to ask?
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Shooting clubs are great, like as an example of how you can kind of achieve that vision, how things currently are, like if you want to get that feel for yourself. Like, shooting clubs can be nice, and depending on where you are, just shooting ranges can be, like... I think a lot of people, when they assume what the clientele of a shooting range will be like, what are the other people who are holding guns on the range with me going to be like? And I think there's a very stereotypical imagination of what, or like idea of what you're going to imagine. I live in Seattle, so maybe it's different depending on where you are, and I'm sure it is, but like, I'm gonna be honest, when I go to the range here in Seattle, I expected it to be like the rednecks of the area, right? Like the country bumpkin redneck types of the area would be at the range shooting. But no, there were people like that there, and there were also like the try-hard, like tactical guys with their vests and their gloves and their like combat boots on, like all dressed to the like all up for training for God knows what. But most of the people that came in there, and when I say most, I mean most, were tourists. And a lot of them, like, I ended up talking to a group of them that were tourists from Japan, but a lot of them were tourists from Asian countries, and that was unironically the majority of people in there were tourists from Asian countries who came to America to shoot a gun. Whenever they told me we came to America on our trip, and one of the things we had on our list that we had to do was shoot a gun, and I was like, welcome home.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that this is one of those nice things that like, I don't know, it is to some degree a sign of freedom that you like, that you trust people to some degree to be able to go to range, give them a gun, and they don't like run out and go just randomly shooting people or whatever. It is nice to see. It's clearly something that attracts people to the country, like part of a broader spirit of being able to say what you want, do what you want. So yeah, I mean, I think that shit's attractive. I love that.
It's cool. It gives America that rugged feeling that other countries have never been able to have. Like America,
we've lost the soy boy.
Yeah, you know, we're like the least soy of countries, you know? Like, people are trying to claim we're becoming soy, but America will always be the most giga Chad of nations. But the funny thing as well is that the example, like what you said there about how it builds that camaraderie and you feel that trust, is even more so at outdoor ranges on public land. So here in Washington, there's a lot of woods, and you have to get a public like park pass for this, but you can go to land such as the public land such as the Triangle Pit, which are like designated shooting range areas in a quarry, and there's no range officers. There's no like, you just pull your car up, get your gun, go up to the big line of logs, and set up your target whenever people all unanimously yell cold range, ceasefire. And you've set up your targets, and when people start running back in and you know they're about to start yelling hot range, you run in too, and you start shooting. And, you know, it works itself out, you know? Like, people generally go about things pretty well. There's been some cases I've seen on Reddit where people talk about the range and people like muzzle sweeping people and you know, just having issues shooting when it's a cold range, stuff like that. And that ends up causing a problem, but usually if someone pulls that shit, they get kicked out. Everyone's like, get the fuck out of here. So that's nice.
Yeah, no, I mean, I guess just like there is a real value of, that's more like people treating each other like people, but even just for stuff like if you go to a range routinely, or if you have a club tied to that you're not just doing it, you're not just being kind to some stranger, that's someone you know, someone you've built connections with, and someone that can maybe help you, like beyond the range, I guess is the idea. And, you know, you hear stories from that all the time. Like, I don't know. Shit's good.
I completely agree. I think that some of your policies are a little more strict, or some of your policies are a little more strict than others. But I guess the final thing that I'd like to talk about is that I want to, if I can do anything, as you mentioned before, like the polls don't seem to represent how popular gun policy is accurately, or how popular guns are in America accurately. It seems like, guns are just a lot more popular than you would think based on what the popularity of gun control policy is. And so with that in mind, Democrats' rhetoric around guns is concerning. And if I can do anything, it would be to use my power and my platform to speak with high-up Democrats just simply about guns. Like, can I have, like, a 30-minute conversation with you, like, one-on-one about guns, like everything from policy to their function? You can ask me any questions. I will just basically do my lecture, and I just want you to make your policy making from here on out with that knowledge. And I know a lot of it isn't based on what they know, but instead what they want to make their constituents happy. But obviously a lot of Americans would vote Democrat if it weren't for guns. Like, I'm gonna be real. Guns are they're the only real issue that Republicans have. In reality.
I would disagree on that. Just that, I think that Republican approaches to guns are much more like the constitutional carry type stuff. Like, their policies are so bad that even if I think that some Democrats use bad rhetoric, they focus their policies in the wrong way. They're focused on fear. They're not focused on real solutions. I would love to see more Democrats talking about mandatory safes. I would love to see more Democrats talking about as you're saying, more training, longer waiting periods. But the difference is so stark. I think Missouri, for example, removed its permits to purchase, and it saw a 10% increase in homicide over the next decade. It's really bad in Republican states. They're not just continuing whatever the American policy was; they're actively making it worse. So I don't know. I'm still rootin' tootin' for what's his face. Oh my God, what's the Texas governor guy? Beto O'Rourke. Okay, I'm rooting and tooting for Beto O'Rourke with my non-guns.
Well, I mean, what I hope for is that I want Democrats to recognize things such as the fact that pistols are the big issue. Handguns are the real cause of all the violent crime that you're seeing with guns. I feel like a lot of it is based out of the actual politicians themselves lacking knowledge on guns and gun policy, or not gun policy, but gun violence statistics and gun functionality. The biggest thing is simply lacking knowledge on gun functionality. When it comes to guns, there's not a lot of subjectivity to their function. They very much are just solid pieces of plastic and metal, as I like to say. There is no subjectivity to how they function. This thing just does what it is advertised to do. You can modify it, but when you're modifying it, you're doing things to make it do a different thing. What it can do is what it can do. And when a Democrat falsely states a very common misconception, or even just a bizarre, out-of-this-world misconception about guns, it just really, really throws off a lot of people, and it just spurs so many of these gun content creators to make shitloads of content on nothing but how off the Democrats are. And as much as most of their content can be subjective opinion-based stuff, oh, gun control is bad because of this and that, when they can make a video debunking a Democrat when they claim a gun can do something it can't, or can do something that it, or can't do something that it can, I feel like it hits a lot harder. It's for once the right actually does have a point on this one. It not in the whole overarching argument they're trying to make, but in that one little niche situation, which is all that really matters when that video gets millions of views. They can get a decisive gotcha that is factually correct. And it's oh, that hurts. As a lefty, it hurts to watch. I want the Democrats to be better.
I think that's totally fair, and I think that like some of what you advocate, so for shifting from the scary guns towards like certain policy-based solutions would help to cut down on that, because you don't need to know how a gun fires if you stop talking about like the bump stocks and all of the various like the high-capacity magazines. If you just talk instead about stuff like the waiting periods, if you talk about stuff like the safes, you don't need to know how a gun works to know that it goes in the safe. You don't need to know how a gun works to say you should wait longer to get it. So it just gives less chances for classic Dem fuck-ups, for Joe Biden moments.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, you go ahead.
Someone in your chat did mention, they said that you said about 20 minutes ago that the segment would be ending. I'm not trying to keep you on if you're
I don't know if I
trying to
said
get
that.
off.
I don't know if I said that it
might have
would
been
be
a lie.
ending soon. Yeah, I think they were lying. I think I might have been talking about the other segment that I was doing before this that I said was going to end, but yeah, I'll probably have to end stream after our convo without doing FF14 because I got like very sucked up into this.
I'm
But
so
I
sorry.
enjoy. No, it's fine. I love having an excuse to talk about guns on stream. Honestly, it's fun. I enjoy it, and this will be a fun segment. I think people who are into me that do like guns will like it. Cherry asked me, can you ask Soaked and Left when is he going to do the skeleton essay stream on speaker Mike Johnson?
I was gonna stream tomorrow, probably talking about Mike Johnson. I don't know if you covered Mike Johnson. I wasn't able to watch your full stream. The new Republican speaker.
Oh, I haven't yet. I'm like relatively without Twitter. I am so blind on everything until people are like, "Hey, did you hear massive fucking thing happen in politics?" I'm like, okay, I'm a
That's
politics.
totally fair.
I do politics for a living. Is it like against the rules for me not to have known?
No, I think that's totally fair. And on days when I'm not on Twitter, the exact same thing happens. The House Republicans finally selected a speaker, and he's a fucking psycho. He was one of the people who argued in Texas v. Johnson to keep gay marriage illegal, just as an idea. That's how he started out back in like 2003. He and his wife are married in a covenant marriage, which means that you can't get divorced without going into mandatory counseling beforehand, plus several other steps. And he advocates that to become more popular. He's like, you go down the list, he's a theocrat, like, he's the worst in every possible issue in every way.
God, what a demon. Ugh. Yeah, I'm excited to see your coverage on him then. Yeah,
So
if
true.
you could DM it to me whenever it goes up, then I'll check it out because I'm always looking. I've been playing the fuck out of Final Fantasy 14 lately, like grinding the hell out of it. So having stuff to listen to in the background, especially when I beat the main story quest line and it's time for me to go back and unlock all the zones, get flying with the Aether bobble things and all that. I'm gonna need stuff to listen to while I game, so that's gonna be good. I'm interested.
All right, well, I'll try and put out some good content on Mike Johnson. Thank you so much for the conversation. And honestly, really nice to hear the story about your mom overcoming, like it sounds like a problem or a fear in her life. It's always nice to see people acclimate into being more comfortable with themselves in the world, right? That shit rocks.
Yeah, and I also think that like one of the my final statement is, if in this country you are outnumbered by guns, and if you're someone who is afraid of or inexperienced with guns, please, as long as you think it is as long as you don't think that you are genuinely not capable of handling a gun, like unsafe, like mentally or whatever, I think most people are probably safe to go to a range. Like, you know, it's not very expensive to shoot a gun at a range. It really isn't. But emphasize, I have never shot a gun before, and I'm nervous. Could you walk me through it for my first time when I'm on the range? Because they're going to always give you, like, a basic test right there at the counter, but sometimes they just let you off on your own if you don't, like, give them the indication enough that you don't know what you're doing the first time. So emphasize you need help, and they will help you. They will have a range officer help you. It will be for free. They'll like help you shoot the first few magazines out of the gun until you're confident doing everything that it does. And I recommend doing a lot of research beforehand on YouTube, but it's good to get that like one-on-one teaching in person. Shoot a gun in real life. Learn how it functions for a variety of reasons. One, it's cool to break that fear if you have it, because it's just cool to do that, you know, goodbye fear. And also learning how guns function is very important. Most importantly, gun safety. How to basically clear a firearm and make it incapable of shooting, how to put a gun out of battery so it's not capable of shooting, how to turn on the safety if it has one. I don't have one on mine. That kind of thing, right? How to tell if it has a round in the chamber. These are useful bits of knowledge because with more guns than people in this country, as insane as it may sound, you could end up in some crazy situation where you find yourself, I don't know, let's say you're walking through the park and you notice a gun in the bushes and you're like, oh fuck, there's a gun in the bushes. And you're freaked out by guns, but you look around, you notice you're surrounded by kids playing in the park. You're in a park. And so you go and you're like, oh no, oh no. Now your car is maybe like 10 feet away. So if you can pick up this gun and successfully clear it to ensure it's safe and stick it in your pocket and walk to your car, you can put it down in the seat, call the police and non-emergency line and report a found lost firearm. And if you don't know how to use or how a gun functions in a situation like that, you're not going to know what to do. You're going to be freaked out. You won't know how to unload and clear it. You'll be freaked out about whether or not, like, you maybe won't even know not to keep your finger on the trigger, right? You might not even know proper trigger safety. There's just a lot of things that you can glean that are useful in America when it comes to like learning how to shoot a gun. It's a very valuable skill. Even if you're not super into it and you never do it again, I highly recommend doing it at least once. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, I think a huge part of yes, it's important to have as many experiences as you can, just from the perspective of understanding how the world works. This is like something that's really important for the life and death of like half of the country. It's a huge hobby for half the country. Like, yeah, it's worth knowing how. I don't know. It's sort of like, this is a dumb analogy. There was that post that went viral about Indian food. It's worth having Indian food like at least once. It's worth doing everything at least once to some degree, just for the purpose of understanding how a huge portion of humanity lives, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, as Cherry just asked, do you want to go shooting?
Yeah, when I go to Seattle.
Hell
Are you
yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
how
in
many
Seattle.
people? Are you Demon Mama? Are all the cool people up in Seattle?
Me, Demon Mama, Vosh, Conyer, Doe. Who else is in Seattle? I think that's everybody.
The leftist media industrial complex is in Seattle.
Yeah, we're built. Well, on top of that, Seattle actually has a pretty good system. Oh, and also Mr. Epsilon. I do need to talk to him in real life. But the funny thing is, Seattle has one of the only programs their police department does, I should say, to help streamers avoid getting swatted. You can, I have done this. You can call the local police department non-emergency number and just simply say like, hey, my name is blah, blah. I live at blah, blah. And I am an online content creator. I have a pretty sizable audience, but I receive a fair amount of negativity online. And I'm at a pretty high risk of getting swatted. They know what the term is. They have a task force for this. They'll route you into that group. You put in your information there, and they'll give you a password, basically. And they'll also call you if any police calls are made to your home or to your address. And it's just a really good system because you won't get swatted, Like, you can literally put a stop to it before it happens because they warn you and like, there's, like, a password system. Makes you a little less safe when it comes to calling the police, but I'm willing to make that trade because, fuck, at least they've got a system to avoid you getting swatted.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many fucking stories of that. So many videos of people getting taken off live on stream.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for having me on. I hope you enjoy your blue state with his great gun laws. Hopefully to get a little better with better Democrats in the future.
I think Colorado might be the end game, honestly. It's got the best of both worlds. Very good.
Well, it was.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I'll let you go. Colorado's policy, as far as I'm aware, is really good on pretty much everything socially. They're good on weed. They're good on gay rights, stuff like that. But they're also really good on guns, from what I heard.
I will say the one area where Colorado might be coming short is Colorado is one of 4 states that passed a public health option, but the 3 of those states passed I don't know how else to call it, but the most neoliberal public health option that you could possibly do. It's run through a private company that the state subsidizes, and they've had really, really poor results getting people to sign up to it. I think Washington's went into effect and less than 1% of the population signed up, which is terrible. In other countries that do this, like Germany, it's 80% of the population. And it's partly because it's this really shitty outsourced version. The only state that does better is maybe Minnesota. And the reason I'm mentioning all this is, like, again, it's not just a gun problem. It's also a mental health policy problem. It's a mental health access problem. And you can't have that without also solving universal healthcare access, universal healthcare, cheap point of service for poor people. So
100%. Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think overall, this entire conversation loops back to we need to instill very strong social policies, like reformative social policies in this country. A lot of like the problems that we're talking about stem back to that. As much as the guns being in the hands of those people is a problem, those people not having the problems that make them use them for ill in the first place is like the ideal situation, right? And obviously it's not a solution to just say, oh, gun violence, we'll just fix every problem that we have in the country as like a response to it. But at the same time, it feels like some people see gun violence as a alternative to fixing those problems. Like, hey, there'll always be gangsters and there'll always be like criminals and there'll always be crime and there'll always be like massive wealth disparity that leads to it. But hey, they'll have knives instead of guns and I can deal with that, right? Like people get by in the UK with that, right? And people just kind of resign themselves to that being the ideal scenario instead of actually getting to the root of the problem. And that's kind of what worries me. I don't know. I don't want to keep you here for too long. I'll let you do your final statement and then I'll let you leave without like saying anything else, okay? Oh wait, did he leave? Oh no, he's here. He has gone silent. Did we lose SDL? Oh no. We lost SDL. And my eyes are getting heavy. I just realized it's too late to order food. Oh, brother. It's Jover. It's so Jover. It might be a power outage. I'm here. I am speaking. Oh, wait. Okay. You might have to leave the call and rejoin. I think the audio might be scuffed. It might be your microphone. Maybe I got disconnected. Let me leave and rejoin. Hello, hello? Test, test? Oh no, that didn't fix it. It must be your audio device. Try unplugging your mic and plugging it back in. I want to try to get a quick outro. I don't want to end it so unceremoniously. It was such a good combo. I think it might have just been like a nudged chord.
Hello, hello, hello.
Oh, there you are. I can hear you.
All right. I think it was a Discord thing because it was failing to connect. It was an RTC disconnected, whatever. All I want to say is Republicans, they're like the sort of the inverse of the problem that you were just talking about, that they say they want to solve mental health problems. Whenever gun violence comes up, that's always the Republican excuse. They never want to propose any of the gun control problems, solutions. They don't want to propose any wait periods. They don't want to propose any gun safes. They don't even often support like DVROs nowadays, like domestic violence stuff. But they do want to talk about mental health. But every time they talk about how important it is that everyone get access to mental health, they never fucking do anything about it. They've never passed in any state a bill to give people cheap, affordable, public mental health access. Not once. It's because they don't really care. It's just an escape from it. And so I do want to say, like, again, I think some Democrats see just the gun control. That's the solution to the problem. And the Republicans very clearly are just stalling. It's like they're going to pretend that mental health is the only solution to the problem. And I guess maybe as a point of agreement between the two of us is that it has to be both and, that you have to get to the root of the problem. Crime is not just a gun problem. It's not just a weapon problem. It's a societal problem. The only way you can seriously reduce violence is getting at the root of why people engage in violence. Lack of hope, lack of resources, lack of education, lack of ability to get ahead. And you can't solve that without immense redistribution, immense social welfare programs. And we should also force everyone to buy a safe so that 500,000 guns don't get stolen every year. That'd be great.
Yeah, a lot of it, like my final statement is, holy fuck, gun owners, keep track of your guns when you take them out of the house. I cannot tell you how many gun owners I've met that can't remember how many guns they have in their car. Insane. Anyway, thank you so much for coming on today, Soaked and Left. It's been a really fun having you on. It's been a really good conversation. I expected a little bit more contention than we had, but I guess it makes sense that we really mostly agree. It's just a matter of, like, what is the most practical, ideal scenario? Because we really do agree on, I think, most practical policy, besides, I guess, maybe a pistol ban. I just, my belief is that we should just make it so strict overall that, like, you wouldn't need a ban on any particular type of gun, because we'd have so many safeguards.
Yeah, and that might totally work. I will sign off. Thank you for having me on so much. I am Aiden from Sock Done Left. You can find me at sockdoneleft.org/live. I'm trying to stream more often, and it's really great to come on, Zan. Been loving your content recently. Hope this makes for a good segue.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. I love having you on, and I hope to have you on again soon. Thank you for being here. And everybody, go check out Soak Done Left. Good ass content. Keep on spreading the ways of the data mail, my friend.
It's so true, King.
Data. All right. Have a good one, okay?
Good night. Bye.
Sleep well. That was a good convo. I always like having combos like that on here. Rarely do I get to have one that's friendly. That was fun. And I got to talk about guns. Anytime I get to talk about guns is a good segment. I'm sorry it wasn't much of a debate, and we pretty much agree on most stuff. Besides, like, I feel like the most spicy point of contention is really just, like, really whether or not, like, we should have bans on certain guns overall. But, like, when it comes to safeguards and gun safety policy, we're pretty much, like, on board 100%. The People's Armory pill. I've been People's Armory pilled. Can I show you guys that really fast? Hold on. Last thing I want to show you all. Walking Dead Alexandria Armory. Like, in the show, they have a lady who watches over the armory. She's, like, really trustworthy. Like, she's their most trustworthy person to do that job. And she, like, reloads all the magazines and checks all the ammo to make sure it's not faulty or fucked up. Because, you know, this far into the apocalypse, you're very likely to have fucked up ammo. And that can be life or death. So, like, you need it to be inspected very well. So she's inspecting ammo and loading magazines all day and keeping track of all the guns on like a registrar. And, you know, this lady here, Sasha, is coming in to take one of the guns out for a go, like out to go, and she's gonna have to sign it off. It's like a whole slip, and you know, she has to, like, check out the ammo, any shots she fired. She has to collect the shells if reasonable to do so, and bring them back because they can be reloaded. It's really cool. The show's really good if you haven't watched The Walking Dead, but they literally do. They have a socialist commune. Like, The Walking Dead is literally about a group of people in the zombie apocalypse working their ass off and fighting, like, psychopaths in order to build a socialist commune. Like, they're literally trying to establish communism. They, several times in the show, very on the nose, say, huh, that's ironic. I guess the communists won in the end. Just took the apocalypse to happen, but communism won. Like, they're just very on the nose about the fact that they are just doing communism. It's very cool. I highly recommend it. Go check out The Walking Dead. Based in Posadist build. It's not too far off, honestly. Alrighty, that was a good segment. Seriously, y'all should watch The Walking Dead. It's very good. It's good. If I hadn't watched all the way through the show with my friend Ethan so recently, as in, like, months ago, I'd be down to watch party it in the Discord, but that's gonna have to be a while ahead when we watch party all of Walking Dead on Discord. But that will happen. In the meantime, what I'm thinking about watch partying soon, because me and Ethan, my friend who we watch shows and stuff, that's what we do. We're almost done with Breaking Bad. After Breaking Bad, I've heavily pushed him, and he will be so into this. He's like a big D&D nerd. He really liked The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings, too. He's never seen Game of Thrones. I want to watch party Game of Thrones. It's going to be an adults-only watch party, as you can imagine, because Game of Thrones. But I want to get Ethan to watch Game of Thrones for the first time, and if I can get him to do it in my Discord, that is ideal. Nice, just tell him it ends at Season 5. Listen, you don't need to worry about the final seasons of Game of Thrones being mad now, because House of the Dragon exists. House of the Dragon brings it back. There's something good to look forward to when you get to the end of Game of Thrones now. So it's like, yeah, as long as they don't ruin House of the Dragon, obviously. Yeah, the last season was fan fiction, unironically. Yeah, it is true. Reaganator, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. That's very kind of you. Very base. Said, hey, Zan, I was wondering if you had seen the Amazing Digital Circus or any other Glitch production stuff. I'm enjoying them a lot. I have not seen the Amazing Digital Circus, but I've seen a bunch of memes about how Rule 34 artists are making porn about it. I woke up this morning, checked Reddit, and saw a meme where it's an edit of Pacific Rim, where it's like there's the big monster coming out of the ocean, but then the robot gets airdropped down, and the monster is labeled the Amazing Digital Circus, and the robot is r/34. And you can guess how the meme goes. There was someone who did the math and determined that there is a Rule 34 image of that show, 2 Rule 34 images of that show being uploaded to the website every hour. 2 images per hour. On average. Isn't the character, like, basically a stick figure, bro? We're in some good times, dude. I love the internet. I love the fact that there's such bizarre fetishes out there, when they're not just outright gross, is hilarious and makes me so happy the internet exists. Bisudu, thank you for the tier 2 gifted sub to Alec Gunter. I really appreciate it. I assume that's a 1-monther. Thank you so much for the $10. Said, get white name genocided. Hell yeah. Welcome to the Blue Name Club. Let me update the dono goal. And now, chat. Unfortunately, it is time for me to wrap up stream. I am very tired. But we had a very productive stream today. We really did. I am very sleepy, very eepy weepy. Who we raiding? No raids today, because I am very sleepy. It's so late. I've streamed for nearly 7 hours. I expected to stream this long playing games, but we streamed this long just doing politics. Tomorrow I'm going to be hanging out with Vosh and Demon Mama and Conyer, I think, as well, and Vermin in real life. So, I don't know if I'll stream tomorrow, but if I wake up early enough and I've got the energy, then I will most certainly make the time to do a stream of some FF14. I'll try to go live in the morning and stream some FF14 if I've got the energy for it. Are we going to the club? No, we're just gonna go to like a harvest festival type thing at a farm. It's gonna be pretty cool. I've never lived somewhere where there's like actual fall, and it's almost Halloween, so there's lots of festivals and stuff at farms like this in the area. So we're gonna go do like a proper farm festival. There's like a corn maze and stuff like that. That sort of thing. Classic American fall Halloween festival. How will Conyer join you? They started streaming like 2 hours ago. Well, that's tomorrow. It's tomorrow, so. Anyway, I gotta get some sleep. Thank you all so much for coming out. You have all been amazing. Thank you for coming on, Soaked and Left. You were awesome today. And with all that said, have a damn good one, everybody. Thank you for being here. You are all the best, and I love you.